Greetings to everyone gathered here in Toronto. Just for ease, as others join us during the presentation, if I could invite you to come a little bit closer, if possible, and fill up at the seats that are nearest the podium. That would be fantastic to those coming in. And of course, to everyone online, another very warm welcome. And thank you for taking the time once again to join us. It's been the 2 days of programming and a third day that is going to be the most action-packed yet, with variety of agenda items, concluding with our reception that is going to welcome VIPs and celebrate the billions of dollars in transactions, trade, and investment between Canada and African markets. It's my distinct pleasure, following the opening of the conference by Prime Minister Trudeau, the Deputy Prime Minister of the DRC, and of course, our Trade Minister, Mary Ng, to welcome on day 3, the Kingdom of Lesotho. What is significant, as mentioned just a moment ago for those in the room, is that Prime Minister Sam Matekane joined us just a few years ago as a business leader with the Matekane group of companies. And incidentally, there are a number of business-minded individuals who have gone on to become members of parliament, but he may be the first yet member of our chamber who's gone on to lead his country. Prime Minister Matekane became Prime Minister on October the 28th, 2022, and I was very honored to be present in Lesotho during this momentous time for him. He started a business in South Africa, importing donkeys and selling them in Lesotho. Talk about risk and entrepreneurialism. He then expanded his business into making bricks, mining and selling sand, and then eventually into transportation, construction, and property development. These various ventures in 1992 were consolidated into the Matekane group of companies, which has been involved in a variety of ventures, including aviation, mining, particularly in diamonds. His business acumen has been widely praised. In 2021, he was Forbes' best Africa entrepreneur. And I guess once you've got that, you've got to set your sights on something more. And so, of course, today he's Prime Minister. He's highly regarded. Prior to his current work in Lesotho, in his public sector capacity, his philanthropy has been significant through the Sam Matekane Foundation. In the 2022 election, he, of course, became leader with the coalition, and his pledge has been to create jobs in Lesotho. He's pledged not to take a government salary. And in fact, one of the things that he doesn't boast about, but I was told by one of the communities, is that he came and paved the roads and fixed up various bits of infrastructure entirely at his own expense. And that was something not uncommon for Prime Minister Sam Matekane as an everyday proud resident and citizen of the Kingdom of Lesotho. So without further ado, and again with warm regard for everyone gathered in the capital of Maseru, it's my distinct pleasure to welcome Prime Minister Sam Matekane for remarks that have been pre-recorded by video while he also sits with us live from the capital. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, honored to address the esteemed members of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce here in Toronto. I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation to speak at this significant event focused on accelerating Africa in the year 2023. Lesotho, a small but vibrant nation, nestled in the heart of Southern Africa, holds tremendous potential for trade, tourism, and investment opportunities. Today, I would like to highlight some of the key areas where Canadian businessmen and women can explore mutually beneficial partnerships with Lesotho. First and foremost, let us delve in the realm of trade. Lesotho boasts a strong and diverse economy with a focus on textiles, agriculture, and mining. Our country has a long-standing history of textile manufacturing, making us an attractive destination for Canadian businesses seeking reliable and high-quality manufacturing partners. Lesotho's strategic location within the Southern African Customs Union, SACU, and the preferential trade agreements we have established with several countries create a favorable environment for international trade. I encourage Canadian businesses to explore the opportunities for joint ventures and partnerships in the textile industry. leveraging Lesotho's skilled workforce and competitive advantages. Furthermore, Lesotho's agriculture sector presents immense potential for collaboration. Our fertile lands and favorable climate enable the production of a wide range of agricultural products, including fruits, vegetables, grains, and livestock. Canadian businesses can bring their expertise in agri-business, technology, and sustainable farming practices to enhance productivity and promote agricultural development in Lesotho. By investing in this sector, we can not only ensure food security for our people, but also expand our export capabilities, providing Canadian businesses with access to Lesotho's agriculture products and the wider African market. Tourism is another sector that holds promising opportunities for collaboration. Lesotho's breathtaking landscapes, majestic mountains, and rich cultural heritage make it an ideal destination for adventure tourism, ecotourism, and cultural tourism. Our country offers a haven for hikers, mountaineers, nature enthusiasts, and those seeking unique cultural experiences. Canadian businesses specializing in hospitality, tourism infrastructure, and travel services can contribute to the development of Lesotho's tourism sector, creating employment opportunities and boosting economic growth while preserving our pristine natural environment. In addition to trade and tourism, Lesotho provides an environment conducive to foreign investment. We have implemented various reforms to enhance ease of doing business, including streamlining administrative processes, improving infrastructure, and promoting public-private partnerships. Lesotho offers investment incentives, such as tax breaks, duty-free access to regional markets, and protection of intellectual property rights. Canadian investors can explore sectors such as mining, renewable energy, manufacturing, and information technology, leveraging Lesotho's skilled workforce and the growing regional market. Ladies and gentlemen, Lesotho stands ready to forge meaningful partnerships with Canadian businesses. Our commitment to political stability, good governance, and economic diversification makes us an attractive investment destination. Together, we can accelerate Africa's growth in 2023 and beyond, creating a prosperous and sustainable future for both our nations. I urge you to seize the opportunity that Lesotho presents in trade, tourism, and investment. Let us build bridges of collaboration, fostering economic growth and mutual prosperity. Lesotho and Canada have much to gain from each other, and I'm confident that our partnership will be fruitful and enduring. May our journey towards a brighter future begin today. I thank you.
Today, I have to make a little announcement regarding City of Toronto bylaws and fire drill regulation. There is a fire drill scheduled for this building. However, given the nature of this event, we have received an exemption, so the alarms will not go off on this floor. And each of you, if you do hear something of a noise, know that you are exempt from complying with that piece of bylaw legislation today. Thank you very much to the City of Toronto and to Goodmans for facilitating the smooth running of the program. We have a new chamber member almost every week that comes on board as a full corporate member, and it's been truly amazing to see just how many people have joined us. Todd Burns, who's here from Cypher Environmental, he joined as a member and then at the same time said, I'll just become a sponsor. And so many others who believe in the continent and who believe in what each one of us are doing by virtue of constituting this chamber. And so my next the next speaker, who's going to keynote the session following the introduction by the Prime Minister, reflects this level of excellence. Felix Hofulu is a Chief Executive Officer and the founder of Africa Insights. I've known Felix as somebody who worked for the Coca-Cola company for nearly 20 years, and taking that corporate experience and that insight across the continent, is leading a team of researchers that is working with Canadian companies and indeed companies across the world in gathering information and deploying that information, taking the data and really ensuring it translates to decisions that help inform and secure investment. And Felix, thank you very much for your incredible humility as a member of the Chamber and for your commitment to the organization. I've fortunately had a sneak preview of your keynote address, and I do believe I join everyone here in applauding you before you even deliver it for the insights you will share with us. Felix, Africa Insights Chief Executive Officer, I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you for your generous words. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to speak to you this morning on the subject of knowledge generation, the role of chambers, institutional members, and research members across Africa. Well, I can go ahead. As timely and important as this subject is, it is more so for Canada and Africa as they find new pathways for cooperation. Through their expertise, resources, and collaborative efforts, institutional members of the Chamber contribute significantly to fostering innovation, enhancing business opportunities, driving positive change for both continent and Canadian businesses. That knowledge makes you resilient, resourceful. Arming you with the capacity to anticipate unforeseen events, risks, and helps you anticipate and plan your response even before they become very obvious. That is the knowledge that we speak in business. And in general, they say knowledge is power. Okay, I can work from here. It's not working. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In general, this knowledge is power. Just excuse the cliche. That slogan is not referring to power, the such that you see when you go on a safari where lion pounces on its prey. But it talks about building the capacity to, anticipate issues, make informed decisions, and be able to manage risks as they emerge. Knowledge is the foundation for progress in any organization, any society. Indeed, this has been the core driver of the progress that most successful businesses make and continue to make. In the context of Africa, it is imperative to emphasize the role of knowledge generation as the foundation in tapping into the unique opportunities that we've been speaking to in the last couple of days. Our institutional members are repositories of knowledge. Every day they do business, they are accumulating capabilities, accumulating knowledge. And providing this kind of platform, the Chamber is doing a tremendous work in sharing knowledge. Yesterday, I was blown away when somebody spoke about the idea of, diaspora funds. As people look for funds, these are the kind of nuggets of knowledge that come out of platforms like this. So it's important that we look at knowledge generation as a collaborative endeavor that arises when we get together. Now, for the Chamber, I see Canada-Africa Chamber of Commerce as a vital platform for collaboration and knowledge exchange between Canada and African businesses. With its extensive network of institutions and research members, the Chamber plays this vital role in facilitating this knowledge sharing across sectors and across geographies. Therefore, let's talk about who the members are. It can be an individual, it can be companies that are members, it can be research organizations, think tanks, all the people that will collaborate to find solutions, to find understanding, to find pathways to taking the opportunities that we see in Africa. These are members that provide us the knowledge base with which we make decisions in our businesses. For companies and investors interested in Africa, such organizations are critical to understanding the terrain, to knowing the business environment. And African terrain does need a lot of understanding, given the continent's long history of bad press, especially from the West, and which has left many people with some skewed idea of what the issues are, an elevated sense of risk beyond what it can be or beyond what it is. One is not saying that there are no challenges in Africa. There are challenges, but with knowledge, you can navigate this profitably. We have seen companies that are navigating this and are posting tremendous progress, tremendous profit year after year after year, and are growing beyond global average of business performance. I will now talk about why Africa. People have spoken in the last 2 days about the market, the potential. 1.2 billion people, mostly young people, 60% under 25. So this is a huge market that everybody is angling to position itself as we look for growth in business. And what is happening on the continent right now is such that Africa is the future, and people are noticing. That is why you have seen US-Africa Summit, you have seen China-Africa Summit, you have seen France-Africa Summit, UK-Africa Summit. They are noticing something. This is a continent that has come together to break down the barriers between countries with AFTA, which is African Free Trade area that they have just created, 54 countries. And the target is to reach an economy of 29 trillion by 2050. Now, the resources, I can't say more than what has been said before. From the US Geological Surveys, Africa is hosting about 30% of global mineral reserves. It's been obvious from the presentations that we've seen in the last couple of days. And 20% of annual production of 5 key minerals come out of Africa, production as of today. 80% of platinum. Zimbabwe has 6 largest lithium reserves. These are things that will power the next, as we transition to new technologies, as we transition to clean energy. These are things that the world is looking for, and these are where the opportunity is headed. If you look at the slide, it shows that people are paying attention. If you look, Africa is growing at par, almost at par with Asia, and outgrowing the world average, outgrowing Europe, outgrowing all the other regions. So tremendous opportunity. The question that is continuously asked is, how do we take advantage of this? And it begins with knowledge. If you look at the other slide, the composite slide on that chart, you will see the opportunity that is really bubbling right now is around tech. Startups are attracting investments. And as at the end of 2022, 5.4 billion went into African startups. So what what does one expect of institutional members? What does one expect of our research members? For institutional members is when you are at the stage of market entry, these are the things that institutional members can provide you information on. Risk analysis, advice on the business environment, deals vetting, know your customers. If you get proposals, you can't go wrong by contacting the chamber or contacting members who have walked the way to show you the way. So the role of research members equally dovetails into that. Research members provide a next level of information for members. Overview of macro environment, opportunities and risk identification, remediation measures, risk reporting and scoring, deep dives into sectors or subjects, due diligence. When you get into deals, these are opportunities for you to get information through your research members. Then, impact and benefits. As we talk about all of this, you will find that just excuse me 1 minute. The impact of chambers, institutional and research members, collaborative effort is far-reaching by generating and disseminating knowledge. They empower businesses to adopt best practices, improve efficiencies, and enhance their competitiveness in global markets. If you listen to the Prime Minister, what he spoke now about policy, amending policies to adapt to evolving opportunities in his country, you would have heard that in one strand or the other across the presentations that you've seen in the last 2 days, if you paid attention to that element of it. So the business chamber provides the platform for inputs that help generate ideas, generate information for businesses and for governments to adjust their policies and build, a working environment that will help us harness these opportunities that we speak about. I was talking to someone yesterday, and he was talking about Africa has opportunity. How do we streamline the roadmap as to how to take these opportunities? And this is what was coming through in the presentations that we saw yesterday. Somebody said you go to the elephant countries. Knowledge, it begins with knowledge. To find out, to kill the elephant, you go to the elephant country. So knowledge cannot be underestimated in what we do. And the platform that the Africa-Canada Chamber of Business provides for this knowledge generation, knowledge sharing, is so critical to what we do every day, is so critical to what we do at every stage of our venture, that we can't thank the Chamber enough in providing this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Felix Afulu, thank you a lot, and thank you for, I know you could have retired after a very successful career at Coca-Cola, but like typical of the entrepreneurial spirit in this room, you're focused on the continent and taking the next enormous and significant opportunities. Well, academia, think tanks, policy, all of these institutions are features of the program today, but so much of the learning that we do, of course, is academic knowledge generated as a result of what has already been observed. And what has already been observed comes by those willing to act and achieve in the face, oftentimes, of what may appear to be enormous obstacles. Chief Jerry Asp is joining us. It is very, very early. He's 3 hours ahead of Toronto, or 3 hours behind. So it's early morning. Chief Asp, a very warm welcome of the Toltan Nation, and also co-founder of the Global Indigenous Trust, which is also represented in the room by Sonia Molodeki, speaking with us in a moment. A warm welcome to you, sir, also a member of our senior advisory board. I'm looking forward to being in conversation for the next short while. And that's perfect because I had some questions on my phone. So while that sorts out, I'll grab that. I just want to give a sense of what has been achieved, because for some of you who were with us in Johannesburg, you've heard the story, but I'm going to do my best to summarize the incredible significance of what Chief Jerry Asp has done in his community as we explore how we exchange Indigenous knowledge sharing, which is something Sonia's led most recently in Mali, among other destinations across the continent. Chief Jerry Asp's core message is this, that any community can change its destiny. For generations, the Tsultan nation of northern British Columbia, which comprises 11% of that province, it's significant in terms of land mass, had endured the poverty and exclusion that has been known to many First Nations here in Canada. Yet inspired by the memory of a previously successful era of trading, pre-colonization, Chief Asp began a series of reforms to restore economic freedom, grounded in historic, cultural values and norms. You can read the whole story on the Liberty Fund, but I'll just tell a few quick highlights. In 1983, 80% of the Tsultan nation were on welfare and they were unemployed. Severe alcohol and drug problems characterized social life, along with high levels of suicide rates and low levels of educational achievement. The conversation we're going to have today is on the other side of what has happened just a generation later, and that is that there is 100% employment in the Tsultan nation. Federal funding was declined in an effort to achieve this, and the community has generated on its own terms significant wealth and today enjoys educational standards and attainments of prosperity that exceed the Canadian average in many regards. This includes the Tsultan Heritage Fund, which set aside hundreds of millions of dollars for education, environmental management, and business opportunities. Chief Asp, I could go on and on and on. It's a distinct pleasure to see you. Thank you for everything you do for the Chamber through the advisory board and through the Global Indigenous Trust. The first question that I would like to pose to you is that we often hear stories of communities as stakeholders, and yet fundamentally in your community, you have a community of shareholders. And that is significant in that decision-making and tangible ownership rests within the individuals and communities. How did you take that paradigm to the point where the community is a community of shareholders and wealth generation rests very much directly in the hands of the community itself? How did you structure that in the face of many odds?
Oh, good morning. Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to speak.
I think we may have sound coming back. Chief Asp, so sorry. In Toronto, we can't quite hear you. Hopefully that has been sorted. Back to you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. And it's a warm good morning from
Excellent.
Toronto.
Good morning. Thank you. We'll sort this technology out yet. But one of the things before we ever started negotiating with the resource developers, the Teltan people wrote a Teltan resource development policy. It only had 8 simple points, but it was very poignant and it was very concise. And I'd like to read you those points. It says, before resource development can commence within Teltan tribal territory, it will be necessary for the developer and the Teltan Tribal Council to enter into a project participation agreement that encompasses the following elements and basic principles. Number 1, assurance that the development will not pose a threat of irreparable environmental damage. Number 2, assurance that the development will not jeopardize, prejudice, or otherwise compromising the outstanding Aboriginal right claims of the Teltan people. 3, assurance that the project will provide more positive than negative social impacts on Teltan people. 4, provision for the widest possible opportunity for education and direct employment-related training for Teltan people in connection with the project. 5, provision for the widest possible employment opportunities for Teltan people with respect to in all phases of the development. 6, provision for substantial equity participation by Teltan people in the total project. 7, provision for the widest possible development of Teltan business opportunities over which the developer may have control or influence. And 8, provision for the developer to assist the Teltans to accomplish the objectives stated above by providing financial and managerial assistance and advice where deemed necessary. If the resource developers and the Teltan Tribal Council are going to reach agreement embracing the points noted above, then we believe that the Teltans, the developers, and all other Canadians will enjoy equitable benefits from each resource development undertaking and there will be business harmony within the Tahltan tribal territory. The Tahltan has been very successful using number 6, the provisions for equity participation, to take a stake in some of the resource development in our territory. And this is just beginning. So that we fully expect that to be the norm for all future projects. Another thing is I'm a major shareholder in a company called Spirit Rock Resources. That's an exploration company, and we're leading the way in a new exploration method working in the Tahltan territory. And our philosophy is simple. It's working with the spirit of the land. Working with the land equals respect and reciprocity. Respect for taking only what you need and using what you take. Reciprocity by giving back when you receive. We're also working very closely with the Tahltan Central Government Land Department on the Tahltan Land Stewardship Plan to make sure that Spirit Rock Resources actions coincide with the Tahltan method of dealing with these land issues. So those are just some of the things that we have done.
Fantastic. Chief, ask just that point around 6, the equity rights and land titles, which includes tradability. Out of interest, how could you walk us through some of the processes of establishing that? We've got policymakers in the room. We've got people who want to ensure their communities, whether in Canada or across the continent, achieve the same level of flourishing. Is it perhaps more simple than from an academic perspective is often deemed to be the case? And I'm assuming, if I may say, that leadership is a core variable. And I know you're a very humble individual, but no doubt that you took the lead on this in establishing the Tahltan Development Corporation. Could you just walk us through what you did when you looked at the situation in the 60s to where you are today?
Our first agreements were mainly what they call socioeconomic agreements, mainly jobs, training, business opportunities. But when we looked at number 6 in the future agreements that we've written, we've had 8 agreements now. So once we started realizing that there was so many billions of dollars leaving our country, we needed a piece of that. And one of the surest ways, people said to us, well, you should share in the profits, you should do this, you should do that. The only number that is a true number when you're dealing with a mining company is called the net smelter return. So when the ore goes to the smelter, the only thing deducted from that is the cost of smeltering. So you know that's an absolute true number. And so what the Tahltans did, and this is what the mining company itself does when they deal with each other. When a company sells them product to another company, there's always what's called the net smelter return in there. And it goes from 1% to 3% usually of the net smelter return. To date, the Tahltan started with 1%, and now we're crowding 2.5% on our agreements. And so that's a number that we use that's how we get the money for our Tahltan Trust Fund, et cetera, is from those kinds of portions of our impact benefit agreements.
Thank you very much. Something you did, which I believe is unprecedented, maybe not just in Canada, but globally, is you said to the federal government, with due respect, you can keep all of your federal funding. We're going it alone. We can do this without welfare, without dependency, and create wealth as a community. What was it like taking that decision in the face of course, a lot of federal funding that was available, and why? Why did you say no at the time?
Well, that's not quite accurate, but it's very close.
Okay.
We had our own. I never turned down money from the government if I can use it.
Right.
But the thing was, we had our own plan and our own strategy. And I don't know how much you know about Indian and Northern Affairs Canada, but what do we have? We used to call it the flavor of the month. And they would come out with a new program every month and say, here's money for this program, and if you'll get involved with it and do it, these dollars are available. Well, the Tahltans looked at that and said, that program doesn't fit with where we're going today. So thank you very much. We won't participate. But wherever we saw dollars that we thought we could use and it fit into our strategic plan, then we took those dollars for sure. But the main one was welfare. And the problem was once I took my people off of welfare, my welfare budget was so large that I couldn't spend it. And I was one of the only chiefs in Canada back in 2005 and 2006 that had to return up to $60,000 back to the federal government because I couldn't legitimately spend that money on welfare programs. I simply didn't have enough people on welfare to spend it.
So you certainly, when the time was right, you said no, and you had the ability to do that. What are you looking at toward the future for people who are interested in coming over to British Columbia? And honestly, I think we should have a chamber visit to your incredible community as soon as possible. And it's an invitation from Sonia, so thank you very much. But what are you looking to do going forward? Because very often the relationship, Chief Asp, is often the assumption is that you have investors going to the African continent. But from the African continent, we have incredible leaders as well who are with us in the room who are looking to expand and actually be a part of Canada as well. In that two-way relationship, what can we look forward to in terms of the opportunities right now in your incredible community?
Well, Spirit Rock Resources is an exploration company. We hold 7 properties, and some of them are, in my opinion, some very good potential prospects. We plan to working with the Teltan Land Stewardship Initiative, put together an exploration program for any potential mine and do it right in the beginning, taking in everything into fact, as we call true value accounting. For instance, one of the problems that I see, and I'm from the Yukon, I live in the Yukon right now, the Faro mine, the Anvil mine, there's a $500 million bill to clean it up. And Mount Nansen is running somewhere around 300 million. The Wolverine is 200 million. And Minto Mine just went into bankruptcy in May here in the Yukon, and nobody knows what that cleanup cost is going to be. So that's what the Teltans have been talking about for the last 10 years. Reclamation and closures is paramount in our country. We can't leave. We've closed the Golden Bear mine out, and now we're going to be working on others in the future. And so we are paramount about working with everything from the beginning and planning those reclamation closures far before we start mining in a new and different way. And we're taking into account all of the value of nature. For instance, we find it one of my colleagues will say to you, we find it very crazy that the only time a tree is valued is when it's dead. How many board feet of lumber can you get, or will it make a good fence post? But yet this tree is probably one of the best pumping systems in the world. How do you take water from its roots up to 180 feet? People haven't figured that one out yet, but if we do, perhaps we'll have some of the finest pumping systems in the world, or we don't calculate the value of changing carbon dioxide to oxygen. So we're trying to look at things in a different, holistic manner. And Teltans are very serious about that. So that's what's going to happen in our traditional territory in the next 10, 20 years.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. The floor will be open to questions for those in the room momentarily. And as I ask Wayne just to get ready with the microphone, we're going to be welcoming Sonia, co-founder of the Global Indigenous Trust, to a panel shortly. But in order to maximize that time on the panel, Chief Asp, would you just share a little bit about why you went about establishing the Global Indigenous Trust? Because there's a strong focus on knowledge sharing across the world between your experience and those of communities on the African continent, for example. What was your motivation behind setting up the Global Indigenous Trust?
Well, at the time I met Sonia almost 10 years ago, I was vice president for the Canadian Aboriginal Minerals Association. I'd been there for over 22 years as the vice president. We started it, Hans Matthews and I, because the mining company and the Aboriginal communities were speaking to each other, but one was speaking Dutch and the other was speaking Chinese. So nobody understood what they were talking about. So Hans and I decided that we have to have a platform or forum for people to get together and talk. And when we first started, I think we had about 75 delegates, and probably 30 of them were staff and other people we had worked with, and maybe 10 Aboriginal people, and the rest were non-Aboriginal with mining companies. But it was a start. And when we finished 22 years later, the biggest convention room in Vancouver we had, it seated 600 people. And the fire marshal came in and chased about 200 of our delegates out because we exceeded the fire code for Vancouver. So it was a pretty successful start. The main reason that Sonia and I started this was because when I talked with her, she was a lawyer working with Indigenous communities in South America. And I told her the story of the Teltans and how we took our nation from abject poverty forward. She decided that it was a really good idea and thought that we should get together to do something. And so we met for breakfast one morning and sketched out on a napkin what we thought could happen with Global Indigenous Development Trust and how we can transfer the Teltan story and show other Indigenous people around the world what was possible. So that was the underpinning and why we did this stuff. So it's just a matter of transfer of knowledge. People don't know what they don't know. And so what we did was transfer my story and say this, if it's possible for the Teltans, it's possible for any Indigenous nation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. On that note, I open the floor to any questions, and we can take those questions one at a time or as a group of three. And then also for those who are sending me questions on WhatsApp, thanks very much. Just to repeat for those who would like to send questions on WhatsApp, it's +1 647 667 1223. That's +1 647 667 1223. I got a question that I'd like to pose if there are none in the room from Botswana. To what extent was the memory, the cultural memory of historic trading and the position of the Toltan nation an inspiration that lent credibility and confidence to the fact that you could achieve exactly what you did? I guess the question is culture and heritage and the importance of that as a foundation ultimately for economic development that is perhaps a byproduct, as some would argue, of that initial foundation. Any thoughts there, Chief Asp?
One of the things I always tell people is, I think the ruination of the First Nation people in Canada started in 1963 when they brought in welfare. And because welfare became so easy, that in essence, it almost made the working man redundant because women could have children and the welfare would give them money, et cetera, et cetera. And so it caused a problem. But one of the things about my nation, when I started the Teltan Nation Development Corporation back in 1985, I still had a lot of Teltan people who were there, were elders, who remember working and who remember being out on the land and on and on and on. And so when I started the Development Corporation and started training and started hiring people, unfortunately and sadly, because our people were conditioned to welfare, the 18-year-olds, their biggest goal was to turn 18 so they could get a welfare check. And then they would find a young girl and shack up with her or get married and have a child. And now they've got 3 people on welfare. So they were living that way. What was good for me was because those elders still remembered it. So when I started to get jobs from the mining companies and said, there's 3 jobs here, I want you to take one of those. And if the young person says to me, well, I don't really feel like it, I'm not feeling it well, or I want to go somewhere with my girlfriend next weekend, I would simply go to their grandfather, their grandmother and say, hey, I've been talking to your grandchild and offered him a job and he told me this. Don't worry about that. He'll be out there tomorrow. So that's really how the history worked for us, is because that in living memory, those elders remembered what it was like to be independent. They remembered what it was like to earn their money. And so it didn't take them very long. And the young people knew better than to argue with me because I just turned their grandparents loose on them.
I'm going to do something from the floor because Sonia is with us, of course. Sonia, would you please rise just so everyone can recognize you? I know we'll be seeing you in a minute. Sonia Molodeki, thanks for joining us. One of the key issues going forward, I think, in terms of collaboration, is the question of what next. And Sonia, perhaps this is a discussion we can have in the panel. But there has been collaboration between the Global Indigenous Trust and communities in Mali. We had the Mali ambassador here earlier in the week as a guest. But how do you see the sort of issues that may be at play in other communities? Has your experience been that there's ever a situation where you think it's going to be a lot tougher than it was for you to turn it around? Or does the decades of experience you have tell you that it's absolutely possible that what you've done can truly be done anywhere, regardless of the current circumstances? Just checking, Jerry, if you've still got audio.
I can't hear. I can hear you, but I can't hear Sonia.
Oh, okay. No, that was actually a question for you, if I may, and I'm going to be posing it to Sonia as well. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that was... Sorry, I thought you were talking to Sonia, so you'll have to repeat the question.
Of course. When you work with other communities at the moment in the world, and we know that there are communities that are facing enormous odds, is your conviction that it is possible to do what you do, has it applied in every other situation that you've seen? Or are there some situations where you think it would be tougher to do a turnaround within a generation the way you've done? Because I think the key question everybody's asking, and it's coming through from quite a few people on the continent, is are you convinced that we can turn this around in a generation? What has your experience been in other situations, not just necessarily in Africa, but in Canada, in the Americas, elsewhere?
I absolutely believe it's possible. Teltans can do it. Anybody can do it. Any community or any group can do it. It's not rocket science. It's all about leadership, and it's all about making the hard decisions. It was when I became the chief, the first thing I told we called the welfare person, the social worker. So you got a new job description. What is it? You're the employment officer for the Teltan Nation. You give those 18-year-olds welfare check when they come in first of the month, but you tell them that the next time they come in, they better have at least 3 rejection slips from jobs that they had applied for and didn't get. And your job now is to find jobs for them. So that's how we changed the system. Everybody understood where we wanted to go, and it's all about bringing pride and dignity back to your people. My people are among the proudest people now in Canada because they don't ask anybody for anything. They're well-trained, they're hard workers, they all have employment, they all have $60,000 trucks and cars. But the big thing was, in the beginning, somebody has to make the hard decisions and stick with them. And you need a catalyst. Our catalyst, of course, was the mining industry. We had the jobs and employment opportunities because they wanted to work on our land. And we said, number one, you have to develop our people with our resources or you're not coming in here. Simple as that. We had a nice little roadblock. Took $1 million worth of equipment and held it for a week while they negotiated with us. We weren't joking. That land belongs to the Teltans, and we said we're asserting our authority.
Chief Ask, thanks very much. I believe we have a question in the room. If I could bring the mic over, it's Tim who's joining us. And then I will be coming to a question just on the issue of mining as catalytic to quote you, Chief Ask. Tim.
Well, I might be jumping ahead on your question because what I'm listening and hearing is that minerals development was the fundamental business or opportunity for the Teltan Nation. Now, I think listening in here for the last 3 days, you see that mining of minerals, responsible minerals development, is what could also be applied in Africa. So I don't know, I'm trying to frame a question here for you, Jerry, is why minerals development? Why not forestry or fishing?
I started the Teltan Nation Development Corporation. Mining is my background. I started in the mining camps washing dishes when I was 15 and went on the diamond drills, and I was running a diamond drill underground when I turned 18. I wasn't even legally old enough to be underground running a machine, but I was there anyway. And so mining is my background. I understood it. And the resources that were going to be developed at the time I started the Teltan Nation Development Corporation was a mine. The Golden Bear mine wanted to start up. And at the time I was working for the Council for Yukon Indians in Yukon as a business service officer, helping individual people start small businesses, et cetera, in the Yukon. And when that opportunity came up with the Golden Bear, well, actually, an opportunity came up to build 10 houses in Telegraph Creek. And I asked the chief who was the contractor, and he said they didn't have one. I said, why don't we start a company and build them ourselves? And to make a long story short, that's what happened. We started building houses, but we always knew in the back of our mind that we wanted a heavy construction company because we had a lot of people who were welders and truck drivers and heavy equipment operators and mechanics. And so, in essence, when the opportunity with the Golden Bear mine with the 160-kilometer road, we negotiated agreements and we started our heavy construction division, et cetera, and Teltan Nation Development Corporation never looked back since then.
Thank you very much. I have a follow-up question online specific to that answer, but any questions in the room before I skip ahead? Perfect. So let me alternate. With regard to the Golden Bear mine, and it's actually a quotation on your bio, which everyone has in the program. You're in the Canadian Mining Hall of Fame, and there are a variety of citations for why you're there. But one is that you negotiated the first impact benefit agreement with Golden Bear Mine, which was the first native-owned independent power producer contract, direct quote, with BC Hydro and a new health facility to serve the Dease Lake area. How did you go about negotiating that impact benefit agreement? And I think the context of the question is there are a lot of people engaged in that sort of work right now, whether on the community side or the mining side or even public policy. What were the key ingredients to success?
We had a nice little roadblock. We were down negotiating with the Golden Bear people in Vancouver, and they tried to sneak $1 million worth of equipment into our country to build the road. And one of the problems was the Telegraph Road was never ever gazetted as a highway in British Columbia. And the road runs right through the largest reserve we have, reserve number 1 at Teltan, where the Teltan River runs into the Stikine. So while we were gone, the vice president at the time was my sister. So my sister and my wife and the general manager's wife and her aunt, 4 women went down there and had a nice little roadblock and stopped those people right on our reserve. So we stopped the equipment, and as soon as they phoned and told us what happened, we flew back home. And I hired Marvin Starrow, who was the finest Aboriginal relations rights lawyer in Canada at the time. And so when the RCMP and them wanted to come and break our roadblock, etc., Marvin Starrow phoned the cops and told them that the Telegraph Road was never ever gazetted as a highway. In fact, it belonged to the Teltans because it was a Teltan trading trail. You widened it out for horses and pack trail. Then they widened it again for equipment. And now you've made it a highway, but it has never been gazetted as a highway in British Columbia, so therefore it still belongs to the Teltans. Not only the road, but all the land on each side of that road belongs to the Teltans. And in fact, now you're on a Indian reserve with that equipment. So for sure, the Teltans own that. So
thanks very much. Chief. Got it. Final question, and relates to a big theme actually that was during our conference in Botswana, but I suspect will come up as well here, and that is the issue of property rights. To tell somebody to leave is on the presumption that, of course, they are on your land. So in terms of private property rights, how did you go about moving to a situation where versus, let's say, custodianship, as it may be called, there is direct ownership? And what advice would you give other communities in moving from a situation where you further deepen property rights as opposed to a situation where that perhaps is a little bit vague? And that's our final question, Chief Asp. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, you know, the Aboriginal Canadian people in the Dolgamo case of 1997, the Supreme Court of Canada affirmed that Aboriginal rights and title existed. So the second question you had to ask after that was, what are these rights and title? So it boiled down to three basic rights. And the rights are this. Yeah, we have autonomous rights, which means that we have the right to determine the way that we live and control our social, economic, and political systems. We also have identity rights, which means that we can exist as a distinct people. And we also have territorial and resource rights, which means that anything on the land we're entitled to, the rights to the resources of the land and the use of those resources. So that's the basis of where the rights come from for Aboriginal people. As for individual rights, if somebody in Tahltan territory owns a piece of property, the Tahltans have no interest of trying to remove them from that. Or if we did, we'd in essence offer them a fair compensation and buy them out the same as we would do with anybody else if we wanted a piece of property. Well, the Tahltans have no interest in uprooting or disrupting private ownership.
Fantastic. Chief Asper, I want to conclude with the final statistic that just gives a human face to everything you've discussed. The peak unemployment was 98%. Today, it's rounded off to 0. Your leadership remains a model for many. I know you have an open invitation, many across the African continent. Thank you for taking not only the time to join us today, but to advise us as a chamber and to serve on our Council of Elders as well. It truly is a distinct pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Jerry Asp.
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Esteemed delegates, we move straight along. Of course, we all know Sonia Molodeki and the Global Indigenous Trust. Sonia, I do invite you to join us up on stage. We'll be continuing this conversation, but now under a broader theme that really looks to case studies of highlighting excellence among our members and as well as stakeholders. I'd like to also invite, just flown in, I believe, from South Africa, having landed this morning, Dr. Guy Preston. Please join us on stage. Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. And I'd like to just, I understand that we do have one panelist who is still en route. So should we be able to be joined by Maruf Fashola, we'll definitely go ahead. But otherwise, we can do a separate recording and presentation and include that. So that important issue of the diaspora and the diaspora voice continues to serve at the forefront. So this is quite nice. I get to take a seat with you. Originally, I was going to remain standing the entire time. I just want to make sure that each one of you have got microphones as we continue the conversations. Thanks very much. I'll grab one more. And because my job is to keep talking, I won't let go of mine just yet. But I do want to point out that when that fire drill happens, again, just a reminder for those who've joined us in the room, if you hear a faint alarm, and it should be faint, there's no need to leave the room. There is a fire drill happening elsewhere in the building, but not on this particular floor. The two individuals with me have got very deeply illustrious backgrounds, and we've heard a little bit about Sonia through Chief Jerry Asp, but there's an incredible story of someone who was at the heights of corporate law right here in Toronto, at the forefront of some of the biggest deals, and now working on incredibly important work around the world when it comes to issues of the Global Indigenous Trust and the work that's being undertaken there. Sonia, I want to cite your biography with particular reference to the fact that you've been passionate about the issues of knowledge, and that Indigenous knowledge is maybe something not always curated, not yet peer-reviewed by many, often ignored in conversations. And yet for the African continent, your conviction has been that Indigenous knowledge that exists and resides in the continent just needs to be recognized, and that coming to the forefront is going to be critical to development. That's my interpretation, perhaps slightly a layperson's interpretation of a lot of your work, but I think it's been very inspiring and encouraging, and certainly we've seen stories from countries where that has been a key part of moving forward and building on solid foundations. Dr. Guy Preston, you have an illustrious career serving in various government departments, leading on issues of conservation. After years of public service across South Africa, you now continuing the work from the vantage point of bringing expertise around particular example, and that is Marion Island in South Africa. For many people who look at a map, what you see of South Africa traditionally does not include furthest southern points of the continent, which are actually islands that reside further south, quite significantly in the direction of Antarctica. What I want to do is give each of you the opportunity to introduce the work you're doing as you see it, and so we can really get an understanding of how partnerships and support can come to the fore. We've got a lot of great corporate companies, members of all sizes, and many of them have gotten involved in projects because people like yourselves have stood up and said, let's collaborate and let's work together. So Sonia, just because we've been on the Global Indigenous Trust, I'll afford you the floor to begin, and we'll then continue with a welcome from Guy. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you, Gareth, and hello everyone, and good morning, good afternoon. So I know Chief Jerry mentioned a lot about our work. He touched on it. I worked in corporate law for many years in Canada and around the world. I worked with resource developers. I worked with the United Nations. I worked for governments around the world, and I was really looking for a way forward, a way of doing economic development, working with our natural resources, with our Mother Earth in a way that actually was truly sustainable. It had the hopes of us continuing in a sustainable way for future generations, and I wasn't finding that model. And then when I met Chief Jerry Aspen, he shared with me what they had been doing for many, many years, going back to their roots, to their culture, to their thousands of years of knowledge and understanding of how to work with the land, with spirit of the land, with their culture, with identity, with understanding how to mitigate climate change impacts and how to cultivate resources so that you're considering migration routes of animals and culture and all the different values that exist for thousands of years. And I thought, wow, now this is something that makes sense to me, so how might we be able to move forward while staying rooted in our identity, our culture, and our connection with the land? And this is something that, as I have over the past 10 years, been privileged to travel around the world and meet with different cultures and communities across various continents, including in Africa. I am always so impressed and inspired by the deepness and richness of knowledge and wisdom that exists. And I think for me, it was a humble learning that after all my experiences, really, I just needed to sit and listen for a while. Sit and listen and learn, because there was so much I could learn from all of these thousands of years of knowledge systems that exist. And so a lot of our work to bring it back to the present has been to be able to work with communities and nations around the world to be able to bring forth that knowledge and those wisdom systems into how we might be able to move forward, into how we apply it to economic development, how we apply it to resource management, to environmental governance and stewardship, and how might we be able to move forward while staying rooted in those values that made these nations so strong for thousands of years.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Dr. Preston, I know you don't even have time for jet lag. You're about to begin a marathon tour of North America, but reading the Daily Maverick, which to many of you know South Africa is a very widely read publication, one of the quotes that struck me was, whether you like his passion and his force or not, and I'm paraphrasing, nobody denies your ceaseless work ethic and commitment to conservation. And it's been touched by Sonia and by Chief Ask that that's a critical part of the environment we live in and who we are. Could you just share a little on a personal note about that passion and that drive, what you worked on, and then we'll get onto the specific case study of Marion Island.
Okay. Good morning to everyone, and good afternoon to those in other parts of the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I was a researcher at a university looking at issues of sustainability. And after democracy in South Africa in 1995, joined a really visionary minister, Kara Asmal, as his advisor to lead on various programs. And I have got a PowerPoint presentation I'll touch very briefly, because I'm only allowed 7 minutes, but on the various aspects that we were doing. But I think what they were doing was looking at the real factors for long-term development and sustainability, where you start understanding the externalities, the cumulative and synergistic impacts of development opportunities, and how those can be brought into what is done and what is not done to get real sustainability, equity, efficiency, and sustainability being the core of all of these interventions that we made. And I think it's absolutely critical in these days of climate change. The focus that I'll be talking to is specifically around invasive species and the extraordinary long-term risks that they pose to sustainability. Without dealing with it, there is no chance of optimal sustainability.
Your PowerPoint presentation will be available to everybody. I know there's a very detailed one, but I'm actually just inviting the sharing of a few of those slides because I really wanted to make that point. And I think that would be very helpful for the conversation. So just one particular point that I wanted to ask you to just give as an overview. Marion Island, I mean, as a South African, I barely knew about it, but it is a part of the country, it's a part of the continent. What is the challenge there that you're seeking to address, and just a little bit about that particular geography?
Well, again, I do have a few slides on this, but Marion Island is one of the few places in the Southern Ocean where it's possible for birds to breed, and there is a huge risk to these in terms of invasive mice that are on the island. And if we don't deal with that, we will see 19 of the 28 birds that nest on that island actually becoming locally extinct. And the implications of these things for sustainability, once again, for functioning of ecosystems in this incredibly rich part of the planet is something that we simply cannot afford. So it's an extension of what I will briefly talk to in the slide presentation of the risks and opportunities in dealing with invasive species.
Well, I've got your slides moving here, and as you were speaking through that, yes, you're welcome to do so. And if we could just adjust the camera, we'll make sure that those who are not with us in the room have slides. So feel free to take a few minutes and just deepen that context of the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll be very brief on this. I actually brought my phone so I can time myself in. The invasive species are species that have evolved in other parts of the world and being introduced into whatever part of the world, including Canada, but certainly here we talked about South Africa. And some of them are able to outcompete the species, the indigenous species. And the notion of them is that they spread and grow and take over reptiles, animals, microbes. COVID is an invasive organism. And what you have here, excuse me, the wattles, the blackbirds, the Phytophthora, these are all things that have dramatic impacts across the world. This is a lake in South Africa, and the point here was that invasive water hyacinth was able to spread and grow and double the area within 10 days that it's covered, with a 40% increase in evaporation, huge impacts, other impacts which I don't have time to go into, but the presentation will be available. This shows the level in 2007 of invasions in South Africa and what it will be like in 45 years. The implications of that are huge for biodiversity. South Africa is the third biggest, richest country in the world for biodiversity. We have more plants on Table Mountain than the whole of Britain or the whole of Germany or France or whatever country you might choose to look at. What you have here are pine trees that have completely covered a mountain, and they suck up far more water than the indigenous species that they replace. So in this slide, you see that you can lose 46% of the mean annual runoff water that's not going to get down to your dams and be available for economic impact if you do not deal with the invasives. They are a huge problem in terms of productive use of land. This is an area, a rural area, where all of that is covered by Parthenium, a species that is spreading rapidly in Mozambique and Kenya and Tanzania and many other countries, and a huge threat to the wildlife industry because no animals either stock or game eat it. A very big impact on fire as well, the single biggest threat in terms of wildfires. And I'm wearing my Working on Fire shirt deliberately. Some of you might know that we sent 865 firefighters to Canada, the biggest delegation from any country, to fight these unprecedented fires that you guys have had, 4 times greater than any other year. And it's an indication of where things are going, and part of the problem are invasive species that are killing some of your indigenous trees in your case, and making them far more fire prone. In our programs, we employed 75,000 people across the country, very significant in our country, with a very strong focus on people at risk, so youth, women, people with disabilities, people living with HIV and AIDS and other criteria. But we looked at the opportunities that they presented to do things. We've put over 800,000 kids behind a school desk for the first time in their years. We've made all these different products. But the big thing that we looked at was actually developing fireproof houses using invasive wood as aggregate. So 75% of the material is invasive chip, the cement, fly ash, and our binding agent. And these are completely fireproof. They are carbon negative. They have superior thermal and acoustic properties. And these are things that are very easy for it to be taken to Canada. If I built a house in Canada, I would undoubtedly use this material. But similarly, in many parts of Africa, in informal settlements all over the world, if you have this risk of fire. So this is a hut that we built on Gough Island. So that is a very quick overview of the huge importance of dealing with invasives and dealing with them as soon as you can. And that applies in my knowledge of I used to be the chair of the Global Invasive Species Program in Canada, in North America generally. It's not just South Africa. We had the representation from Lesotho and elsewhere. Water is Lesotho's biggest export. If the invasives are not addressed, they're not going to have as much water to export. But Marion Island, in the few minutes I've got left, this is a perspective of Marion Island from a vantage point out in space. So this huge expanse of the most productive waters on the planet. And this island is a tiny little speck, one of the few. It's an area of extreme beauty, incredible weather systems, rather challenging seas, and a very, very rich biodiversity. And the key thing that we have there that I want to highlight are the threats against birds. So mice were introduced onto the island about 200 years ago. And this is a rather gruesome video that just gives you an idea of what is happening with the mice. So these are mice scalping, as it's called, an albatross chick, a wandering albatross chick, the biggest flying bird in the world, and eating it alive. And it's impossible to imagine the kind of pain that these things are going through. They have no defense mechanism whatsoever. And as I've mentioned, the mice will kill all of the birds of 19 of the 28 species that breed on the island. And so, to finish, my point is that what I'm here to do is to raise support for this initiative to deal with the risk that mice pose on the island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to say I've just been on the phone, and the reason being is that I've been asked by one of the Canadian ambassadors to thank every single one of the 800 people from the African continent who came, arranged and facilitated through South Africa, but of course to join in the fight. So that's a message, I think, from many in Canada. And of course, another key point is that there's so many innovations on the continent that have applicability here, and this is vitally important in terms of mitigating against these issues. Sonia, so when you look at all of this, and you've got the Canadian experience as well, this is consequential, isn't it, from ignoring what people have known for thousands of years, treading over that indigenous knowledge, as has been argued. Any thoughts and reflections on that, and how do we actually go back to rediscovering what should be common sense? And then I'm going to get into a few things around how business addresses these issues.
Absolutely, and I think one of the first things I started doing when I started traveling doing this work 10 years ago, was I'd ask some of the elders wherever I was, what's the word, your traditional word for sustainable in your traditional culture? And I'd get blank stares everywhere around the world. There was no word by elders in the traditional language for sustainable. And I thought, that's so perplexing. I wonder why that is. And finally, an elder said to me, he said, well, we wouldn't do something if it wasn't going to be sustainable for the future. Why would we do it to begin with, right? And so it really opened my mind to a completely different way of thinking and looking at the world, where you're considering so many more aspects in every decision that is made, right? And so, last year we hosted an intercultural dialogue between the First Nations elders here in Canada and the Dogon people of Mali. And, they have been collecting seeds and looking at climate change mitigation for the last 40 years in Mali. There's in the Dogon cultures, right? There's fascinating things happening. When I was in South America, the indigenous cultures have booklets full of mitigation techniques that they have been using for thousands of years to preserve their lands and their resources and ways of working and properly stewarding the lands. And so this knowledge exists, it's out there, and it's being harnessed and collected by these cultures around the world. And I think with the 2,000 or more languages and traditional cultures across the continent of Africa, there's a tremendous repository of knowledge and a wealth of wisdom and information that I always say we're not going back to living in the forest in traditional ways necessarily, but how might we be able to use those knowledge systems and that information, those ways that have worked for thousands of years, into how we start to move forward in all the things that we do, because things are getting more complicated. And I always say to people, this Western model of economic development is very new. It's only a couple hundred years old. We have not mastered it by any shape or form, right? And yet there's thousands and thousands of years of wisdom that exists in these places that I'm sure, can help us have roots in a positive way forward to be able to avoid some of these things in the future as we move to a more complex society.
And to that point, Sonia, and if I just could lean on that, economists like Thomas Sowell and Friedrich Hayek, they point out the importance of information, but of course you've got to have that information in order to act and drive economic development. How are you seeing businesses respond, whether in the cases of Mali or here in Canada, to the opportunities, and doing so in a way that incorporates perhaps what may have been the missing elements in decision making? Because you point out that we're not going back to anything different, but we're seeing the role of entrepreneurialism in particular expressed through business, addressing things through the market. So any thoughts on that? Any exciting case studies or examples you'd like to cite? Feel free.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think that's the exciting part of this, is us coming together and working together. It's not one or the other, but how might we do it together? And I think the Taltan story that was shared this morning is such a great case study, and there's others now that exist. And so, being able to show that the reason why they were so successful today, and it's such an important model for communities, but also industry and government look to that model as well, because they were able to be successful economically, but also socially and environmentally. They have the highest standards anywhere in the world. And so when you look at that sort of holistic approach, it was because they did it on their own terms from the beginning. But they had to go and take a deep dive and, exactly to your point, figure out what their own terms were. What were those knowledge systems? They mapped out, and there's now communities we're working with across Canada and actually in South America as well, where we're helping to map out by GIS, using new technologies to map out data points in your territory or in the country of cultural, ancestral, heritage, and ecological significance. And it's so beautiful to see. The Tahltan now have probably one of the highest. They have about 8,000 points of data in their traditional territory, marking everything from fish spawning beds and migration routes, but also historical trap lines, and also medicines, and also ancestral hunting grounds and areas, so that you can not only see the knowledge from the past, but also see how it's been affected over time, and how it's shifted, and how climate change has impacted it, and how we might be able to move back to those ways. So there's really, really great ways that we're using technology now in order to be able to work with the elders and work with the traditional knowledge systems to collect that data and be able to apply it into now, how do we create then? I mean, data just gives us power. As it seems to be the theme today, knowledge is power, right? So as you have more data to work with, you can then make smarter and more informed decisions. So if you're building a road or building a mine, well, now you have just more data and more information to make a more informed decision on where the mine should be, or how it should be done, or how the remediation should be worked with, how to avoid, some of these consequences that we're seeing today that were so elaborately pointed out, right? So, knowledge really is the beginning, and collecting that and then being able to apply it. And so through our leadership school, we're doing a lot of that, is helping to build leaders that can start to work with these systems and apply it into economic development, environmental governance, stewardship, resource management, all those different areas, right? But it starts with the knowledge.
Incredible. And Todd Burns, who's sitting right here, has developed an environmental solution, again, using that proprietary knowledge. It seems Mali features in a very big way, but we'll hear remarks from Todd later today. But fantastic. Taking Sonia's points and looking at the role of business, what is your message, Guy, as you start engaging with people around the case for partnership in addressing some of these issues? You alluded to the fact, for example, that there's a clear impact on people when it comes to conservation, on land, on agricultural viability. We've got a number of wonderful companies, I think of B2Gold, Ivanhoe, and many others, supporting projects like these where they operate. In a nutshell, what's your elevator pitch and rallying cry for people to get behind this initiative?
Well, I think the knowledge that was mentioned is hugely important, because so many of these impacts I'm talking again specifically around the invasives are ones that are not really very well understood generally, and they take time to actually become a problem. So initially they don't look like a problem. It's a long fuse big bang, as we call it, and so people might not recognize that there are these problems. So you certainly have to get that support. But once the things have invaded, from forestry plantations, wattles, gums, pines that have spread and dried up the rivers, the communities certainly understand that and understand the need to deal with it. So a lot of this is around the education in the very, the many countries that we are trying to deal with, of how you prevent things coming in the first place. So far, there's biosecurity, which is a real weakness in so many countries, including North America, and certainly in Africa. But then also, what can you do to control it, control these, so that you can have optimal productive use of land and water, and the jobs that are created. I think for us, just picking up on what was said there too, this notion of access and benefit sharing is something that is spreading, I think, in many parts of the world now. A hugely important way of trying to ensure that that there isn't just the exploitation of resources. There is a so-called scramble for Africa now for the resources, often mineral, which obviously are high value, and then you can start having some of the benefits that we talked about. Less easy when it comes to tourism opportunities and farming and other aspects. But it's really important to have the laws in place that enable access to benefit sharing and genuine sharing, rather than a few people getting all the benefits, which is a problem again in many parts of the world.
Hardest part of being a moderator is, despite 3 days, it seems time always escapes us. This is a 45-minute session with 3 speakers. Mr. Moruku Shola, I will, since we've had half an hour together, I'll be allocating 15 proportionately for Moruku to join me. But just before Moruku comes on stage, and I thank each one of you for joining us, what does success look like if 5 years from now we gather at the 35th anniversary of Africa Accelerating? In terms of the vision that you've got going forward, what would be some of the successes that you think would really define not just what you're looking to achieve, but the ability to achieve it through partnerships and through the role of collaborators, whoever they may be? Sonia, I may give the floor to you first, if you'd like to tackle that, given your clarity of vision.
Yeah, I think thanks, Gareth, and I think it's great us speaking them together, because it really shows that we're all in this together. How we all as a collective move forward on this planet, it's a collective force now, right? And in my opinion, from what I've seen around the world and in all my experience, the local people are the experts of the local land and resources and countries, period, right? And it really starts there. And so for me, it's industry and government recognizing that we need to be following the directives set by local people, and being able to have directives that are really recognizing the longstanding history and culture and values of who each country wants to be and who they are as an identity and where they want to be going. And then standing up for that and allowing us to learn from that and to follow that. That to me would be success, because in that sense, then you have this vibrant cultures that are leading the way in developing countries the way they should be developed, and not, being dictated to how to do it, but rather standing up and self-determining that path. So I'm looking forward to hearing and learning from what those directives are and following those directives that are being set. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think from my side, I would look at the recent pandemic of COVID and how there was a need. It didn't work out completely, but a need for countries to really work together, communities to work together to overcome the threats that we had. And when you start looking at land, water, energy, minerals, it's how you can build structures that have that equity and efficiency in the utilization of them. That has to be the long-term goal if there is to be long-term stability in the world generally. We cannot have, as we see, areas being absolutely destroyed, climate change, of course, a big factor in that, and all the environmental refugees or just desperate poverty and deaths that occur as a result of that. So 5 years, that's a short horizon, but there has to be a movement towards understanding how we manage our resources for that greater equity.
Guy Preston, Sonia Moladeki, thank you so much for joining us today. Well, as I invite Moruku Shola to join us for the next 15 minutes of discussions, we do have a set of prepared video remarks from Esther Koba, who was going to join us in person, but unfortunately has not been able to make it as intended. Ghana's Outstanding Women's Award of the Year has gone to Esther for her enormous successes and contribution to the growth of telecoms, communications, and telling the story of the African continent. And that is indeed incredibly powerful, the importance of narrative. And so I'm just going to invite, as Maruf and I take the stage together and get settled in, an opportunity to do the remarks from Mr. Koba. Thank you very much.
Delight and honor to have the opportunity to give these brief remarks at the conference of the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business with the theme Africa Accelerating 2023. It is good to see African businesses and Canadian businesses collaborating, working together for the benefit of their own organizations and indeed the benefit of Africa and Canada. One of the things that I hope will take place at this conference is knowledge sharing, learning more about each other's reality and sharing information about how the businesses can collaborate effectively for impact. Over the past close to 30 years, a company that I set up, Strategic Communications Africa Limited, Stratcom Africa, has focused on facilitating entry of investors from outside Africa into Africa, and also facilitating the work of African companies that are desiring to go beyond the shores of their specific countries and indeed Africa. One of the things that Stratcom Africa focuses on is to promote understanding between investors and local communities. Communication is key where that is concerned. Even understanding among partners, business partners. We work with investors, we work with local businesses to advocate with policymakers, promote their services and products, and promote harmonious collaboration between themselves and communities in which they operate. This has been really critical for the success of many of the businesses that we have worked with. This week, I've had the good opportunity of working with 50 young people from all over Africa in the Young Africa Leadership Initiative, which is an initiative sponsored by the United States of America. These young people have been focusing on climate tech initiatives, and they have amazing initiatives that will benefit Africa and indeed the world at large. But one of the things that stands in the way of their ability to do well with these initiatives is the ability to communicate what they have developed, to communicate these innovations that will help mankind. So my task has been to take them through effective communication skills, how to pitch their innovations, how to build a brand, whether for the product or for themselves as individuals. And this has been going very well. But the most important thing for me is that they're focusing on climate action. It is my hope that in this conference, there is space for discussion on climate change and climate action, which is the responsibility of each and every one of us, with businesses, for instance, taking the lead. I'm pretty sure that this conference will tackle such important topics and also come up with ideas for fostering more collaboration between Canada and Africa for the benefit of the individual businesses, our respective countries, and indeed the communities and the individuals that we are running these businesses to impact. I wish you the very best in this conference. I wish you very fruitful deliberations, and God bless you.
Thank you very much to that message, and thank you, sir. I know you're watching, and we look forward to having you with us here in Toronto soon again. Sean Maruk, welcome. It's great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Darius. It's nice to be here. And hello, everyone. My name is Shola Baruch. I'm the director for Diaspora Nigerian Youth Initiative, an organization that sees young Nigerians, young Africans to become entrepreneurs. We kind of work with young Africans in order to invite them on young entrepreneurship spirit, because we believe in the future of Africa. And with the enormous youth growing population in Africa, we believe things will be different. With technology, African youth are actually doing, good in the world right now. And we are now exporting a lot of goods and services from Africa. So our own organization is to structuralize young Africans in order to be employer of labor, both in diaspora and in Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. What are some of the programs, conferences, things like that you'd like to underscore, which I know are part of this effort to achieve exactly that?
Well, for most of the programs that are beneficial for this program is any kind of program that's bold, that will be accountable to productivity to any young African. As we all know, that in Canada of today, the population of the Black young Africans entrepreneurs, Africans within the population of Jamaica, Haiti, Nigerian, I must say that Africans are actually doing well in terms of productivity and entrepreneurship business here in Canada. And we kind of set more programs that will see more young Africans to be employer of labor. And we have been working with different organizations that can actually help us to train more young Africa in order to help them to be creative. We want a young creative mind, either if they are in Africa or they're here. However, it's very beautiful that we are now having young politicians who are Africans. All right, young Africans are not going into politics and into policy making. We want to see an Africa of productivity in the future, whereby we will be on a global stage in terms of normal productivity, and we will be able to compete with the developing world. So this is what we are actually looking to work on in the future.
And how are you selecting some of your partners that you mentioned, and what do you look for in partners, such as those perhaps within the chamber who want to join this effort?
Thank you very much. Why I'm here today is to help my other young Africans who are actually doing well in their respective business in order to seek for more collaborative partnership with different investors around the world. We have young Africans in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Botswana, who are actually into mining business, who are into farming business. So I'm trying to see how I can actually create a very huge international market whereby these young entrepreneurs can be inclusive because a lot of them has a very limited resources to go around the world. And what we are trying to see is how we can actually bring the international partners, investors to them wherever they are in Africa. A friend of mine happens to be one of the biggest owner of a gold mining company that is located in Kwara State, Nigeria. And we also have one that also have a gold mining company in Ghana. These are 28 years old, 30 years old young Africans. So we are trying to see how we can bring investors around the world to see what these guys are doing and see how we can harness, their strength in terms of productivity.
Fantastic. And your team, is growing, as I understand it. For those who want to get involved very specifically, let's say, particularly those, recent graduates or still studying, would love to partner at some point, but right now I just want to improve capacity. What are the sort of opportunities that may exist to get involved, whether it be volunteering or upcoming conferences and programs that you'd like to share?
Thank you very much for that. So we kind of work with a lot of students, and we are trying to rechannel young African who have the entrepreneurial spirit in them to actually channel them and refocus their energy on the necessary things to do. We try to take some of them from the diaspora world to Africa to educate them about the local products that needs in international markets. And I'm also an example for you. In Ghana and in Nigeria, there are a lot of young Africans that are into farming and mining. More of them and most of them. And don't be surprised that Nigeria happens to be one of the largest exporter of goods and services out of Africa, right? So, and of course, according to the world population in the next 20 or 15 years, Nigeria will be the second largest populated country in the whole world, meaning that we have this strength and almost of youth participation. So we are trying to bring more youth around the globe, around Africa, to take them to each of these countries and show them how they can actually harness the enormous resources that Africa has and how they can actually rebrand it and put it in the international market. Out of these points, I can actually tell you that using Nigeria as a case study, everybody in Nigeria right now is a marketer to the country. Even our president has been roving around the world looking for investors. We really need investors in every part of the sector, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in every part of West Africa as well. And again, to buttress my point, we now have a lot of youth in policy making, youth in power. So in order to do any business in Nigeria is more faster than before, because now we have a lot of young people who are 25, 26, 27 years old holding a position of power, especially in West Africa. And Diaspora Nigeria Youth Initiative, which is the organization that I belong, we are ready to bring any investor that would not think that we are too young to do business with us to the continent of Africa. And I believe Africa will play better in future on the global stage.
What has your experience been at the moment in terms of mobilizing here in Canada? I know you were in Nigeria just recently. In fact, the first time we spoke, you were in the airport. How do you think one can mobilize this message here, given how enormously well it's been received already on the continent, amplifying these efforts? And what perhaps can we, as your chamber, do to ensure that we serve as a partner in that?
Well, thank you very much for that question. So far, we have been seeing a tremendous turnout of young African immigrants becoming an entrepreneur, and they are so interested in becoming an employer of labor rather than being an employee. And we are passing our message through these young entrepreneurs, passing our message through newspaper publication, and trying to make sure that we belong to every positive organization that is after African growth, in order to capture this young mind. And for those who are, because as you know, that Nigerian youth are actually doing so great in terms of technology, and the Ghanaian youth as well. So we are trying to see how we can structurize these young African entrepreneurs here, educate them, and also see how we can bring government partners together and how they can actually create some kind of a very friendly policy, and how the banks can also support these young entrepreneurs by providing them with soft loan that they can actually, tap into these international markets and be able to play on the soft ground.
Fantastic. And, as we move towards concluding, you have a major summit in the works that you're looking to arrange. Any information you're able to share with us or would like to convey at this point regarding that event, even sort of conceptually, as to what people can look forward to?
Yeah, thank you. So we will be hosting our first of its kind meeting invest tag the next generation economic summit. So this summit is to see young Africans entrepreneurs come together and brainstorm on how we can actually tap into the international market, what the international market actually needs from Africa, and what Africa can actually also take from the diaspora and the international markets back to Africa. We believe that most of the things that we can take here is knowledge, and most of the things that the international world needs from us is our resources. But however, we also have knowledge that we can export from Africa. We're looking for companies that are established here that can actually employ people remotely from Africa. Such things happening in India, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh. If you make any customer care service, and I'm sure you're aware of that, the next person you know that's going to answer you will be in India and New Zealand. So we want the same things to happen in Africa. And during our summit, we are inviting investors to come and speak to these young entrepreneurs. It is a very, a very fertile market for investors to catch on young entrepreneurs who have enormous resources and enormous understanding of technology, and how you can find employer there, you can find people who have business, but for some way or the other, they do not know how to go about the business. So we are inviting every investors that is serious-minded, that wants to do something nice in Africa. Please come through the youth. We are ready to take you to our government. We are ready to take you to whoever matters. And we believe that working with you will also see young Africans get employed in Africa. So this is what the conference is all about. Thank you.
Guru Kushola, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
And we will be distributing information to everyone on our database, all 12,500 members of the Chamber's mailing list, because I think that's a wonderful initiative. And of course, our Vice President, Susan Amolendwa, opened with comments during the panel on Monday on the importance of diaspora. It came through very strongly yesterday on issues of financing. And of course, your address will just really tangibly brought that together. So we do look forward to that program and, as I say, sharing information around it. For everybody who's joining us, still with us, and I see they're a great number, the camera momentarily will focus back to the podium, and that is because we're welcoming the University of Cape Town, Samantha Madingora, in just a few minutes, who heads alumni relations. But before I formally welcome Samantha, I'd like to give the floor over to another video. This is someone you all met if you were here yesterday or on Monday, or Tuesday. Jacques Mutumbe has had to head to Ottawa, but he still wanted to provide his remarks. So he's sharing them by video to set the context for this session on education and really the key opportunities around skills development and sharing, which have been very thematic. So thank you very much, Mr. Jacques Mutumbe. There we go.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacques Dutumve. I'm the Vice President of the Canada Chamber of Business and CEO of 121 Canada Inc. I'm very happy.
I know Jacques. He said I could speak on his behalf if there was a tech issue or this didn't get to us in time as he rushed for his plane. I'm going to do that because Jacques is a good friend and we've had this discussion so many times. Unless we're able to hear from him directly, we're going to test everyone.
Need to mute.
All right, Jacques, if you're watching, you can rate me out of 10 for.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacques Dutumve. I'm the Vice President of the Canada Africa Chamber of Business and CEO of 121 Canada Inc. I'm very happy to be here today and honored to introduce this topic, that is the role of the Chamber's institutional investors and research members across Africa. When I think about innovation today, I think about the integration of indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is a locally embedded knowledge that is context-specific, accumulated over time, and unique to a given culture, society, or local community. Indigenous knowledge is often transmitted verbally or through demonstration and imitation, and it's learned by repetition. So it has characteristics of the doing, using, interacting, DUI mode of development. There are two modes of development or innovation: science, technology, and innovation, so STI. And then you have doing, using, and interacting, DUI. STI innovation is based on scientific knowledge. STI knowledge is explicit, meaning that it can be written down and understood by others who read it. DUI innovation is based on experimental knowledge. It is highly dependent on social interaction, networking, and is often very localized. When I contracted malaria many years ago in my village, a grandmother came back from the forest with a tree bark that had characteristic of the cinchona tree. Concoction that she made contained quinine. And people who are familiar with malaria know that quinine is an anti-malaria agent. So my grandmother was not a scientist. She doesn't know the molecular composition of quinine, so that's STI, if she knew. But she had accumulated knowledge acquired through community interactions, social skills, practical knowledge, traditions, and experiences, so DUI. So there is a need to pay attention to the potential of socially inclusive innovations. Inclusive innovation enhances the social and economic well-being of local society members, especially in rural areas. Recently in sub-Saharan Africa, indigenous knowledge has been incorporated into official development and innovation policies, countries such as Botswana, Ghana, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, to name a few. So indigenous innovations may be based on the latest external knowledge adjusted to local circumstances through indigenous knowledge. Or indigenous knowledge can be an essential part of an external knowledge-based innovation. So clearly, there is a need to access external non-local knowledge and financial resources to enhance learning and knowledge development. I will conclude by saying that when we combine then DUI and STI, then I think we have the best structure for innovation. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the event.
Samantha Mandibora, if I may ask you to kindly rise and make your way to the stage. Samantha, as a personal note, was keenly involved in the chamber, assisting on leading operational matters. And last year, she was core to this conference and to the Toronto program, which we ran concurrent to the session in Johannesburg. Samantha Mandingora, it is absolutely wonderful to see you on the topic of a few reflections on knowledge generation and the role of our Chamber's institutional and research members across Africa. You are the Regional Director for the University of Cape Town for UCT Canada at the Alumni and Development International Office, where, by the way, as an alumni, you do an amazing job. So thank you very much. It speaks, I think, to so many of the other points brought up here, which are tied, for example, into diaspora. Samantha is relatively new to the post, having taken on the task of coordinating young alumni chapters following the successful visit of Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town to Ottawa and Toronto last year. The response of younger alumni has been overwhelming and consistent with a lot of the interest that we've seen for deeper connectivity. Sam has been in Toronto for the past 3 years and has built up a strong professional network right here within this chamber. It's wonderful to welcome you back, this time within your academic affiliation with the University of Cape Town, for your commitment to building relationships with individuals and organizations. Sam will also be in Toronto for those who are there to brainstorm soon, and is coordinating with the Toronto team to keep putting together fantastic networking events. Samantha Mandingora, welcome, great to see you again.
Thank you, Gareth, my fellow alum from University of Cape Town. Good day, everybody. For those who are not familiar with me, I am Samantha Mandingora, the Regional Director for the University of Cape Town, their Alumni and Development Office here in Canada. I am also with the Canada Africa Chamber of Business, and I sit in an advisory capacity. I believe that I do not have too much to add because most of my colleagues here have expressed pretty much the role of educational institutions, of knowledge generation, and of collaboration. So I just have a few more remarks that I'd like to add. I would like to start actually by saying that I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be representing Canada as well as Africa. I'm also grateful to be representing the organization that I work for, University of Cape Town, where I'm also an alumni. I would like to say that education institutions, they're crucial to growth strategy. So without educational institution, there's no growth. Without us, there's no resource, there's no knowledge generation, there's pretty much nothing to set the path towards growth. So with that being said, this is a call to everybody here, as well as everyone who is online, to participate in your different ways to support this growth strategy. I'd like to start by calling upon the alumni of the University of Cape Town, in whatever capacity you are, to support the growth between Canada and the various African member states. And this can come through supporting those who are currently studying, who want to graduate, supporting through mentorship, supporting through networking opportunities and opening doors for the new workforce. The second thing I would like to call upon is to collaborate or to ask businesses and government to engage higher education and educational institutions through partnership development to make this collaboration possible. With this funding, as well as with these resources, it is possible to actualize the growth that we're speaking about. I would like to take a bit of time to brag about the University of Cape Town and some of the amazing work that we're doing. And I would like to highlight a few schools, in particular, the Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance, They're trailblazing in thought leadership as well as research. They do have an Africa Continental Free Trade Academy that is training future policy leaders. I would like to also brag about the law faculty, who are doing amazing work in intellectual property and artificial intelligence in Africa. I also would like to honor the health sciences faculty for the research and innovation they're doing in TB, in mental wellness, and so forth. Lastly, I would also like to mention the Africa Climate and Development Initiative. They are doing amazing things in terms of supporting knowledge generation for climate resilience within Africa. So with all of this being said, this is a call to all of us in the room, to all of everyone who is online, to my fellow alumni, to participate in this growth strategy in whatever shape or form, support through policy research, through innovative research, through funding these causes to allow for growth between Canada and Africa. Those are my remarks, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samantha Maningora. Absolutely appreciated. And in terms of bringing together all of the various knowledge partners that we've heard of, we're going to conclude before we break for tea and for some refreshments and networking with remarks from someone who needs no introduction. He addressed us, of course, on day one, Mr. Sebastian Spiogabra, a key supporter of the Chamber. You know, there's certain individuals who, as the Chamber looked to expand its focus, have been absolutely vital to that effort. The University of Cape Town, from an academic perspective, being the first university to join the Chamber, right through to groups like the Africa Trade Desk, and of course, Sebastian, through your company, the MENA Advisors, selflessly serving not only to support the Chamber and our efforts, but also to lead us through your role as former chair of the board and today as our special envoy to the African Union on the African Continental Free Trade Area. So to round us off, to set the tone for the remainder of discussions today, and in a sense to reflect on what we've heard thus far, Mr. Sebastian Spiogabra, a great friend and a great leader. Thank you for everything you do.
Again, good morning to all of you. And I was thinking all of last night what I should actually say this morning. Should I have been involved in the Chamber for now almost 10 years? I joined the Chamber years ago as a volunteer. So you see all the brothers and sisters out there who put the badges and who arrange the chairs and who ensure that these events are successful. I then had the privilege of becoming a corporate sponsor of the Chamber. So I've also sponsored the Chamber as a sponsor before. I've been on several panels. I later became a director of the Chamber. So I became intimately involved in the inner workings of the Chamber and all of that. And a few years ago, after I esteemed first CEO Bruce Shapiro, having served almost 2 decades, decided to retire. Gareth and I and a number of people in this room took the helm of the Chamber. And over the last 2 years, I've been doing work with the Chamber, mostly in Africa, at the Africa Continental Free Trade Secretariat in Accra. And that has also allowed me to see the issues of integration and trade from the other perspective. So this morning, as I was thinking of my remarks, I initially thought I should speak broadly about trade and the after process and all of that. But on deeper reflection, I thought that we should actually talk about the chamber, because one thing that was very interesting to me is that if you go in your Google and you put 1994, the chamber was established in 1994. If you put 1994 in Wikipedia, you will be shocked to know that 1994 was the first time China connected to the internet. So this chamber has been around in the entire lifetime that China first connected to the internet. It's very interesting. Another interesting thing of 1994 is that 1994 also which was the year Justin Bieber was born, which is interesting. It was also the year where the first multiracial elections were held in South Africa, and that's what actually spurred the founding of the chamber. But in 1994 also was when Yasser Arafat and Ishaq Rabin won the Nobel Prize for Peace in the Middle East. That's very interesting. In 1994 was also the year where President Clinton and President Yeltsin signed the treaty that removed nuclear weapons from Ukraine and guaranteed the sovereignty of Ukraine. 1994. 1994 was also the year when the Bishkek Treaty was signed to freeze the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Okay? I'm only bringing all of this up because it makes you think, oh my God, I mean, it's like history moved and history didn't quite move, because all these topics are germane topics in the news today. And it also makes us see how long the chamber has been around. So my, where is Gareth? He's left. My view this morning is to turn this question of Africa accelerating back to us, the chamber, and the members of the chamber. I looked up a definition for acceleration, which I thought was quite interesting. It said, acceleration is the rate of change of velocity. Usually, acceleration means the speed is changing, but not always. When an object moves in a circular path at a constant speed, it is still accelerating. I thought that was very fascinating, because in a certain sense, if you look at the larger topic of trade integration in Africa, Canada-Africa trade, and the economic development of Africa, we could all agree that we are accelerating. But are we accelerating at a pace that would overcome the natural forces that would ultimately decelerate us? In a certain sense, my thoughts this morning are that I think the chamber itself should accelerate even further. I think that 30 years is a wonderful period for us as members, sponsors, as volunteers, to pause and to reflect and to say, you know what, I mean, is there more that can be done? Because the chamber for many years, for instance, was mostly, here in Toronto. In the last few years, we've been able to expand our activities to Ottawa, and my esteemed successor, Ambassador Paula Caldwell-St. John, and some of the other colleagues have done a very wonderful job of deepening our presence in Ottawa. But Canada is a very big country. We still have very little to no presence in Vancouver. We still have very little to no presence in the maritime area. We still don't have any presence in the prairies. And in all these places, there are going to be scores and scores and thousands of African students and thousands and hundreds of small and medium-sized businesses who could become part of this story of engagement. So, Mr. Gareth, I think that the time has come really, as we get into our 30th anniversary, to begin to accelerate the chamber itself. Not, Africa trade would accelerate, and we are always pushing it. But the chamber itself has to get to a stage where all of us as members have to be able to say, are we committing enough resources to the chamber to accelerate it? Nobody is going to come and build this ecosystem for us. When you look, for instance, at, say, the Indian community, broadly speaking, South Asian community in Canada, and you see the massive advancements that have been made in terms of trade and investment with the Indian subcontinent, in terms of political clout in Ottawa, etc., etc. It seems to me that we as Africans and lovers of Africa could learn from them. So I, this morning, call all of us, including myself, as a member of the chamber, to say that, what are we going to do for the next 30 years? What is our strategic vision for the next 30 years, for the next 10 years? Because we can continue to come every year, once, twice a year, a few times a year, meet and continue to do what we've been doing very well, which requires a lot of energy. But I do think that if we look at the vision of the economic and trade integration of Africa, which is a huge, gigantic, project of which the chamber plays a small role, we all have to almost rededicate ourselves to the vision of the chamber. I mean, my grandmother used to say, where there's a will, there's a way. And, when we look at even our own financial contributions to the chamber, when we look at our involvement in the chamber, when we look at the number of members we pull each year into the chamber, I think all of us as members have some reflection to do, because what I fear, having served in the different roles, first as a volunteer, as a member, as a director, as a chair of the board, and now, in Africa as a special representative, is that I think that the chamber is not accelerating at a speed which is fast enough to overcome the natural forces of inertia. And I think we shouldn't be ashamed to set a vision where we can say, in the next couple of years, the chamber should have an endowment of, say, $1 million Canadian dollars. Why not? It can be done if we put our minds to it. So we shouldn't be scared to get to a stage where we are able, even as a chamber, to have some internal fund that may be assessed, co-invest in businesses of Canadian, Africans who are trying to invest in Canada. There are a lot of revolutionary things that I think we should begin to think about, because as I've explained, as Gareth, you didn't hear this, but I was saying that in 1994, would you be shocked to know that 1994 was the first year that China connected to the internet? So we've been around for that long. 1994 was when Yasser Arafat and Ishaq Rabin won the Nobel Prize for Peace in the Middle East. And look at where we are now. So my point is that much like we've seen, sadly, with the situation in the Middle East, if you don't keep accelerating at a fast pace ahead of the natural forces of inertia that can pull you back. You may go round in circles because according to the definition of the physics definition of acceleration, we can be going round in circles very fast if we are still accelerating. So to this morning, my very sober message to all of us, myself included, is that all of us, as John Kennedy once said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. All of us as members of the chamber, are we doing enough? Can we not do more? Can we not get to the stage where the chamber has a permanent secretariat of 3 or 4 people doing serious work to push this chamber? Can we not get to a stage where the chamber has an endowment of 1 million Canadian dollars, which allows the chamber to run in a very stable and calm manner? Can we not get to a stage where we are able to have reach out to our brothers and sisters in Vancouver and those in the Maritimes? These are very difficult things to do. But my view is that if we don't do it in 3 to 4 or 5 or 10 years, we would be falling behind. But we may not realize it till eventually circumstances overtake us. So thank you so much. That is my message. And I think that till we do that, the larger project of us supporting the economic and trade integration processes in Africa would continue to be stymied to a degree, because at the end of the day, this vehicle, this organization, to me, is one of the only organizations, frankly, in Canada, which has a credibility with the government, as we see with the ministers, with the prime minister. It has credibility with the private sector. We see the large companies that come here. It has credibility with academia. We have our agreement with McGill. We have our association with the University of Toronto, with the University of Cape Town. It has credibility with the ambassadors and the high commissioners. We see all of them here. So you cannot find any single organization anywhere in Canada which has that level of credibility to harness and talk about Africa. And therefore, it behooves those of us who are in the leadership of this organization and who are members of this organization to dream anew and to dream big and to say, just like Stephen Pincus and Bruce and others 30 years ago sat in a coffee shop somewhere and said, you know what, how do we create some platform to harness African voices in Canada and to promote trade and integration with Africa? And 30 years later, this is where we are. We also have a responsibility to begin to ask ourselves, when Garrett's children and my children are 30 years old, when they come back to the chamber, what will they find? Will they find the chamber that Bruce and Stephen and others left? Or they would find one that has become a major focal point for pushing trade and integration into Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, and for always taking us as a collective into your confidence and into reflecting what truly matters for the long term. The great news is that for those members who've been with us today, discussions across the last 3 days on the sidelines, which really began on Monday with many of you when you arrived, have led to a number of major announcements. I'm not allowed to make a major announcement that's happening yet, but of course it is in the context of the very important point of our ongoing geographic expansion. We have events and have had events in Vancouver on the West Coast, many events regularly in Ottawa and on the African continent, Kenya being next, but there's a lot more of that to come. That only happens because there are people here who said, I'm with you every single step of the way, and including those in the room like Todd, who just 2 weeks ago joined the chamber, and I see coverage of what you're doing all over the continent today and earlier in the week. And I look forward to being there. I've never met Todd on Canadian soil. This is a first. He's always on the African continent. So it's a bit weird, but it is to be expected. Thanks for flying in from Winnipeg just to be here for this. But that is the soul of the community of who we are and what we're trying to do. And we're doing it. We're doing it. If we can command that the Prime Minister of this country sees it fit to come and address us, even if his Parliament's in session, so he can't be here in person, it's a testament to every single one of you, but especially those of you. I'm looking at Louis Watum of Ivanhoe Mines, for example. Those of you who've talked the talk and you've walked the walk and you fly the flights and you're here no matter what. So to each one of you, thank you very much. We're going to have a wonderful tea break. Let's network, let's socialize. Back at 11:30. Welcome back, esteemed delegates, Mr. Adedayo Thomas, Mr. Sebastian Spiogabra. I invite each of you as we prepare for the next session to take your seats on stage. We're delighted to be welcoming you both to this panel as we discuss free trade, specifically the African continental free trade area during the next 30 minutes approximately. It's a great pleasure to welcome both of you. Thank you for your journeys leading on the continent, but specifically West Africa, coming in from both Accra and Lagos, respectively, to be with us today. It's an absolute pleasure to also welcome guests who have joined us recently, notably the Fraser Institute, Fred McMahon and Matt Mitchell. Thank you for joining us as well, flying into Toronto, again, just for this particular session to engage in some of the incredible data points, the facts, the figures, but also the very clear prospects and how the African continental free trade agreement and other policy measures enable the sort of prosperity that has characterized the discussions throughout the past 3 days and indeed throughout the lifetime of the chamber. Mr. Sebastian Spiogabra has been introduced many times and of course leads the chamber's special office in Accra, which he has set up and, may I say, financed for the chamber to focus on providing all the support that we can in terms of facilitating Canadian expertise when Canada is invited to contribute to the African continental free trade area. Canada played a very pivotal role for context in the creation of the agreement by funding the initial work that led to the draft of what was ultimately ratified. And so that's enormous. And the goodwill that I've experienced on the continent has been truly phenomenal when attending African Union summits and just understanding the immense contribution that Canadians have played, both individuals and organizations, in that agreement. And of course, now implementation is key. The Fraser Institute, who we'll be hearing from shortly, have been running, led by Fred McMahon, numerous programs across the continent, and we'll get into some detail there perhaps during the conversation. Mr. Adedayo Thomas, fearless, passionate advocate for the role of entrepreneurs as the dynamic driving force behind markets. We've known each other for 10 years. Today is over 10 years. And we first met in Cape Town. And what struck me with Adedayo is I was a newly elected or relatively newly elected politician at the time. And he brought a lot of experience in his own work across Nigeria, working with a variety of think tanks. He's sought after and he's extensively written on a number of issues. He currently has accepted the call of the Nigerian president to serve as film commissioner for what is now the second biggest film industry in the world and rapidly growing. So Mr. Adedayo Thomas, thank you very much for joining us. To set the context, I'd like to reflect on some of the wonderful remarks provided by the Secretary General to the African Continental Free Trade Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Every year, he's graciously taken the time to address the chamber and provide messages, including in person last year in Johannesburg. And he has constantly called on all those with a passion for the continent in Canada to continue to work, including through the chamber, in advancing the implementation of what is the world's single biggest free trade area by number of countries participating. It is the culmination of a vision and a dream set in motion, as I know Sebastian often speaks about, across generations. And now as the world retreats from free trade and open markets in many respects, we see the opposite on the African continent, which is a source of great excitement, enthusiasm, and energizing, especially with the youthful population. So I'd like to call for some introductory remarks. And to set the tone, I'd like to ask Adedayo Thomas to take the microphone now. I see you've got it there, and just share what you see as vitally important for all of us to be thinking about when it comes to advancing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Thank you so much. Thanks for those seated to at least create their time within this period to be here. I think we're moving forward if we're looking at Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, although at a very slow pace, we must agree with that. Ideally, what we had before was like, let's take it from OAU, which is like a dead living room, then to AU. And for African leaders, no matter how bad it is, that they've been able to come together and bring the issue of African Free Continental Trade Agreement is a plus. Now it is left for us. What does that mean? I'm even wondering when I saw Sebastian and PPA with Sebastian to talk about it here. At a particular point in time, I'm going to move into the creative industry because I don't know what else to say if he's seated here. But meanwhile, the issue here is this. We have border restrictions all over within Africa. And it's a very serious impediment to business growth. Whether we like it or not, I share it. Whether you black, you white, I share with you that Africa was not founded on socialism or welfareism. Africa was founded on free market economy, property rights, principle of individualism. But the concept of charity comes in only when you can give. If you don't have, you can't give. Now, the issue of welfareism is not what we have in Africa. Border was not what we have at the foundation of Africa. We don't have border. So we are coming back with African Free Continental Trade Agreement. We are coming back to the original African foundation, which of course the difference is when you say somebody, we need a lot of enlightenment about that. When you are talking to somebody, you say, I'm a capitalist, it looks as if you are a hero. But now the world has changed. They say I'm an entrepreneur. Can anybody tell me the characteristics of entrepreneurs and capitalists? Nothing. They share the same, but entrepreneurship looks like a sweet word. But it's a misconception of saying capitalism is bad in Africa, because that's our foundation. Nobody enters our great-great-grandfather's farm to plow yam, and they are not forced to donate yam or whatsoever. So the African Free Continental Trade Agreements has really solved a lot of problems. Also, it's a big document. Again, the implementation. And the fear that borders should not, the fear that borders should what? Be scraped away. We should take it away from us. The better we move, the better our life becomes. And that's one of the key points in African Free Continental Trade Agreement. If I move into the creative industry, I was trying to say something yesterday. Although I'm a free market economic advocate, but I'm in a regulatory agency for the film industry, the creative industry in Nigeria, by appointment by the government, but my blood still remains what? A liberal person to business. When we move into the creative industry, I said yesterday that the most employer of labor, I'm not disputing mine, I'm not disputing it. The most employer of labor anywhere in the world is the creative industry. And in the creative industry, the film is like one. It's a place to invent. Then how do you now want to create a barrier or not making use of the opportunity the African Free Continental Trade Agreement has? Take a film, for example. If you look at the film, look at the list of casts. They are all in a particular place. Look at the list of those at the back. They are all in a particular place. Look at the multiplier effect of those feeding. Just one feed. And now, going back to Africa, the film industry has so much widening that we can't afford to have a restrictions between ourselves. People talk about co-production. Even the co-production in Canada with about 3 or 4 African countries was done when I believe the Canadians did not even know what step they want to do, because under the circumstances, African Free Continental trade agreement as cater for anything called co-production in the creative industry. If you are signing the co-production MOU today, Nigeria versus, let's say, Nigeria and Canada, that's one country. How many countries do we have in the world? Is that the only segment of the government operation? So you mean I'm signing co-production, Nigeria government is signing co-production with South Africa, with Ghana, with Zimbabwe. For how long is that? So if you really look at even some leaders in Africa, some political leaders, we need, the business environment needs to let them know there's something like that they have signed African Free Continental Trade Agreements as cater for that. Because they're not going to do that. They have other sectors in the economy that they're dealing with. So if you want to live on a successful business across the continent, outside the continent, a country and another, Europe and America, Canada and Nigeria, and several other ones, all we need to do in the business environment is to pick up the education and let them know that, look, there's something your country has signed, which is this.
Thanks, Adedayo, for sure. If I may, just to recap and just to make sure that what you've pointed out is you can have a number of special measures and treaties, but if the fundamentals aren't there, if the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is not unleashed, then these other measures pale in comparison. They're important, but they're complementary. You also point out that this is a restoration. Free trade is not something novel. This is simply restoring something that had existed for centuries. And on that point, Dr. Spiogabra, if I can invite you as a scholar on this matter of African history, just to share some of your insights.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. I completely agree with my brother that in the entire history of Africa, I don't think we've ever found fossil remains of starving communities in Africa. In the entire archaeological books, we have found any community that was starving. And the is correct that fundamentally the broader African culture here is speaking in large terms. But frankly, if you go to Mauritania, to a small town where they are growing millet or they are growing sorghum, or you go away to Uganda or you go to Nigeria, in that small village, there's property rights. Everybody knows, the chief knows that this part of the land belongs to this family, and another person cannot go and take that land without a particular process. You couldn't go and plant your crops and somebody would just wake up and expropriate it. Even the chief could not go and expropriate your crops. And there was a certain measure of order. And in a certain sense, I completely agree with you that a reversal back to promoting trade and economics properly understood is really going back to what our ancestors did. We shouldn't forget, I said this to somebody, when Adam Smith and David Ricardo and Bonnices and Hyatt and all of them were discussing, free trade. I mean, our ancestors for 10,000 years have sorted this out long ago. We just didn't have, like Jack said earlier, the books were not kept for us to read it. So, frankly, the average African society, if you go to a big market in Nigeria, you go to Onitsha market, or you go to Kampala, or you go to just big African country. I mean, the women are there, nobody's teaching them algebra, but they know how to sell, how to save, how to invest, how to take their children to school. This is in the lifeblood of every African. So in a certain sense, we are all just coming back. It's a bit like in Canada, the values of the First Nations people in terms of sustainability, in terms of water resources, in terms of not taking more from the land than we need. I mean, we've gone full circle and we've come back to where we started. So I completely agree with that. One thing though that I would add is that the treaty itself is a very huge treaty, and it's a very difficult job, frankly. And my experience at the Secretariat is that the volume of work that it will take to integrate the economy of Morocco with that of Madagascar, the economy of Senegal with that of Somalia, this is gigantic work. And it requires enormous resources, technical capacities, financial resources, political will over the next 30 years. And I agree with you that one of the easiest things we have to do is that within SADC or within ECOWAS, these barriers don't make any sense. I remember at the end of this note, one time I was in Lagos and I had to take a flight to Accra, and I missed my flight. And I said, why should I sit in the airport for 12 hours looking for another flight? So I got a car, and I said, let me drive. The distance between Lagos and Accra is the same distance between Washington, D.C. and New York. It's exactly the same distance between Washington, D.C. and New York. And anybody who has lived in New York or lived in Washington, D.C. or traveled between these two places know how easy it is to just jump on an Amtrak and go, or how easy it is to just take a car, pass through the New Jersey Turnpike, and get through Philadelphia, Delaware, and get to Washington, D.C. And yet, I had to go from the border of Nigeria, get out of my car, carry my bag on my head, get to Benin, get out of my car, get to Togo, get out of my car, pay a bribe here, pay another bribe there, to just allow me to go. And it makes no sense. And so you ask yourself, okay, I wasn't carrying any goods, I was just carrying my little, bag. But if I was carrying goods and I was actually going to sell it, how on earth will I make a profit? When if I was traveling between New York and even Texas, and I was selling shoes or sandals, or I was carrying minute-made, juice, I could easily get to Texas, offload my product, and come back and make a profit. So, in a certain sense, I think that the treaty, for it to become real to normal people, has to go beyond the paperwork to practical things like borders, like passports. I mean, for instance, why do Nigerians need a visa to go to South Africa? Can anybody in this room explain to me why? Does that make any sense? Do you need a visa from Vermont to go to California? You don't. So again, we are wasting time. And the message I've brought back to the chamber is that if we don't accelerate a lot of the things we are doing, the world is moving very fast. AI is coming. China is moving forward. The GCC countries, David was just saying this earlier, in the Gulf, and integrating. And at some point, this becomes a white elephant. The ACTA treaty could become a white elephant. Thank you.
Just on some of what you pointed out in the history, Sebastian, you addressed a US audience recently, and you made the point that the case for free enterprise and free markets has been made across the continent for centuries, but it's been made differently than the way it's made in contemporary economics. And to quote you directly, you point out that there's a moral and cultural foundation where it's not more stuff that is a central driver of free trade, but that's a byproduct. You speak of it as less a materialistic presupposition. Could you speak a bit more about that particular point? Sorry, I know it's a very loaded question.
No, I was just saying, you see,
we don't want to get too technical here, but the way free trade has been presented, in the last 200-300 years, it is centered on individual rights. And that, again, comes from Ricardo, it comes from Smith, and it's fine. I understand it. But my point is that in the African context, people don't work, a woman doesn't wake up in the middle of the night with her husband, go to the farm, travel 2-3 borders between Lagos and Accra because they just want to buy a Maserati or they want to have more stuff. The cultural context of free trade, I submit, generally speaking, in the African context, is that they want to be able to be able to have the resources to take care of their family. So the family in the African context is the foundation of why people want to have free trade. It's not individual rights. So when we locate it as Western supporters academics on purely individual rights, we lose the African in that conversation in a way, because the foundation of, generally speaking, most of the cultures is the family. So it is, free trade is connected to the family. Let me give an example. If let me give you a weird example. Who here knows any brother or sister of Bill Gates? Do you know their names? Can anybody tell me the name of Bill Gates' sister? Okay. What about Mark Zuckerberg? Do you know their brothers? Do you know Mark Zuckerberg's cousin? No, but I can assure you that in every African country, every wealthy person in that country, everybody in that country knows their brother, their sister, their mother, their cousin, their mother's cousin's brother, sister's friend. Why? Because in the Western philosophical sense, Bill Gates being rich or being wealthy is great. But his brother or his sister or his cousin feels almost no reason to, oh, my brother is Bill Gates, so what? And so what? You go find your own money. And Bill Gates can decide that he's going to give half of his wealth to charity. I can assure you, no proper thinking African will give half of his wealth to charity. He will not. Because he knows that that money, that wealth is or she has received is to support his larger family, his larger community. So again, these are taxonomic and methodological differences, but it's extremely important because free trade is losing momentum in a certain sense, in rhetorical, political sense. And it's because we've over-westernized the concept. So if you are talking to a Chinese person, or you are talking to an Indian, or we are speaking to an African, the same good idea has to be presented within the cultural context. So if you say to an African, as an African man, if I was a very wealthy guy and my mother was sick and I wasn't taking care of her, or my cousin had financial problems and I didn't support them, or I didn't get married and have children, they don't care that I have $1 billion. Nobody will respect me in my community because they understand implicitly that that money is not for me to just buy nice things for myself. It is for me to use it back in the community to assist my family. And to me, I think this is where we, as supporters of free trade and people who support freedom, have to present the ideas so that the presidents understand that this continental free trade and opening the borders to allow trade is also going to help reduce social immobility, is going to help reduce all the social problems. Because if the families have enough resources, then quote unquote, the welfare state really doesn't influence us. Why do we need to give little kids shoes or give children school feeding program? For instance, if each responsible family can feed their child. So in a certain sense, I think that we have a responsibility
to take these wonderful ideas, which originated in Africa anyway, but which we lost, which our wonderful brothers, Ricardo and Adam Smith and Monisis and Hayek and others have represented to us, and we have to represent it again back to Africa. Thank you.
Sebastian, thank you very much. The call that you make to do exactly that is something that Haji Adedayo Thomas has been doing, representing the ideas, in a sense, to quote Hayek, an economist that I also share fond admiration for. And Adedayo, I want to bring together the two worlds that you have straddled, both promoting these ideas, setting up think tanks, reaching thousands and thousands of young Africans across the continent, and then your role in film, which is profoundly about narrative and the message. Some of the things that Sebastian has touched on. What has been for you the key? What are some of the key resources that you share for those who are watching, and over 2,000 who've registered with us today? Key resources, be it documentaries given your film career, or other materials given your previous work, that are vitally important that you think have accurately captured the sorts of values that have been discussed.
Thank you so much. And Celestine, thanks a lot for shedding more light on that, which, of course, I agree with you, is a misconception. And it's probably because in Africa, we don't have a common language, and we don't have a particular word for a particular thing that can cover, or there's nothing in existence that originally did not come from Africa as far as we're concerned. I go into resources to share this, and that's one of the things I said, that the business circle will have a lot to do. We need to bring those aspects of the African Free Continental Trade Agreement to the table, translate it to the language, the simplest language everybody can understand. I think you still have a lot to do with that in the office, Sebastian. Now, looking at materials, and looking again into materials that are useful. I teach economics, couple of African countries university as a guest speaker, without mentioning the word Adam Smith. I teach Adam Smith as is written without mentioning that word Adam Smith. Because I take them back to history and explain it to them. And that instigates action to believe that, oh, so free market economy has been with us for quite a long time. The issue of property right, even the principle of individualism. It's, your comparison was good, but the point is the concept, the way we present it differs. Because in actual principle, if you are not standing, you can't lift anybody up. Bill Gates too, so was able to lift people. And we never go back into the history of this family support. In Europe and America and Canada, they equally have a family support. From the beginning, you don't develop a business and you are alone by yourself. The finances come from, one contribution comes from the other. They're talking about materials. See, when we see materials, it's making it simple. I'll give an example. Acton Institute Poverty Cure. I was thinking Gareth is going to bring that to us. You see how it's being well explained, how your good intention can lead to unintended consequences when it comes to charity, not business. Instead of charity, we should be looking at business, creating an enabling environment and bringing up the young ones in different aspects of businesses to assist, not to be dependent on, like what he said, giving shoes to children in the schools and whatsoever. Poverty Cure explains and even shows how the Europeans benefited in what they think it's. They felt it. Acton Institute is a Catholic a non-profit institute that deals with free market, looking into religion. I use almost all the documentaries to teach economics and instigate actions in a lot of people. There is a book by Ken Scoland a professor in Harvard University somewhere. It's called A Letter from You. No, The Adventure of Jonathan Gulliver. It speaks well to what has been happening in Africa and other world. But then I can't present that book to somebody who has already been, naturally bastardized in his thinking about, hey, this is we are not going to mix with these people. So what I did was to change it and adopt it and give another title, A Letter from Jonathan Gulliver, which on stage, we planned it on stage and we took it to several universities in Nigeria, then we call it movie theater economics. From there to Togo, several universities, up to Ghana, road tour, then film as well. It's a very good area that you must equally look into in explaining these things in a comical way to the audience so that they can understand a lot of things like that. In a couple of years back, I started what is African Liberty with Atlas Economic Research Foundation then, which is now Atlas. I started it, and what was the reason? I said, I can't work with you this way and take it back as if I'm just giving people a food prepared. I want people to see it and prepare the food by themselves. So we started with African Liberty, and that goes on like that. The books are being, summarized, film into film, and those are the kind of materials we use. And in Africa, if you're watching anything with Africa, that's why, technology has improved and whatsoever. We can hear lectures, we can do this on the internet, on Zoom and things like that. But I must confess to you, whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God, there's something personal. There's a more to personal feelings, to more personal, meeting people personally. There is a more to it. Although technology has solved a couple of those problems, but there is still more to human meeting in anything we do. So if you look at that trend, then you now be seeing the most important thing in the theater, on stage, or film, so that people, the things you're seeing is like you are with them. You feel it. The way you feel when you're watching a film. Those knowledge that they want to pass to you come across and it enters deep. And when I want to write an exam, if I'm writing an exam tomorrow, I'll do all the cramming. What I'm looking for is to have a A grade. But when I'm being taught, it's something that enters into my veins and things like that. It looks personal, and that takes us to where we're going. Still boils down to the same thing. There's nothing different that we've been saying all this while. It's just rediscovering ourselves and say this is it. If we had people who did what? Who are European knowledgeable at that time, a lot of names, a lot of things that involve free market economy, free movement, no passport would have been happening in Africa. But because we never had it. So when they mention economics, Adam Smith, they had people before Adam Smith. I took some students in what is it called? In Tanzania. Because the way they worship Julius Nyerere. I said, what did he believe in? They don't really believe in socialism, this and whatsoever. That's what it has been working. But I asked them, where did he die? He did not die in Tanzania. He died in London. And of course, he did not even die in the public hospital in London. He died in St. Thomas Hospital in London, a private hospital. So that's cause, and I tell them, that is the more reason why the government must have a strong partnership with the business environment, with private people. And that's exactly what has been happening in Africa before we have all manner of dictations about it. Yeah, I'll explain it. You can't come, even as of today, I'm a landowner. cannot come into land. We have people who do charity. When somebody is handicapped in your village those days, they helped. They bring the children in the evening together, they tell them moral stories, business stories. Or because you're an handicap, did not say you have to go to Sebastian's father's farm. No. So the best teaching, the best way to express ourselves in Africa still remain participatory trilateral alliance, and Inter for development, anything you're doing, you need to involve the people and let them see from their concept. Why it has gotten that wrong or bad was because people felt bad that, oh, they want to impose this on us. No. I've been cheated. I've never been cheated by anybody in Europe or America since my life because I challenge it as well. This is my right. I know my right. So the concept of having to have a good development around the continent, in fact, it's improving. I must say, and I must probably thank you guys at the African Country Continental Trade Agreement. And of course, Canadian African Chambers of Business, and a couple of you that has been doing that, is trying to break the barriers.
Thank you, Adedayo.
When breaking the barriers, finally, you have to educate and let people understand more of the advantage than the disadvantage. There is no concept in life that don't have a disadvantage. But we must emphasize more on the advantageous side of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Adedayo. And Adedayo, I know one of the things that persuaded you to join us, and I invite you to, you're welcome to take your seats. We're going into the next session. But when you learned the Fraser Institute was presenting with all of the decades of research that they've done and some of the interesting findings we're going to hear, you said, I'm in. And Fred McMahon, who's the first to speak today, is an individual who's worked across the African continent. I want to first and foremost recognize that this session is sponsored by Mine Africa. And so Wayne Floriani, thank you very much. You'll be speaking at the conclusion of the session. Fred McMahon is the Fraser Institute resident fellow and holder of the Dr. Michael A. Walker Chair in Economic Freedom. His economics degree is from McGill University, where he earned a master's, and he currently manages the Economic Freedom of the World project, coordinating over 100 think tanks across the globe as part of the partnership in releasing the annual Economic Freedom of the World report. Fred, you have produced enormous numbers of material and volumes of peer-reviewed research reports, and I don't believe there's any publication where you haven't been published, especially in the main, in the various publications. So I invite you to the stage as we prepare your presentation, and I'm very tempted to read what you'll be opening with, but I'll leave it to you. Decades of research that you will be presenting, summarized in few short slides, and after that, I'll introduce Dr. Matt Mitchell, who's going to zone in particularly on some of the findings around Africa, and we'll then African markets. We'll reconvene, continue the conversation, and I know a number of you have already said, I've got a question, so I'll start with each of you, but Fred McMahon to kick us off with the presentation.
Thank you, Gareth. This is a marvelous meeting, and I just want to say I've been in 71 different nations, worked with free market groups in about 40 nations, and I have never seen a panel as well express the advantages of free markets, free trade, and openness as the preceding panel, both panelists, and explaining why economic freedom, free markets, are not a Western invention, but in fact arise from marketplaces in villages in all cultures. But Sebastian, I just want to say something to you about the roads. I just spent an hour and a half on the 25-minute drive coming in from the airport. Toronto is competing with Africa for road efficiency. We may not be there yet, but we're moving in that direction. Okay, let me make sure so thanks to Wayne, Sebastian, and Gareth for putting this on and inviting us. What is economic freedom and why is it important? There's a lot of technical stuff trying to figure out what economic freedom actually is. Sorry, I have to open my watch to make sure I don't abuse you on the time front. A lot of technical stuff, but what it basically means is that individuals and families make their own economic choices free of the interference of overly powerful government or crony elites. And sometimes crony elites try to claim that they are free market people, but actually what they're doing is restricting markets for their friends and the powerful among the elites. This is the technical, or one of the more technical definitions. Individuals have economic freedom when the property they acquire without the use of force, fraud, or theft is protected from physical invasions by others, and they are free to use, exchange, or give their property as long as their actions do not violate the identical rights of others. This refers back to the panel where I wanted to make the same point that you made so well, that economic freedom is not a Western invention or even an invention. It is found, as I said before, as you said, in every marketplace, in every culture from the beginning of humankind. And the other thing to note is that the prosperity economic freedom generates, or the poverty that lack of economic freedom generates, is not inherited. Nations such as Venezuela and Argentina that once had high levels of economic freedom and became prosperous. Venezuela was once the most economically free nation in Latin America, 10th in the world, and its standard of living was the highest by far in Latin America at that time. Now it has no economic freedom. People are starving and fleeing, can't get food, can't get pharmaceuticals. And once poor and even war-devastated nations that turned to economic freedom saw prosperity and human well-being skyrocket. And there's a profound African example of that. That's Botswana. Botswana is not on the top of the African economic freedom list every single year, but it is always near the top, more than any other African nation. It has a long consistency of high levels of economic freedom. These are the areas that we look at: size of government and taxation. If government expropriates too much of your property, it reduces your economic freedom, private property, and the rule of law. This is the most essential part of economic freedom. Without a strong rule of law, the rich and the powerful will use their strength to limit the economic freedom of others for their benefits. They will keep competitors out of the market. Sound money, government can expropriate your property through inflation every bit as easily as it can through taxation. Trade regulations and tariffs. After the last panel, I don't have to say anything about that. Regulation of business, labor, and capital markets. The optimal level of regulation is not zero, but too often regulation just stands in the way of people. And by the way, high levels of regulation or unclear regulation feed corruption. If the regulations are clear and simple and you get a go when you meet the regulations, there's no room for corruption. If the regulations are hazy, slow, or difficult, then there's somebody to pay off to expedite your way through. So streamlining regulations is very important, not just for economic growth, but for limiting corruption. Now, we hear often from the opponents of free markets that free markets are horrible, that they create poverty, that they yeah, just create poverty, destroy a country. You know, I used to sometimes address anti-globalist groups, and I'd say, well, we all know that free markets are, destroy poverty, destroy democracy, and the audience is going, yeah, this guy's got it. And then I'd say, okay, well, if that's true, name one nation that has a stable democracy and a good standard of living that is not a free market economy, except for those petrostates. And then they get confused because they can't actually think of a country that has stable democracy and prosperity without free markets unless it's fueled by oil. In other words, people have two halves of their brain. One half, for those who object to free markets, one half thinks that it impoverishes the world. The other half actually knows that it's the free market countries that are producing prosperity. And there's this Berlin Wall between these two halves of the mind. So I'm just going to show you some facts on this. The golden age of free market economies and economic freedom have brought huge benefits to humankind. Now, again, remember, the opponents say that it's impoverished humankind. But what's happened to poverty? Since the opening of free markets, this is global poverty from 1950 through to about 5-6 years ago. And that's a remarkable story. Look at it. The number of people in the world during the era of free trade and open economies has been cut in half. Half. But here's the more remarkable thing. During that same time, the world population has exploded. We have gone from a world in which free markets have dominated a lot of the world. We've gone from a world in which 4 in 5 people lived in extreme poverty. Imagine that, 4 in 5 people. Now, less than 1 in 10 live in extreme poverty. And where do you find those 1 in 10 people mostly? In places that have declined free markets. So in the least free countries, to the left of the screen, in the quarter least free countries, extreme poverty at $1.90 a day is almost 30% of the population. And extreme poverty has almost disappeared in free market economies, around 1-2%, and getting lower. And remember, as I said before, it's not that this wealth is inherited. Nations that had economic freedom and move away from it suddenly build up poverty. Imagine the level of poverty right now in Venezuela or Nicaragua, places that this just shows what happens when you deprive people of economic freedom. Poverty grows. And here's a remarkable thing. This is the income of the poorest 10% of the people. In uneconomically free countries, the poorest 10% have an income of about $1,000 US a year. In other words, about $3 a day. In the most economically free country, the poorest 10% have an income of about $13,000 US. I mean, many countries would love that as an average income. Instead, this is the income of the poorest 10% of the people in economically free nations. Global GDP has exploded during the era of free trade and economic freedom. And where has that been, and where have those benefits been? In nations that are economically free, where the per capita income is close to $50,000 a year, the average per capita income, compared to about $6,000, $5,000 in the least free countries. Literacy. Again, substantial decline in literacy. And again, when you look at the growth in the global population, you see how illiteracy has gone from 3/4 of the world's population to about 1 in 10. And where is that illiteracy concentrated? Again, in the least free nations. As you can see on the left of your screen, the levels of literacy are much lower in uneconomically free nations. And there's another important part of that chart. In economic freedom, where the individual can get ahead as an individual, the gap between men and women, boys and girls, has virtually disappeared. And in the most economically free nation, not only has it disappeared, but girls tend to be doing better than boys. Life expectancy, huge increase. And of course, the greatest increase in the freest nations. As Gareth said, with the research we've done over a period of decades, there's no reason African countries could not become some of the most economically free and prosperous nations on the planet. Africa lags in economic freedom, but that only shows the potential of the nation. If you open up to economic freedom, allow people to make their own economic choices. This is not going to be a friendly chart for Africa, I'm afraid, but it will show the potential for reform and growth. This is the average rank of African nations out of 165 jurisdictions that we look at. The average rank in overall economic freedom is 119th out of 165. Rule of law, 116 out of 165. I won't go through each of these, but given the way economic freedom promotes growth, prosperity, literacy, and many other good outcomes, you can see what a fantastic potential Africa has to move ahead, free up its people economically, and the great prospects. So this is the MENA nations, who score a little bit better than sub-Saharan Africa, but not that much. So again, huge potential. And this is Western, this is Western Europe. By the way, that chart also tells you something. We all know the sad, the tragic level of people trying to escape North Africa and sub-Saharan Africa for Europe. And this almost by itself explains that. They're fleeing places where they aren't economically free, where they can't build prosperity, where they can't get out of poverty, to a place that is economically free. Reverse some of those scores, and you will do away with this horrible migration crisis. Africa and MENA also need to work on legal equality for women. Without women fully engaged, it's like trying to ride a bicycle without one wheel. And unicycles are not fun, at least for me. So I'm going to do the African example now. This is Botswana compared to the African. Oh, sorry. The blue line is African average in economic freedom. The orange line is Botswana's level of economic freedom. And you can see Botswana has always exceeded by a large margin the African average. Now, as noted, Botswana is not always number one, but unlike some other number ones, it is consistently at the top of the charts. I think it's third this year. And look at growth. There's Africa with its low level of economic freedom. Not much progress at all. Here's Botswana. Imagine that. Botswana in 1960 had less than half the average income in Africa. And now it has multiples of that. This just shows the power of economic freedom is available for all people on all continents, in all cultures, because economic freedom, as the previous panel said, is native to all cultures. And now, over to my colleague, Matt Mitchell. Thank you so much.
And I believe my job is to introduce you, Dr. Matt Mitchell, on behalf of Mine Africa, so let me do that very quickly. Dr. Matt Mitchell has held a variety of academic postings, including at George Mason University, where he earned his PhD. He's relatively new to this particular project, but his peer-reviewed research has been published across the board and has been widely recognized. He's also been published in several media outlets and testified before the US Congress. And I have some understanding that you'll be doing some international comparisons as well. Fred, it was interesting that when you mentioned Europe, you only mentioned Western Europe. But of course, if you look at Eastern Europe, it can be a whole different story. So I'm not the academic, I'm not the one with the PhD, but I know Dr. Spielgabra and the two of you will have an excellent conversation after you set your context. Dr. Matt Mitchell joining us as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Wayne and Sebastian and Gareth for hosting this panel. Thank you, Fred, for teaming me up here. And thank you all. It's a pleasure to get the opportunity to chat with you. I normally spend most of my time talking with graduate students. I can tell you, you people are significantly better dressed than all of them. So it's a great opportunity, though, to chat with such a distinguished audience, though. So my task here really is to try to contextualize some of what Fred said and bring it a little bit specific to Africa. I'm going to tell you, you are the experts in your countries. I'm not going to be able to give you the detail of what actually needs to be done in Zimbabwe or wherever. However, what I do want to do is kind of try to take some of the broader idea of economic freedom, apply it to Africa, and then give you a little bit of a case study of a country that has done something different, and it's from another part of the world, Estonia. So, okay, so let's begin with this. So if you do any kind of academic research, you're always taking data and you're plugging it into some sort of statistical package. You're doing regress y on x, and then you're hitting enter. Okay, and then when you're done, maybe hopefully you find something statistically significant. You put in controls and you use all kinds of special econometric techniques. Every so often, you get a data set that you don't have to do any of that. You get a data set that you just put it up and you run a regression with your eyeball. And that is a regression that you can run with your eyeball. Along the horizontal axis is economic freedom as measured by the Fraser Institute's measure of economic freedom that Fred was already talking about. And on the vertical axis is per capita GDP adjusted for purchasing power parity, that is differences in prices across country, okay? And what you see is a very clear, statistically significant positive relationship between economic freedom and prosperity. One of the things I like to point out is that the curve is not only positive, right? But if you think about like high school math, its first degree, its first derivative is positive, but its second derivative is positive too. In other words, it's not only growing, but as you get to greater levels of economic freedom matters even more, right? So it's this sort of a virtuous cycle. Another thing to point out is that it gets a little bit wider as you move over right. What that indicates is economic freedom matters, but there are other things that can affect your growth, right? Everything from culture to history to geography. But culture, history, and geography, those are things we can't really change. We have the power to change economic freedom. It is the institutions and the rules of the game are something that we can actually affect. So that's one of the reasons why economists are so excited about the idea of economic freedom, because it does have power to change lives. Okay, so now if we zoom in and just focus on the African countries, we see, again, it's the same relationship. It's a positive, statistically significant relationship. Economic freedom matters. The more economic freedom you have, the more it matters, right? Just to give you kind of an understanding of the graph, essentially a 1 point increase in economic freedom, which is also translates into, in this data set, it happens to be about 1 standard deviation increase in economic freedom, raises per capita GDP by about 22%, okay? So that's the basic relationship, and obviously if you look at any kinds of relationships between per capita GDP and other things that humans care about, everything from lifespan to infant mortality to female literacy, it's positively correlated with the good stuff and negatively correlated with bad stuff, which is one reason why you see in slide after slide that Fred presented that countries that enjoy greater levels of economic freedom also tend to experience greater levels of things that humans care about and less instances of things that people don't like. Okay, so here you can look at it by country across one snapshot in 2021, and again, as Fred said, you can see certain countries that are consistently in the front in terms of economic freedom. In Africa, Botswana is always up there. This is economic freedom in Africa over time, and the main thing I'd emphasize here is that while there was quite a bit of progress from the 70s into around the early 2000s, it's in many ways sort of stalled. And it hasn't. The average African country has not increased its economic freedom level beyond the 6 on the 10-point scale in about a decade. And if you look at other parts of the world, countries often that gain economic freedom are continuing to gain and make gains over time. Here you can see if you divide it up into the components of economic freedom. So the composite index is created with averaging 5 different areas: sound money, size of government, freedom to trade internationally, regulation, and legal systems and property rights. You can sort of see where the gains have been, and you can also sort of see where they're lagging. So, early on, there was quite a bit of gain in terms of size of government across the continent, huge gains across sound money. Regulation, however, and legal system and property rights are the ones that are lagging. Here it is in 2021. You can see the snapshot. One upside to this is all of these different, not only is there a large literature on economic freedom, there have been over 720 peer-reviewed papers that use economic freedom as some sort of an independent variable to look at outcomes. It's very, very well studied, but not only has it been studied at the broad level looking at economic freedom, but also by components. And we do have some better understanding of this thanks to this literature. One of the things that comes out of this is that size of government actually probably matters least compared to some of the other components of economic freedom. It especially matters the least in terms of developing economies. And the reason for that is you do need a government some minimal government in order to protect persons and property, right? You have to have a police force. You have to have some level of spending. If I were talking to people from Denmark or Sweden, I wouldn't emphasize that as much because they're on the other end of the scale where size of government really is starting to have a negative impact on their growth rate. But legal system and property rights is empirically one of the most important subcomponents of economic freedom, and it is the one that is most lacking across Africa. Okay, so what I thought I would do is kind of zoom in on a specific case study. Part of this is, talk about what you know, and I just wrote a book on Estonia, so I'm going to do that. But the other reason is Estonia does offer, I think, a pretty useful case study for really any country that is trying to improve its level of economic freedom, and there are some interesting comparisons with Africa. No two countries are going to be exactly the same, and consult your physician for variances. But let me just give you a little bit of a background here. So Estonia was a relatively new country. It only had what they call a national awakening in the 19th century, though people have been fishing the Estonian waters and trading and extracting timber for 5,000 years. The country is really relatively new. They only became an independent country in 1917 and really only had 19 years of independence before they were taken over by the Soviet Union in 1939. Okay, so that brief little episode of independence, they had started to develop some measure of entrepreneurship. Okay, they had already achieved a level of prosperity that was comparable to their neighbors like Finland. Okay, then the Soviet Union took over, deprived them of almost all economic freedom, including personal freedom as well. And for the next 5 decades, they stagnated. The joke in Estonia was always, how many 5-year plans is it going to take until Estonia is reduced to the level of prosperity of Russia? And the answer was actually, they never found the answer, because they were always a little bit more prosperous than Russia had been, because they had some experience with freedom. Okay, so then what happened is 1991, Estonia gains its independence, and it started out at a very low level of economic freedom, 4.5 out of the scale. Interestingly, this is lower than the average African country today. They were also, of course, had relatively low incomes. So even if you control for inflation and you adjust from 1991 in Estonia to today, they still had a lower level of per capita GDP than the average African nation does today. Okay, but something remarkable happened. Over the next 10 years, they liberalized their economy really across the board. So you can look and see, what was it that they did? Well, they adopted a currency board and instituted sound money policies. They tied the Estonian kroon to the Deutschmark. So their sound money score popped right up. They instituted unilateral universal free trade, almost unheard of in the history of the world for a country to do this unilaterally. And then they started negotiating free trade agreements with the EU, and then they joined the EU. They kept the size of government relatively low. More importantly, even probably, they kept spending below revenue, so they have almost no debt. Even after COVID, they have a very, very low debt burden. They improved their legal systems and property rights. Private property had been essentially abolished under 4 decades of socialism. People went to their backyards. They dug up tins that they had kept there for 4 decades. And inside these tins, they had their deeds to their property. And they went to the government, and the government honored it. Okay. They reduced regulations and opened themselves up to competition. The reducing the regulations and opening up to competition for international free trade, a lot of scholars credit those 2 things as being some of the most important, especially for a transition economy, because what it means is it suddenly exposes you to competition around the world. And it's a way to essentially be a down payment on the other aspects of economic freedom. Because if your companies suddenly have to compete with companies around the world, they better also have relatively good taxes, relatively good protection of property rights, and other types of things. So it's really a very effective commitment device. They also instituted the world's first flat tax and applied it also to corporations. They have a very innovative corporate tax. So here you can see the ranking in Estonia over time. When they began in 1990 gaining their freedom, they were 92nd in the world in terms of economic freedom. By the 2000s, they were up to the teens, and then they've held steady, really bouncing around just a little bit, but basically in the top 10 ranking in terms of economic freedom in the world ever since then. So an extraordinary effect on human outcomes. The best way to see this is to look at inflation-adjusted per capita GDP. These are all of the former Soviet states. You can see that Estonia started as right in the middle of the pack and has been leading the pack ever since. So by 2021, they were tied essentially with Lithuania, which also is extraordinarily economically free in terms of per capita GDP. That's not the only thing. As they've grown wealthier, poverty has fallen. About 40% of Estonians lived in extreme poverty at the time of the transition. Now it's less than 0.5%. Corruption levels are very, very low. They're actually tied with Canada in terms of the Corruption Perceptions Index. In terms of people's happiness with the government, happiness with themselves, in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality, all of these things are going in a positive direction since Estonia has gained its economic freedom. So that's all I have for you, but I look forward to the discussion that we'll have here in a moment. Thank you again so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Matt and Fred. And we'll now have a little bit of a panel. There are a number of questions and comments, and we'll take them. And I'll start with the first one, which is that in both case studies that you present, both Botswana and Estonia, both countries are relatively small countries. They are in cultural terms, sort of monocultural countries. And when we deal with most of the African countries, whether it's Congo, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's South Africa, we're dealing with complex, multicultural, multi-ethnic countries. In your research, have you seen countries of comparable size with that level of complexity that have been able to transform themselves? So that's my question. But let's take maybe two other questions and then we can sort of resolve them. So maybe I'll go left and right. So maybe David, and then I think Louise or someone else on this side had a question. Oh, okay, David.
Thank you, Kabi. Yes, this question is for Matthew. I was looking at your scatter chart, and I saw, for example, Qatar, Saudi Arabia being listed as having quite significant economic freedoms compared to other countries. And I just wanted to understand how you could make that case when, for example, Qatar, 95% of Qatar's labor force is migrant. And we don't know what kind of economic freedoms those individuals have from a population of 3 million people, and 66% of Saudi Arabia's population is migrant or foreign. And it would be interesting to know how you can talk about economic freedoms. And we also talk about the inheritance issues of women and women participation in the labor force in Qatar and in Saudi Arabia. So how are you getting these numbers? And how are you putting those countries in high economic freedom capacities in comparison to other countries which have much better indicators for these categories, but lower income?
That's a great question. I suspect we might need to look at the graph again. I suspect you might be misinterpreting the graph. So the vertical axis on that graph is per capita GDP. As you go right on that graph is higher levels of economic freedom. The Qatar and those countries typically are not very far right. They pop, they're in the middle. They pop up because they do have high per capita GDP. So you see them kind of prominently in that graph because of the per capita GDP. What I actually would say is that that's a good example where other things do matter. And if you're sitting on an enormous amount of oil wealth, you can manage to obtain relatively high levels of prosperity, even if you're not that far over right. But your point is well taken. They are not especially economically free countries. And there's also a gender adjustment to the Economic Freedom Index that the authors have been doing for the last several years, where they account for the differences across countries in allowing women to own property, start businesses, especially on the legal component. And so they get hit by that as well. But it's I think the answer to your question is they're not that free.
Okay, so maybe let's answer that my question, and then we'll go to. Or you have one.
Thank you, Sebastian. Yeah, my question is one of an action step, I guess. And on the path to economic freedom, is that the sole responsibility of a specific country that's moving on that path or trying to, or is there a role for organizations like Fraser Institutes, like NGOs around the world, or countries like Canada even to play a role in facilitating that process? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take those two questions and then we'll add more. So one is mine, which has to do with size and monocultural issue, and then one is Wayne's, which has to do with where we locate the responsibility. And we as a chamber, we have a role to play.
Your question is one of the most perceptive questions that I've heard. Yes, you are very right. We haven't researched this, but I think it would be a very good research topic. When you look at the most economically free nations, they tend to be more homogeneous than other nations. And it is a greater challenge for other nations. In other words, if everyone is the same ethnic group and the same religion, you aren't trying to rent seek against other groups. You're all in this together, and you can make reforms that benefit everyone. And that's something we should look into. But again, you can see it right on the surface. There are a handful of nations that are very diverse, that are economically free. The United States is probably the most diverse nation on the planet. It's always in the top 10. But exactly what you were talking about now could undermine economic freedom, because you're seeing resentment build with this populist, I would call it proto-fascist movement in the United States and elsewhere. So that was very good. And just to quickly answer Wayne's question, yes, groups like ours play a hugely important role, including groups in Africa. I've worked with the groups in Cote d'Ivoire, Namibia, Ghana, South Africa, amongst Burundi, amongst others. And these are really important, sophisticated groups doing analysis on their nations, suggesting a way forward. So, for instance, in Ireland, it was the think tank that really pushed economic freedom. Another role these groups play, which actually relates back to your question, is getting public acceptance, showing the public the advantages of economic freedom. An example from Europe, when Ireland moved to economic freedom, they did so with a cross-society consensus. Those reforms are stable. They are unchanging. The society, including the labor union, supports them. They are less stable in Britain because Margaret Thatcher was never able to develop across cultural, across sex, a total consensus. So groups do play an important role.
Thank you. If I have some questions, maybe Samantha and the gentleman, and then Adadayo. So.
Thank you, Sebastian. This is, I guess, a follow-up to what Wayne was talking about. I'm curious to understand how you engage indigenous communities with regards to economic freedom. And I ask this because in a space where they might be looking to preserve their customs and their traditions, economic freedom sort of moves them towards globalization. And I was wondering if there's a middle ground, how you handle that. The second question is just surrounding how the role of academic institutions can promote economic freedom.
Okay. Gentleman, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I understand that economic freedom is very, very good for people, and we've seen the graphs showing how it improves in poverty. Now, my question is, how much freedom could be given to people, and how much control the state may have against that freedom? Back then, a few years ago, we understand in the state, for example, after the economical crisis that they had, the government is kind of back into regulating the freedom. So I want to understand how much freedom should be released and how much control should be there.
Very good. Last question on this side.
Yeah, thank you, Frisa team. Very conversant with your studies every year. But there's something that comes into your last 2021, which rated Rwanda number 7 in terms of the economic growth. And I want to bring you back to some of the things that happened in Africa, and especially the Western world. When we're looking at the economic freedom, we all agree that it's because of the free market economy and whatsoever that the Western world. But look at Rwanda. Part of the good quality that we're talking about in Africa is what? Is leadership. And leadership in this sense, if we are going towards the right direction to economic freedom, is not a government or a person staying permanently and changing the legal system, which of course is building on sustainable development. Why do Frisa? Which direction do they use in bringing Rwanda to number 7? Well, no matter how good a person is, it's not your permanent seat. Legal system has been deducted, changed to suit a particular person, which is not good for economic freedom. So how come they are rated number 7 in the economic freedom chart of 2021?
Thank you. So
thank you. Over to you.
So maybe to summarize, I think Samantha had a question. One was about the role of academic institutions, and then your first question had to do with Samantha.
Indigenous, yes. If you open the economy to indigenous communities, how do they not become quote unquote globalized? And then I think our brother here from DRC had a question of this balance between the role of the state and the economic freedom. Because I remember that day when the American government took over most of the banks, and there were some of us who thought they should have allowed free market forces to deal with the banks, and others argue that no, that would lead to chaos. So I think, and then the last question from our brother David Thomas is this issue, this tension, because I've been in this debate before where people keep talking about Rwanda and Rwanda and Rwanda. And one, Rwanda is relatively a monoculture. 2, Rwanda is a very small country. 3, Rwanda has had one president who's been there for, I don't know now, almost 30 years. So in a certain sense, you gain economic freedom at the expense of maybe democratic freedom. How do you relate those points? Thank you.
This is an absolutely fascinating meeting. I've been asked 2 key questions on economic freedom that are deeply insightful that I've never been asked in any other meeting in the 40 nations that I've
you should come here
more. Quickly addressing the indigenous thing. No, we haven't done worldwide research on indigenous issues. So I can only make 2 comments. Botswana grew to a high level of economic freedom and maintained it basically through the cultural values that already existed. Very often, it's not the culture that resists it, but the overall government in a divided nation, as you mentioned, that restricts it. We have done work on indigenous populations in Canada. There are many tribes and many reservations, probably over 100. Don't hold me to that. But we've looked at those areas that have allowed their people economic freedom, which is quite consistent with all cultures, as was discussed earlier, and those where the tribal leaders have really taken control and suppressed the freedom of their people. Huge difference in welfare. Two reserves can be, only a few miles apart, and the quality of life in the reserves that allow their people economic freedom is immensely better than those that happen. I've been doing too much talking. Matt can handle all the other questions.
So just a couple quick answers. On the indigenous one, there's a new index of economic freedom on reservations that Professor Thomas Stratman at George Mason University has that might potentially shed light on that. Kind of bridging to the same idea of how you engage local groups. There is some research on whether if policy change comes from outside, it's exogenous, it is much less likely to be sticky. It's not gonna stick around for very long. You've gotta have it has to be homegrown, and it has to be cross factions and cross parties. Otherwise, it's just going to be very ephemeral. And then let's see. I have another.
The issue of the Rwanda.
That I have no idea. I don't know if Fred knows that one.
I'll just quickly answer. I believe it's 7th in Africa, not 7th overall, and 7th in Africa is you saw the average African score. There's a big gap between Rwanda and the leaders. And the other thing, which Sebastian noted, is we just measure economic freedom in this instance. So Singapore, which does not have other freedoms, is quite high. Rwanda may be higher than it should be. With the Cato Institute, Fraser, with the Cato Institute, puts out a human freedom index that takes into account of all the other freedoms, and Rwanda is quite low there. And my sense is, and as Matt said, everybody in this room knows more about Africa than I do. Not only that, everybody in this room knows more about every African nation than I do, but I think Rwanda may be going in the wrong direction.
And I did realize we didn't address the control question real quick.
Yeah.
So for the first half of my life, I'm from the States. Economic freedom in the United States was going up and up and up and up. 2000 is about the inflection point, and it also shows you, this is not a partisan issue under President Bush, and then under Obama and under Trump. It's basically either gone down or just kind of stagnated. The growth rate for the first half of my life in per capita GDP in the United States was twice the growth rate of the second half of my life. So to your point, economic freedom is the opposite of government control of resources and making economic decisions. They're basically exact opposites. And you can sort of identify as soon as the government, Sarbanes-Oxley, and then later with Dodd-Frank, and then with the bailouts where the government bought stake in or bailed out over 600 private institutions in a matter of weeks. Economic freedom goes down in the United States, and I think we suffer because of that.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Fred and Matt at the Fraser Institute. I think you've given us a lot of statistics to. I think one brother has one quick question or comment, and then we'll just wrap up for lunch. Okay.
Thank you. I just have a question regarding the free market. I'm a scholar. We all know that the free markets create monopolies. The free markets create a high level of unemployment due to monopolies as well. Due to the free market, for instance, right now in the United States, most Americans live paycheck to paycheck, even those who receive $100,000 per year. So I think the things to do is to find a balance between the government regulation, because too much power for the private sector is not good for the economy. It's not conducive for the economy or for the people who concentrate power in a portion of people who enrich themselves at the expense of other people. And I don't think that's a better economic system for Africa. Thank you.
Economic monopolies are contrary to economic freedom. Economic freedom means people can enter and leave, and anyone can compete with anyone else. And if you look at the top 10 corporations in the United States, or even the top 100, you probably will find very few that were in that group 50 years ago or 20 years ago. So you can't say they're monopolies, because when there are, you preserve your position. But when monopolies can only really be established by government power, by stopping competition, which is again the exact opposite of economic freedom. Venezuela ended up with Hugo Chavez because crony capitalists took over the economy after about 1970, creating horrible disaster. So Hugo Chavez could point at these monopolies and say, aha, that's economic freedom, we've got to end it. No, it was crony capitalism and the exact opposite of economic freedom, so monopolies. As for your statement that economic freedom creates poverty, yeah, there are some problems in the United States, but if you look at economically free nations around the world, Canada, Europe, Singapore, Chile, poverty level, both poverty and unemployment levels are really low. I think this is a problem where, as I said before, there's a belief in one half of the brain that says economic freedom, free markets are bad and they create monopolies and poverty. And another part of the brain where you know just by looking around the world that poverty and unemployment is lowest in free market countries, and monopolies are contrary to economic
Yeah, thank you so much, Fred, and thank you to our brother for his comment. I've just been reminded I was wrong. When we finish this panel, we'll have a senior brother from DRC, who is Inspector General of Finances, whose job actually in DRC is to help to look at the deregulation and the corruption and all of that to give us an address. And one last thing I would say is that what I think our brother is drawing attention to, which I think a lot of young people feel, and it's a bit of a misapprehension, that when free markets create these large companies, think of Google, think of Facebook, think of Dangote in Nigeria, these are mega companies. These entities ultimately then acquire political power of some sort, and they then lobby the governments to prevent competition, which is really economic freedom. So the issue is not that we shouldn't have political economic freedom, but the regulation that applies, if there's enough free competition. I remember when there was a company called Alta Vista. I mean, you remember Alta Vista? Do you remember AOL Time Warner? But do you remember BlackBerry? Because there was economic freedom, ultimately new companies emerged which challenged these companies and brought better technologies. But can you imagine if BlackBerry lobbied the Canadian government and said there should be no other competition against me? So this is what I think my brother and a lot of young people are drawing attention to. There's a state capture. State capture is not just in South Africa, it's also in the United States, also in Canada, different countries where large companies are able to lobby and capture institutions of state and regulation and prevent competition. And I think what the Fraser Institute is reminding us is that this is the ethos of free market is not pro any company. It is saying let's have a level playing field. If you're a bank and you run aground and you fail, better bankers should take over that bank and bring it to fall. If you are a technology company and you are not innovating fast enough, if there's good competition and decent regulation, eventually a better company will emerge. So I think that when we begin to explain this properly to a lot of us young people, we'll begin to understand that actually free markets is our friend, not our enemy, because that will always lead to what Schumpeter called creative destruction. where we have better and better companies. And that is why this morning in my keynote, I said even of the chamber cannot also become a BlackBerry. We cannot be a chamber that is a BlackBerry that thinks, oh, well, we are here for 30 years and we will survive for the next 30 years. If we don't spare ourselves out of our current condition, in 30 years, we may also not be here. So thank you. I know that our sister has a comment, but perhaps when the speech has happened, we can take other comments.
My apologies.
Other comments. Yeah. So thank you so much, Wayne. And maybe we can move to the next session and there will be other opportunities to ask questions. Thank you so much. This is a very lively discussion. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, you gave a better answer than I did. I'm going to steal that in future events.
Thank you very much, Matthew and Fred. We're also delighted that you'll be meeting with the DRC delegation afterwards to share some of your expertise. For those of you who are not aware, the Fraser Institute also publishes an annual survey of mining companies where they rank global mining jurisdictions based on requests from mining CEOs. They publish that every year, and we were delighted last year at March 2023 during PDAC. They announced the results of that survey at our event. We're hopeful that you would join us again this year in March 2024 to release the most recent results. And more than just that, we're pleased that we invite all of you in the room here today and everybody watching online to join us next March in Toronto at the biggest African mining event in North America. Thank you very much.
So we'll go quickly to the next presentation, a very important presentation. Oh, okay. Just to do a quick introduction here, I remember when President Obama went to Africa years ago, he made a very important speech where he said Africa didn't need strong men, it needed strong institutions. And a number of us have debated that point, and I think he was partially correct. Africa needs both strong men and women and strong institutions. And why do I say this? Because most of the work that the Fraser Institute has just discussed, whether implementing strong regulations, stopping corruption, having a central bank that can say to the finance minister, no, so that we can have sound money, requires strong men and women, in addition to strong institutions. And so I'm privileged to introduce Monsieur Jules Alingete Key, who is the Inspector General of Finances of the Democratic Republic of Congo. His job effectively is to spur the reforms that are necessary to transform Congo's regulatory sector and to stop corruption, to deal with embezzlement, and to sort of do the hard work that the Fraser Institute has said. So he will share some remarks, and my colleague
Mathieu would make translation from French into English. So let's please listen carefully. So we are now moving from theory to practice. Excellence, please. Thank you. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good afternoon.
Je suis Monsieur Jules Alingete, économiste spécialisé en économie internationale, finances publiques et climat des affaires.
I am Mr. Jules Alingete, Inspector General of Finance, specialized in international economy.
Je suis inspecteur de finances depuis 34 ans et il y a 3 ans, je dirige le bureau de l'inspection générale des finances en RD Congo, un service chargé de lutter contre la corruption dans le pays.
I am the Inspector General of Finance from 30 years from now, and now I have a branch. I am directing the Inspector General of Finance of the DRC, and my role is to fight corruption.
L'inspection générale des finances de la République démocratique du Congo se sent très honoré d'être invité à ce grand forum d'affaires Canada-Afrique pour partager son expérience sur le contrôle des finances publiques et l'amélioration du climat des affaires.
The Inspectorate of Finance of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is proud to be invited in this great Canada-Africa business meeting to share with you its experiences on the public finance audit contribution in the improvement of the business climate.
L'expérience de la République démocratique du Congo, comme d'ailleurs, prouve à suffisance que la mauvaise gouvernance publique ainsi que la corruption sont des facteurs qui détériorent le climat des affaires.
The experience of the DRC, as well as that of other countries, proves sufficiently that poor public governance and corruption are key factors of the business climate deterioration.
Autant les nations se mobilisent pour combattre les épidémies, les maladies, autant nous devons le faire pour combattre la corruption qui constitue un véritable cancer qui met un frein à tout développement ou à tout progrès social.
As the world is fighting epidemic crisis, it is as well the same as countries have to fight corruption.
Il est illusoire de penser que dans un environnement de mauvaise gouvernance publique et de la corruption, un pays peut attirer de vrais investisseurs.
It is elusive to think that in an environment of bad governance and corruption, a country can attract real investments.
Un environnement caractérisé par une corruption très élevée ne peut être que propice à des réseaux mafieux qui prennent les affaires en otage en espiant toute concurrence.
Such an environment is only conducive to mafia networks that takes business hostage, excluding any competition.
Nous croyons fermement que la mauvaise gouvernance publique ainsi que la corruption font fuir les vrais investisseurs et laissent par conséquent la place à la misère et au sous-développement.
We think that bad governance keeps away good investors and leave us with bad corruption system and less investments.
Il y a donc nécessité pour les pays qui aspirent au développement de lutter contre la mauvaise gouvernance et la corruption.
There is therefore a need for institutions to fight against bad governance and corruption to place strategies and actions that can effectively struggle against this bad network.
Plus particulièrement, de mettre en place des stratégies et des actions concrètes qui puissent combattre efficacement les réseaux mafieux et qui puissent amener à éradiquer les obstacles au bon exercice des affaires.
We need to put in place strategies and actions that will effectively struggle the mafia networks and lead to the eradication of obstacles to the proper conduct of business.
En République démocratique du Congo, ce rôle d'assainir les milieux des affaires par la lutte contre la corruption est confié notamment à l'Inspection générale des finances.
In the DRC, this role is instructed to the IGF, the Inspector General of Finance.
Depuis 3 ans que nous avons la direction de ces bureaux de lutte contre la corruption, nous avions déjà eu à traiter plus de 100 dossiers et nous avons plus de 50 dossiers en justice. Nous avons plus de 30 hauts responsables, ministres, DG et hauts fonctionnaires en prison.
Since 3 years ago, when we started a fight for the establishment of good public governance, we have a number of cases currently in court.
Je disais que depuis 3 ans que nous avions commencé ce travail, nous avions traité plus de 100 dossiers de corruption.
We've dealt with more than 100 corruption cases.
Nous avons aussi plus de 50 dossiers devant la justice.
We have more than 50 cases in court currently.
Et nous avons plus de 30 personnes, ministres, DG et hauts fonctionnaires en prison.
And we have ministers, CEOs currently incarcerated.
La République démocratique du Congo, beaucoup d'entre vous le connaissent, est un grand pays au centre de l'Afrique.
The DRC is a big country, as all of you know, in the center Africa.
Vous ne pouvez pas traverser l'Afrique du Nord au Sud, de l'Est à l'Ouest, sans passer par la République démocratique du Congo.
You cannot go to Africa from north to south without going through the DRC.
C'est un pays de 2 435 km².
It is a country of 2,345,000 kilometers.
Avec une population de 5 millions d'habitants, dont 60% composés de jeunes actifs.
With a population of 105 million and 60% of them are youth.
La République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un fleuve, le 8e fleuve le plus long du monde, avec 4700 km de longueur.
The DRC has.
Nous disposons de l'un des fleuves les plus longs du monde avec 4700 km de longueur.
One of the longest river of
4700 km de longueur.
4,700 long.
Et de 2 à 15 km de largeur. De 2 à 15 km de largeur. 4700 km de longueur et 2 à 15 km de largeur.
This is the thing I told him to do.
Ok, la République démocratique du Congo dispose de 1250 km² de forêt.
The DRC disposes of 1,200.
1,250,000 km² de forêt.
1,200,000. I need this written down because I can't remember the numbers now. 1,250,000 kilometers square
de forêt.
Of forest.
La République démocratique du Congo dispose de richesses immenses.
The DRC has lots of minerals, riches.
Je pense que dans un tel forum, cette cartographie est connue de tous.
In such a forum, this great opportunity plan is known of all.
Nous sommes les rares pays au monde qui disposent de tous les minéraux déjà découverts et qui existent.
We are amongst the fewest countries that has all the minerals that exist.
Nous disposons de la réserve la plus importante de cobalt au monde.
We have the largest reserve of cobalt in the world.
Nous avons le lithium qui est au centre de la transformation énergétique.
We have lithium that is in the center of transformation, energetic transformation.
Nous avons le coltan qui est à la base de la fabrication des cellulaires et de tout ce que vous avez comme computer.
We have coltan that is the base of our cell phone.
Nous avons le cuivre, le diamant et tout ce que vous connaissez comme minéraux sans exclusion, y compris l'uranium.
Diamond, gold, what have you, we have in the DRC.
C'est d'ailleurs à cause de cette diversité de minéraux que la République démocratique du Congo connaît plusieurs guerres avec certains des pays voisins qui installent et qui attirent les investisseurs pour exploiter des minéraux dont ils ne disposent pas.
And this is the reason why with such a diversity of minerals that we're facing some wars with some of our neighbors.
La République démocratique du Congo est parfois victime de ce que les économistes appellent la malédiction des minéraux.
The Democratic Republic of the Congo is sometimes, as some will say, a curse of their own richest mineral resources.
Notre pays a plusieurs domaines d'opportunités d'investissement.
Our country has lots of investment domain that can be provided.
La République démocratique du Congo dispose de 152 000 kilomètres de routes.
The Democratic Republic of Congo has 152,000 kilometers of road.
Dont 70 000 kilomètres de routes asphaltées et 80 000 kilomètres de routes de desserts agricoles, des routes à terre battue. Nous avons 152 000 kilomètres de routes, dont
152,000 kilometers road.
Dont 70 000 kilomètres de routes asphaltées.
70,000 that is already done.
Et dans les 70 000 kilomètres de routes asphaltées, aujourd'hui, nous n'avons que 15 000 kilomètres de routes qui sont praticables.
And in the 70,000 roads that are developed, we only have a small portion that can be used right now.
Donc, nous avons là près de 50 000 kilomètres de routes qui sont en état d'être réhabilitées et mises en exploitation.
We have 50,000 kilometers that needs to be rehabilitated.
Et dans ce cadre-là, la République démocratique du Congo est dans l'optique des partenariats publics-privés où les privés peuvent prendre en concession ces routes, exploiter et mettre le péage.
And to date, with this information, the DRC is in a quest of finding investors to develop the infrastructures.
La République démocratique du Congo, je vous ai dit, dispose de 105 millions d'habitants, mais avec des terres cultivables très importants, mais n'arrive pas à couvrir les besoins de la population en termes de produits.
The DRC has 105 million population, but although they have arable ground, they are not able to sufficiently provide for the whole population.
80% des produits mis à la disposition de cette population provient des importations à l'extérieur, alors que nous avons des terres et nous avons la possibilité d'investissement dans les secteurs agricoles qui puissent couvrir ces besoins.
80% of the markets of goods that are in the market come from the outside, although we are quite well capable of producing our own goods.
La République démocratique du Congo offre également des opportunités intéressantes à ce qui concerne les transports.
The Democratic Republic of Congo offers a great opportunity of investment in the transportation.
Les transports par voie ferrée, les transports aériens et les transports fluviaux.
All kinds of transportation, ground transportation, air transportation, what have you.
Pour un pays aussi grand, avec une grande population, je peux vous dire que la République démocratique du Congo à ce jour ne dispose que des compagnies aériennes qui, dans l'ensemble, n'ont pas plus de 20 appareils pour servir ou pour desservir l'ensemble du territoire, ce qui est très insuffisant.
With such a big population, the Democratic Republic of Congo only disposes of few airplanes running right now for such a huge population.
Nous croyons en République démocratique du Congo que l'État n'est pas un opérateur économique. Les affaires sont réservées au privé et l'État est là pour mettre un cadre approprié pour que les investisseurs puissent, les privés puissent faire les affaires.
We in the DRC believe that the government is not to do entrepreneurial work. We leave it to the private sector. The private sector as the work of producing entrepreneurship and service the need of the population.
La République démocratique du Congo, je vous ai dit, dispose de forêts énormes et aujourd'hui, avec les crédits carbone, ce sont des opportunités pour les investissements également dans ce secteur.
The Democratic Republic of Congo has a good forest reserve, so which is good for climate and green energy.
Les domaines sont divers, je ne saurais pas l'épuiser en peu de temps qui m'a été accordé, mais je ne voudrais pas terminer ces opportunités sans également parler de la pêche, de l'élevage et aussi du secteur financier avec les banques.
We have such an enormous opportunity in every sector. I don't have time enough to talk about fishing, to go into every sector.
Notre service, l'inspection générale des finances, est placé sous l'autorité directe du chef de l'État et il a été du président de la République. Il a été créé il y a aujourd'hui 36 ans.
The General Inspectorate of Finance has been created 30 years ago and operates under the umbrella of the presidency.
Comme je l'avais dit, il a la mission de l'instauration de la bonne gouvernance publique dans les pays préalable à l'exercice des bonnes affaires.
As I told you, it's aiming to provide good governance, public finance audit, contribution in the improvement of the business climate environment.
En 2019, quand le nouveau chef de l'État, Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi, est arrivé, il a fait le constat amer d'une mauvaise gouvernance publique dans les pays, d'une corruption généralisée, connue de tout le monde d'ailleurs, et d'un environnement peu propice à l'exercice des affaires. Voilà pourquoi on a fait appel à notre bureau de l'inspection générale des finances pour lutter contre ces fléaux et pour permettre au pays de sortir de sa torpeur.
In 2019, when the president Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi arrived to power, he was bitterly disappointed by poor public governance, widespread corruption, and an unfavorable business environment.
Il a alors, en ce temps, décidé de renforcer les pouvoirs des structures de contrôle, adoptant notamment l'inspection générale des finances, des moyens juridiques et financiers importants pour lutter contre la mauvaise gouvernance dans les pays.
He then decided to strengthen the power of the audit entities by providing them with important legal and financial means to fight against anti-values and corruption in the public sector.
La lutte contre la corruption n'étant pas un slogan qui doit être traduit par des actions et des stratégies, l'inspection générale des finances, depuis 3 ans, avec le concours de la justice congolaise redynamisée, a mis en place un certain nombre de stratégies et d'actions qui ont permis de démanteler plusieurs réseaux mafieux dans le pays.
The fight against anti-values, bad public gestion has improved public governance to ensure transparency in both public and private affairs.
Outre les éléments en rapport avec la lutte contre la corruption que nous menons avec beaucoup de répression, parce que nous croyons que la survie de notre pays dépend de la manière dont nous menons la lutte contre la corruption, nous avons également travaillé sur le volet de l'amélioration du climat des affaires.
Besides fight against corruption, we are also working for to improve the business climate.
Depuis 3 ans, la République démocratique du Congo a fait des progrès dans le cadre de l'exercice des affaires, dont je pourrais rapidement vous donner 2-3 actions concrètes qui ont été menées.
Since 3 years ago, we have been dismantling several mafia networks that I can enumerate for you right now.
Nous avions fortement travaillé en ce qui concerne la création d'entreprises et l'accompagnement des investisseurs.
We have created a system that will improve business climate by going along with the investors.
Si vous arrivez en République démocratique du Congo aujourd'hui pour des besoins d'affaires, dans les 10 jours, vous avez la possibilité d'avoir toutes les autorisations possibles pour commencer vos affaires.
If you were to invest today in the DRC, there is a conducive environment that the business climate will go alongside to follow your progress with potential improvements in the business climate.
Il suffit seulement d'amener les statuts qui est l'accord des associés, ainsi que les capitales dont vous avez dans les statuts, vous les versez dans une banque qui vous donne la preuve de versement de ces capitales avec les 2 documents pour les présenter à une structure officielle qui est créée, et dans les 10 jours, vous avez toutes les autorisations pour faire vos affaires.
As long as you have your status, you apply for your status and all your administrative documents. We have a one-point service that will service your investment need, and you will obtain the official papers you need.
Et l'inspection générale des finances accompagne cette structure appelée à faciliter l'exercice des affaires en donnant toutes les autorisations pour que les délais soient respectés. Lorsque vous êtes en phase de dépasser les délais, vous pouvez recourir à notre service pour que nous puissions mettre en ordre.
And there is a time frame when applying for the administrative paper when you come into the DRC in order to invest. And if this time frame is not respected, the Inspectorate General of Finance is there to fight alongside with you to have the documents you need, the administrative requirements needed in a good timely frame.
Nous avions également fait des réformes en ce qui concerne les permis de construire. Donc, il est possible, lorsque vous êtes installé et que vous avez un projet de construction de vos bâtiments, des sièges, que dans les 15 jours que l'ingénieur vous établit les plans, que vous ayez les autorisations pour construire.
There is also a time frame for construction, for instance. In order for you to start construction, there is a good time frame that is available for the construction business.
Nous sommes là pour veiller au respect des délais. Lorsque les délais ne sont pas respectés, nous intervenons comme inspection générale des finances pour remettre de l'ordre afin que l'exercice des affaires dans le pays se passe dans les meilleures conditions.
And if this timeline is not respected, it is our job to intervene and make sure that this timeline is fully respected.
La République démocratique du Congo dispose d'un code des investissements qui est une loi qui permet aux investisseurs qui arrivent d'être exemptés ou exonérés des paiements de tous les impôts pendant 5 ans, le temps qu'ils puissent s'installer dans le pays.
the DRC has a business climate now that will allow new investors, newcomers, new investors to have an exemption of tax investment, tax exemption that will allow you for a period of 5 years in order for you to settle down and settle your business.
Et l'inspection générale des finances accorde également ces opérations pour les investisseurs désirés d'accéder à ces facilités et ne pas subir les tracasseries administratives, d'aller facilement pour obtenir ces facilités pour exercer leurs affaires dans le pays.
And the Inspector General of Finance is there to go alongside with you to make sure that every timeline is respected and to make it to make it easy for any investor who wants to invest in a DRC to find to do so in a conducive environment and in a good timely fashion.
Et nous travaillons efficacement pour anéantir toutes les tracasseries administratives dans l'exercice des affaires, tracasseries qui peuvent prévenir des administrations.
And we are working on fighting every problem that can be encountered so that we make the process smooth for anyone who wish to invest.
À ce jour, la République démocratique du Congo, qui par le passé était classée parmi les pays de la mauvaise gouvernance publique, commence petit à petit à retrouver une place de choix en Afrique.
To date, the DRC previously was labeled as a bad environment for investment, but so far we have been improving on changing the narrative with respect to the business climate.
Comme le temps est très court, cet après-midi, entre 14h et 16h, il y a une journée spéciale dédiée à la République démocratique du Congo.
This afternoon at 2 p.m., we have a session dedicated exclusively to the Democratic Republic of Congo,
dont la délégation est conduite par le vice-premier ministre qui a en charge la coordination de l'économie, des finances, des investissements et de la planification dans le pays.
Which will be led by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy.
Le ministre de l'économie, finances, investissement
investment,
et planification dans le pays.
And planification.
Monsieur Vital Kamere qui était ici.
Mr. Vital Kamere who was here.
Donc cet après-midi, ce serait l'occasion pour notre délégation de la République démocratique du Congo de vous présenter le travail qui a été fait dans le cadre de la lutte contre la corruption, les actions concrètes, les stratégies et les résultats auxquels nous sommes arrivés aujourd'hui après 3 ans de travail en profondeur.
You will be able to make a presentation with everything that has been done to date to present the opportunities that are available in the DRC.
Donc, je disais, cet après-midi, nous allons présenter le travail qui est fait en République démocratique du Congo en matière de lutte contre la corruption et les résultats obtenus.
Also this afternoon, we will show you whatever has been done to fight against corruption.
L'inspection générale des finances se fera le plaisir de partager avec vous toutes ces choses qui concourent à l'amélioration du climat des affaires et qui sont là pour vous accompagner pour que vous puissiez faire de bonnes affaires dans notre pays.
The Inspectorate General of Finance will be there and will make a presentation to show you to date what has been done in order to improve the business climate.
Vous y êtes donc cordialement invités et je vous remercie.
You are all invited. Thank you very much.
Esteemed delegates, thank you very much, Inspector General, as a ranking cabinet minister appointed by the President, and of course joining us in this delegation. Your remarks at the start of the conference preceding Canadian Minister Mary Ng, as well as this conclusion, I believe has been very well received. The essence of the Chamber is its mission, accelerating trade and investment through world-class networking and information sharing. And certainly the information sharing has been a core focus of a lot of the programming today, and the various viewpoints that have been expressed and shared and debated. And no doubt those conversations will continue. And while the Chamber, of course, doesn't take any particular positions or views as a not-for-profit, it is always interesting to hear the various perspectives when a platform like this and a program like this naturally proceeds and is curated by the various key players. The Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, has invited each one of you by virtue of your attendance as delegates to join us at 2 p.m. Following lunch. Do feel free to come back in and bring your lunch, take a seat and engage. I think this is a marvelous opportunity, and we are deeply grateful to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We will also be announcing, on the point of networking, some major business developments, including opportunities. Minister Mary Ng joked that the way this chamber works is we don't do one major announcement at the start, we keep dropping them, and potentially the biggest yet will come as we conclude the program following the special private session, once again, to which each one of you is invited. At this particular point, given the formal programming of the chamber and the plenary sessions comes to a close, I'd like to thank all of you for being a key part of this year's engagements, the deliberations and discussions. This is certainly the plenary that has come to a conclusion, but our next session at 2 p.m. really is going to focus on some very detailed specifics, as we've heard, following the Inspector General's remarks on the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Thank you very much, and I officially adjourn the session. And before I do so, closing words to Wayne.
Don't forget the cocktail.
Of course, at 5 p.m. That is a wonderful, wonderful session. We have got an incredible lineup there, a couple of speakers, but really an opportunity to celebrate with music, with networking, and with meeting some VIPs who will be joining us at 5 p.m. So once we finish the DRC session, don't stray too far. Of course, you can see some of the sights of the city, time permitting, but at 5 p.m., let's celebrate. That's the key thing. 3 days is a lot of time, is a lot of travel for many of us, but every now and again, I think we reserve the right, and you certainly reserve the right, to really applaud those who've led us and who've brought us to where we are today. Thank you very much to Mr. Wayne Floriani, to all of you for being a part of this, every single sponsor who has enabled this. It really has been a distinct pleasure. Thank you. Welcome back, Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for taking the time to join all of us for lunch. That's Sebastian Spiogabra, welcoming our Deputy Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And I invite those who are still outside but attending this special session to make their way inside so we can begin with the formal proceedings for this particular segment of the program. Just by way of an update, we will be running the program through to approximately 3:30 p.m., at which point we'll exit this venue. There is another venue for all of us who wish to stay on at Goodman's until 5 p.m. But alternatively, for those who want to go down into the city, feel free to come and go as you please once we wrap up at 3:30 p.m. Kindly inviting all to take their seats. Thank you very much. Welcome back. And to the AB team, thank you so much for waiting in the wings as we prepare to commence with the next presentation. Mr. Tozola will be introducing the session by way of the introduction of the Deputy Prime Minister himself. So thank you very much, Ms. Zola, amidst your incredibly busy schedule today. I've also wanted to thank Wayne Floriani, who's just been working throughout the day, setting up as many meetings as possible for those of you who have been having B2B meetings. I hope they're going well. I certainly am very excited to announce one of the outcomes of a B2B bilateral meeting that took place yesterday afternoon, which does involve the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and a very, very exciting initiative that is set for announcement shortly during this program. I will invite, for those who are still coming in, I think we can commence the closure of the doors and each take a seat. Thank you very much, so that everyone in the room is ready to commence. I do believe that we are audible for everybody and in good order for those of us who are seated across Canada, the length and breadth of the country, as well as throughout the African continent. Paula Caldwell-Sanange, thank you very much for your involvement throughout. There are so many people who have been involved in this program, and as our chair of the board, you've been instrumental at every single moment and minute of what we've been doing today. And Mr. Tozola, getting a photo, rightly speaking. I think you're trending big time on social media. Thank you this session would not happen without you and your vision at the chamber to say, I believe the DRC is set to play an integral role in the future, not only of the continent, not simply of Canada, but of the world. And that model is built in the Canada-Africa relationship at which you've placed the DRC front and center. So thank you very much, Ms. Sola. If all is in order, subject to all protocols being observed, I would be very pleased to welcome you to the stage, Ato. And again, for anybody who does have any questions throughout the program, feel free to reach out. ask@canadaafrica.ca, ask@canadaafrica.ca. Those messages will come through us directly, and we're always very pleased to hear feedback as we commence the program. Without further ado, Mr. Tozola, a Senior Associate at the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, leading on the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Thank you, Garrett. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is an honor and a privilege for me to introduce the next speaker. The Honorable Vital Kamerhe Lwakaningini Kingi. Born in Bukavu, he is an economist, a politician from the Democratic Republic of Congo, son of Constantin Kamerhe and Alphonsine Mwa Nkengi. He is a native of Walungu in South Kivu province. He is married to Hamida Kamerhe Chatur, and they have 14 children together. In his career, he has notably served as President of the National Assembly following the first democratic election in 2006. Following the December 2018 election, Vital Kamerhe was appointed Cabinet Director to Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the newly elected president after the landslide victory of their duo Fachi Vit. He is currently Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Vital Kamerhe's political career has been marked by several positions. He has been advisor to 11 ministries with the rank of Coordinator of Study Unit, Deputy Cabinet Director, then Cabinet Director, Senior Director in charge of Administration and Finance at the National Service. Vital Kamerhe's political career has been marked by several positions. He was advisor to 11 ministers with the rank of Coordinator of Studies. Vital Kamerhe was one of the key figures in the peace process in the Democratic Republic of Congo, earning him the nickname of Peacemaker. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mr. Vital Kamerhe Lwakaningini Kingi.
Thank you, Madam, for your presentation, and thank you. Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, au titre et qualité respectifs, c'est pour moi un réel plaisir de prendre la parole pour la deuxième fois dans le cadre du Forum Canada-Afrique 2023 axé sur le thème « Accélérer le commerce et l'investissement entre le Canada et l'Afrique ».
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's for me a privilege to again speak as a guest at Accelerating Africa 2023.
Pour vous présenter les opportunités qu'offre mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, aux hommes d'affaires canadiens et du monde entier qui nous suivent à travers ce forum en ce moment.
To present opportunities of the Democratic Republic of Congo to Canadian investors as well as those following us throughout the world.
Je voudrais avant tout réitérer mes remerciements les plus sincères et toute ma gratitude à Son Excellence, Madame Mary Ngo, ministre de promotion des exportations, du commerce extérieur et du développement économique du Canada, pour des échanges très fructueux et mutuellement avantageux pour la République démocratique du Congo et le Canada, ce qui va, à n'en point douter, booster une nouvelle ère de coopération économique avec ces grands pays qu'est le Canada.
I would like once again to reiterate my gratefulness to Minister Ng, Minister of Economy, International Trade of Canada, for the opportunity to speak as to foster the economic relationship between the two countries, which I believe will move forward.
Je réitère le même remerciement aux organisateurs de ce grand forum, qui est une plateforme où nous avons eu mon frère Alingeti, inspecteur général, chef de service de l'inspection générale des finances, et moi-même, à présenter la carte postale du Congo. Aujourd'hui, nous allons effectivement entrer dans les détails pour vous montrer que le Congo, c'est la destination d'aujourd'hui et de demain.
I will reiterate same to the organizer of this conference for allowing us to present the DRC as a land of opportunities and every opportunity there is in the DRC in details.
Mon exposé va se limiter à répondre à deux questions seulement. Pourquoi investir en République démocratique du Congo et dans quel secteur investir en République démocratique du Congo?
I will resume my presentation in 2 points. Why invest in the DRC?
Pour les visionnaires, je vais retenir seulement 5 raisons. 1. La position géostratégique de la République démocratique du Congo prédispose ce pays à accueillir tous les investisseurs, publics comme privés, venant du sud, de l'Afrique australe, du nord, de l'Occident, de l'ouest et de l'est, parce que nous sommes effectivement au cœur de l'Afrique, j'allais dire au cœur du monde.
First of all, the positioning of the DRC is very strategic as we are positioned in the heart of Africa, in Central Africa. So whether coming from the north, south, east, west, strategically we are positioned in a way that gives us a better strategic alignment.
En partant de l'ouest de la République démocratique du Congo, vous êtes à l'océan Atlantique. Et quand vous traversez toute la République démocratique du Congo, vous avez l'Ouganda et le Kenya, vous êtes déjà à l'océan Indien.
Coming from the west, you have the Atlantic Ocean. Going to the east, where you have Uganda and other countries, you are already in the Indian Ocean.
Si vous partez de l'Afrique du Sud, là où les deux océans se rencontrent, l'océan Atlantique et l'océan Indien, quand vous remontez toute l'Afrique en passant par la République démocratique du Congo, vous rejoignez la Méditerranée qui sépare l'Europe de l'Afrique.
Coming from the south, where the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean meet, you go forward, going north, where the Mediterranean are going to Europe.
J'allais dire que l'Afrique, c'est une île qui s'ignore, puisqu'elle est entourée par les deux océans et coupée au nord par la mer Méditerranée. La même position géostratégique intéressante pour la République démocratique du Congo l'est aussi pour l'Afrique. L'Afrique doit se ressaisir et prendre conscience que son heure est arrivée.
Africa is strategically positioned as, I call it, an island, but that has been ignored by itself.
La RDC se trouve au carrefour de plusieurs organisations continentales, la SADC, c'est-à-dire l'Organisation des pays de l'Afrique australe, la CAC, l'Organisation des pays de l'Afrique centrale, vous avez la CPGL, vous avez l'East African Community, vous avez la COMESA pour l'Afrique de l'Est.
The DRC is placed in the center market of many communities and part of many communities such as SADC, such as the Eastern African communities and so on.
Donc, les investisseurs peuvent accéder au marché d'abord du Congo qui représente 100 millions d'habitants et ensuite, si on prend l'ensemble de tous ces pays qui composent ces organisations, vous avez un marché de plus de 300 millions d'habitants, qui n'est pas négligeable.
So the DRC is strategically positioned whether you want to have access to the market, which is 100 million in the market itself, but combined with all the communities, it comes around 300 million.
La deuxième raison, c'est que mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, regorge de ressources naturelles innombrables et inégalées. Vous avez les mines, pratiquement tous les tableaux de Mendeleev. Nous sommes les premiers producteurs du cobalt pour le moment, dont nous possédons les 2 tiers des réserves de l'humanité.
Currently, the DRC is such a hub of mineral resources such as cobalt, which has a very large reserve currently in the DRC, and you basically found every mineral resource that there is in the world both in the DRC.
Aujourd'hui, la République démocratique du Congo est au 2e rang de classement en cuivre, après le Chili.
The DRC has been ranked 2nd after Chile for copper.
La RDC est le premier en termes de potentialité à ce qui concerne le coltan, que vous avez tous dans vos téléphones portables, matière essentielle aussi pour fabriquer les batteries des ordinateurs. C'est tout simplement un pays fabuleux.
The DRC has been ranked 1st with regards to the reserve of coltan, which is used for every cell phone use. And just to say that this is a fabulous country.
Je ne vais pas vous fatiguer. Vous avez le lithium, vous avez le niobium, vous avez le manganèse, germanium. Bref, vous avez tous les minéraux que vous pouvez imaginer. Et ça se trouve en profusion. Nous le verrons tout à l'heure quand je ferai la présentation en détail.
We have countless minerals, whether it's lithium, cobalt, copper, and I will enumerate all of them when I do the presentation.
À côté de ces minéraux, nous disons, nous avons des réserves en terres arables importantes. D'après les études de l'Institut français de recherche et de la FAO, la République démocratique du Congo, avec ses terres bien exploitées, comme ici au Canada, comme en France, peut produire pour 2 milliards d'individus, c'est-à-dire résorber 2 fois le déficit alimentaire mondial.
Based on research, the DRC has such a reserve that can provide for 2 billion of individuals based on the mineral reserve that is located in the country.
À côté des terres, nous avons l'eau. Nous avons 53% de toutes les eaux d'Afrique, 13% de toutes les eaux du monde. Et il pleut pendant pratiquement 9 mois dans notre pays, une pluviométrie et puis des rivières dans toutes les contrées de la République démocratique du Congo avec un fleuve de 4700 km.
We have 53% of water reserve in the world right now. 53%.
Yes, and many rivers.
And many rivers.
Yes. Je ne vais pas vous effrayer en énumérant beaucoup de choses, je vais m'arrêter seulement en vous disant aussi qu'en ce qui concerne l'énergie propre, renouvelable et non polluante, la RDC est parmi les champions du monde. Numéro 2, nous avons les grands Inga, potentiel 44 000 MW. Si vous ajoutez les autres rivière, nous sommes à 106 000 mégawatts. De quoi donner l'électricité à l'ensemble de l'Afrique, puisque nous représentons 50% du potentiel africain. Mais quand vous branchez Ingasir, le barrage d'Anchois d'Égypte, vous êtes en Asie, on peut donner du courant à l'Asie du Sud-Est, on peut donner du courant à l'Europe de Midi, c'est-à-dire l'Europe du Sud. Quel pays fabuleux. I want to say, with Inga, we can give the electricity for all Africa. And if we connect Inga to Amsterdam in Egypt, we can send electricity in Asia and the south of Europe. That is a nice country, it's paradise. Alors, je sais pas, je parle dans quelle langue? Bon. Je voudrais dire aussi la troisième raison, c'est que le président de la République, son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, a commencé et il va continuer à faire des réformes importantes pour asseoir la bonne gouvernance, pour lutter contre la corruption, pour lutter contre la fraude. Et la présence ici de l'inspecteur général des finances, chef de service, Alinguetti Gilles, le confirme bien. Il a renforcé cette institution et aujourd'hui, il est le gendarme, au fait, et il doit travailler avec la justice.
And the restructuring, the president, the actual president, Felix Antoine Tshisekedi, is restructuring every sector, which is why you have the presence of the Inspector General of Finance in the restructuring of every sector, fighting bad corruption, improving the business climate in order to improve every sector and bring a good climate for business, for investments.
Toujours dans le cadre d'asseoir un bon climat des affaires, nous avons l'Agence nationale pour la promotion des investissements, nous avons une cellule pour le climat des affaires attachée directement au président de la République, une cellule des affaires attachée directement au Premier ministre.
For this reason, for improving the business climate, we have a department, a whole department attached to the presidency that reports directly to the president's office. That is the business climate in order to improve the business environment.
La quatrième raison pour laquelle j'invite les investisseurs canadiens et du monde entier, public comme privé, c'est que aujourd'hui, la République démocratique du Congo a dépassé ses prévisions en termes de taux de croissance économique. On avait attendu 6,1, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 8,6%. Donc, c'est un pays en pleine croissance.
And the fourth reason that I will invite Canadian investors is because we have gone past the economic problems. We are now facing economic growth.
La cinquième et dernière raison, mais il y a plusieurs, mais j'ai repris les principales raisons, c'est que les facilitations qu'on offre aux investisseurs dans le cadre des investissements.
And the fifth reason is the improvement and the good environment system that we have put in place for investors.
Je ne vais pas tous les énumérer. Je suis convaincu que quand l'inspecteur général des finances, chef de service prendra la parole, il va les énumérer.
I don't have time to enumerate them all, but the Inspector General of Finance will give you a breakdown of all the numbers.
Et donc, à partir de ces petits mots d'introduction, avant que nous entrions dans la matière, vous aurez constaté que la République démocratique du Congo répond 5 sur 5 aux sollicitations, aux ambitions des investisseurs avisés de la République démocratique du Congo comme c'est du reste du monde. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
From this presentation, you will realize that the DRC meets all requirements for a good business climate for Canadian investors.
Je voudrais que pour la suite des présentations, pour que je me sente à l'aise, s'il y a un micro-baladeur, on me le donne. S'il y en a deux, bon, bien, je peux retourner mon micro. On peut le sortir. Comme ça, je serai plus à l'aise plutôt que de continuer à lire. Ce sont des choses que nous avons manipulées pendant plus de 20 ans. Je crois qu'on va économiser le temps pour vous. Vous aurez un document détaillé après. Bon, allez, vous vous mettez à l'aise, vous me laissez passer comme ça. Moi aussi, je regarde comme tout le monde comment ça se passe. Donc, nous allons commencer par la carte de la République démocratique du Congo. C'est un pays qui est en Afrique centrale, qui a 2 345 000 km² 410. Et ce pays est le second en Afrique après l'Algérie, comme vous le savez. Et le 11e dans le monde. La population est estimée à 100 millions d'habitants. Les revolvers ne doivent pas vous faire peur. Hein? Donc, comme nous disons, l'Afrique a la forme d'un revolver et la gâchette se trouve au Congo. C'est-à-dire, si on veut vraiment développer l'Afrique, il faut passer par la République démocratique du Congo, de par sa taille, ses 9 voisins. Vous avez Congo-Brazzaville, vous avez le Sud-Soudan, vous avez l'Angola, vous avez la République centrafricaine, l'Ouganda, le Rwanda, la Zambie, la Tanzanie, le Burundi. Et sur le plan stratégique, nous sommes au cœur de l'Afrique, un bon emplacement où tout celui qui veut se déplacer ou déplacer ses marchandises. Là, nous montrons effectivement que, comme je l'avais dit tout à l'heure, que la République démocratique du Congo, quand vous regardez la carte, elle est au carrefour de toutes les organisations sous-régionales. La République démocratique du Congo est membre de l'Union africaine, bien sûr, c'est connu, mais il est membre de la SADC, il est membre de la communauté des États, économique des États de l'Afrique de l'Est. Il est membre de COMESA, il est membre de Cerville dans le cadre de la région des Grands Lacs, et c'est un pays qui, en fait, est la jonction de plusieurs cultures, anglophones, lusophones, francophones, et c'est extraordinaire. Nous sommes en matière de développement et de croissance, je vous ai dit tout à l'heure que nous sommes à 8,6% en 2022, comparé à ce qui était fait, qui était attendu 6,2%, donc nous sommes la 3e économie d'Afrique en termes de taux de croissance, et nous sommes aujourd'hui, quand on regarde les PIB, nous sommes dans les top 10 des pays. Jadis, le Congo ne comptait pas parmi ces genres de pays. Les réserves d'échange qui étaient, quand le président Félix Tshisekedi est arrivé au pouvoir, à 850 millions de dollars, passé en 2020 à 1,5 milliard, en 2022 3,2 milliards. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 4,4 milliards de dollars. Un effort considérable. Le taux d'échange, il se déprécie légèrement parce que nous sommes conscients que nous devons augmenter l'offre intérieure, nous devons produire, nous devons transformer, mais n'empêche qu'on a réussi à stabiliser la monnaie. Et ici, si on prend deux périodes à comparer, de 2016 à 2019, avant notre arrivée, et on prend de 2019 à 2023 aujourd'hui, vous allez voir que la vitesse de dépréciation monétaire était plus rapide avant l'arrivée de Félix Tshisekedi au pouvoir. Aujourd'hui, les réserves d'échange, je l'ai déjà dit, nous pouvons faire avancer là, c'est quoi? Alors, nous parlons de comment créer l'environnement attractif et compétitif pour les zones d'affaires. Nous avons ici, aujourd'hui, entamé une réforme au niveau fiscal et des exemptions fiscales qui sont inscrites dans notre code d'investissement. Nous avons donc un régime particulier pour les investisseurs qui viennent au Congo. nous avons des accords de coopération et de collaboration. Nous avons des zones économiques spéciales dans lesquelles on va offrir des avantages. Déjà, la zone économique spéciale de Maluku est en train d'accueillir beaucoup d'investisseurs et aujourd'hui, on a inauguré une grande industrie de fabrication de carrosses 100% congolais qu'on importait à l'époque. Nous disons, le problème ici, c'est la valeur ajoutée à nos produits. Nous avons donc un régime qui privilégie le partenariat public-privé. Nous sommes aujourd'hui dans le cadre de la promotion du climat des affaires. La RDC a été acceptée dans l'OADA. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de mener la guerre contre la fraude et la corruption à travers l'inspection générale des finances, je l'ai souligné tout à l'heure. Nous avons la réforme progressive de la justice. Nous allons revitaliser l'Agence nationale de promotion des investissements. Nous allons créer une fenêtre d'opportunité pour les business dans notre pays. Le climat des affaires, et nous l'avons dit tout à l'heure, préoccupe le président de la République au plus haut point, parce que toute une cellule a été créée à son niveau, et de la même façon, une cellule a été créée au niveau du cabinet du Premier ministre. Ici, quel domaine peuvent intéresser les investisseurs? Nous parlons des mines. Et dans les mines, vous savez que les réserves du Congo sont innombrables. Quelques minéraux seulement de la République démocratique du Congo, selon les études de l'Université de Columbia aux États-Unis, représentent 24 000 milliards de dollars en termes de valeur. Mais si vous comparez au PIB de l'Arabie Saoudite, c'est 19 000 milliards, vous comparez au PIB des États-Unis d'Amérique associé au PIB de l'Europe occidentale, c'est 22 000 milliards. Donc, on peut dire potentiellement la République démocratique du Congo est riche. Mais il faut y mettre les actions d'intelligence et de l'ambition. Dans ce domaine des mines, nous avons le Korat, dont la République démocratique du Congo est le premier producteur. Nous avons le cuivre, tout ça sont des minéraux stratégiques et critiques. Nous avons les coltan que vous trouvez dans tous vos téléphones, le niobium, le lithium, nous avons les diamants, nous avons le nickel, nous avons l'or. Mais tous ces minéraux, et quand vous regardez essentiellement les cobalt, les cuivres, les lithium, ce sont des minéraux qui sont destinés à la fabrication des batteries pour les voitures électriques. Donc nous sommes au cœur de la transition énergétique en République démocratique. Hendrik. Alors, parlant du coltan, j'ai voulu mettre en exergue le coltan. Parce que les pays qui fabriquent les avions, les pays qui fabriquent les coltans, reçoivent les coltans, mais quand on regarde les statistiques au niveau de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce, on ne voit ni pas la République démocratique du Congo. On voit des pays qui n'ont pas de gisement de coltan. Et nous disons que ceci est révoltant, d'autant plus que nous avons 60% de toutes les réserves du monde de coltan. Nous disons, et ceci est à la base de la guerre d'agression que nous connaissons aujourd'hui. Parce que ces coltans, ces réserves de coltan se trouvent dans les Kivu, à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo. Mais le président Félix Tshisekedi, qui a pris le courage d'endiguer la fraude, fermer tous les circuits mafieux, fait que, après les 2 premiers trimestres, aujourd'hui, j'ai lu les statistiques, finalement, nous sommes les premiers producteurs pour les 2 premiers trimestres ici. Et j'espère qu'à la fin de l'année, la République démocratique du Congo va recouvrer la place qui est la sienne. Nous parlons de l'or. Là aussi, nous avons beaucoup d'or chez nous, essentiellement dans l'Ituri, dans les hauts Bazuélé, dans les Kivu, Nord Kivu, Sud Kivu et le Maniema. Et le président de la République a pris la décision de mettre en place une entreprise à partenariat public-privé qui a fait augmenter la quantité de l'or. Mais en même temps, il a demandé au gouvernement d'étudier les voies et moyens pour que cette initiative ne puisse pas enrayer les investisseurs ou opérateurs économiques locaux et que la manne de l'or puisse profiter aux communautés locales et à la République démocratique du Congo dans un esprit gagnant-gagnant. Alors, quand on regarde l'exportation de cobalt, ça c'est le cobalt, hein, vous verrez que ça en pleine progression avec le pic de 291 790 tonnes de cobalt à mai. Ça, nous parlons de cette année seulement. Il y a une légère baisse en juin, mais on a repris. Et quand vous regardez ces mêmes minéraux, vous verrez que la République démocratique du Congo, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, occupe la deuxième place après le Chili. Et vous verrez que la Zambie, jadis, qui était presque au même niveau que la République démocratique du Congo, se retrouve un peu en dessous. Tout simplement parce que c'est une ressource non renouvelable et que la République démocratique du Congo n'avait pas suffisamment exploité ses réserves jusque-là. Ici, nous avons l'évolution de la production industrielle de l'or en kilogrammes au premier semestre 2023. Pour ne pas vous parler de la littérature, les chiffres parlent d'eux-mêmes. Ouais, de janvier jusqu'en juin, comment ça a évolué et ça continue à évoluer. C'est de l'or. On ne passe plus par la voie frauduleuse. C'est des lingots d'or transformés dans une fonderie sur place à la République démocratique du Congo. Nous avons aussi l'évolution des exportations de cobalt en tonnes, premier semestre 2023. Vous verrez aussi que cette évolution, un peu en dents de scie, mais ça s'est stabilisé autour de 9089 tonnes en juin. Là, je vous donne le tableau des réserves, quelques minéraux, puisque si je vous cite tous les minéraux de la République démocratique du Congo, nous allons sortir ici peut-être à minuit. Je vous en donne seulement quelques-uns. Les cuivres, nous avons 71 millions de tonnes de réserves. Le lithium, nous avons 31 millions de tonnes de réserves. Le niobium, nous avons 30 millions de tonnes de réserves. Le manganèse, 77 millions de tonnes de réserves. Nous avons les arcs, tout est lisible sur le tableau, le cobalt, le fer, 60% de fer sur le Congo. Nous avons la cassitérite, nous avons le coltan, nous avons l'or et les diamants qui restent encore inexploités à ce jour. Donc, j'ai cité à titre indicatif cela. Mais comment se présentent les minéraux à travers la République démocratique du Congo? Les investisseurs canadiens et du monde qui nous suivent ici peuvent choisir n'importe quelle province de la République démocratique du Congo par hasard. Où il y a les bandes d'eau, il y a le diamant, il y a le pétrole, il y a tout ce que vous voyez là-bas. Dans les Congos central, vous trouvez donc toutes les provinces de la République démocratique du Congo regorgent plus de 3 minéraux. Et ça, ce n'est pas donné à n'importe quel pays. Nous sommes conscients que la République démocratique du Congo, en fait, c'est un paradis, mais que nous avons transformé avec la mauvaise gouvernance au fil des ans en un enfer. Et le travail, les challenges que le président Félix Tshisekedi tout à l'heure vous a dit, que nous avions commencé ensemble, j'étais directeur de cabinet, donc je suis bien placé pour dire, il ne peut pas comprendre que nous ayons tout ça et que nous continuons à quémander. Donc le challenge, c'est de faire en sorte que ces minéraux-là profitent à la République démocratique du Congo, à l'Afrique et au monde dans les cas de partenariat gagnant-gagnant. Pour le secteur bancaire, là, tout est à faire. parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous n'avons que 4 banques où il y a des capitaux congolais, 9 banques où il y a des capitaux africains et 2 banques aux capitaux internationaux. Donc, c'est un secteur ouvert. Comme vous le savez, on ne peut pas faire les affaires sans le secteur bancaire. Et Madame la gouverneure de la Banque centrale, le ministre des Finances, et moi-même, en tant que président de la Commission économie et finances du gouvernement, nous sommes en train de nous entraîner là-bas. S'il y a des Canadiens qui veulent ouvrir des banques chez nous, ils sont les bienvenus, ils vont faire de bonnes affaires. Voilà, c'est un secteur qui est encore vierge pour vous et pour les autres investisseurs qui nous suivent en ce moment. Parce que le problème que nous vivons là-bas, c'est que la République démocratique du Congo est écartelée. Les gens qui sont au Kivu veulent faire les affaires avec le Rwanda, avec l'Ouganda, avec le Kenya, avec la Zambie. Ceux qui sont au Katanga veulent faire les affaires avec la Zambie, la Tanzanie. Ceux qui sont à Kinshasa ou dans les bandes de veulent faire des affaires avec l'Angola, au Congo central avec l'Angola, et Kinshasa avec la République centrafricaine ou avec Congo-Brazzaville, et au nord là-bas, le Sud-Soudan est encore en difficulté. C'est pour dire que nous devons créer des conditions au niveau de la réglementation d'échange et de politique monétaire pour que la mauvaise monnaie chasse la bonne, pour que les gens ne cachent pas leurs dollars à la maison. Et aujourd'hui, le franc congolais recouvre sa valeur et que tout le monde puisse faire les échanges en monnaie locale comme dans tous les pays. Je suis arrivé ici pour payer mon hôtel ici, on m'a exigé de payer en dollars canadiens. Mais nous, on a dollarisé notre économie et quand nous demandons aux mêmes expatriés qui viennent chez nous de payer en francs congolais, ils disent non, nous avons des dollars, on n'a pas de francs congolais. Donc nous allons faire en sorte que les francs congolais deviennent attrayants. Nous avons les secteurs où vous pouvez aussi investir. C'est les infrastructures. Toutes les infrastructures. Aujourd'hui, nous avons 152 400 km de routes nationales. Mais c'est 2% seulement qui sont aujourd'hui praticables. C'est inimaginable. Alors, vous qui voulez faire les affaires, voilà. Les routes sont là, amenez les machines. On vous donne les conditions alléchantes et vous allez nous faire des routes. Avec nous, puisqu'il y a des Congolais qui savent faire aussi ce travail-là. Les routes d'intérêt général qui représentent 58 125 km, il n'y a que 19,5% qui sont dans de bonnes conditions. Là aussi, vous avez des opportunités à saisir. Aujourd'hui, nous avons 5000 kilomètres de réseaux ferrés. Quand vous prenez les réseaux qui partent du Katanga jusqu'à Idebo, et puis vous prenez les chemins de l'Est, de Nord-Est, mais 95% c'est détérioré. Donc, c'est encore une opportunité à saisir. La voie fluviale, la voie lacustre, les rivières, c'est plus de 16 238 kilomètres qu'il faut draguer, qu'il faut baliser. Voilà encore une autre opportunité. Aujourd'hui, nous avons, vous pouvez faire monter, s'il vous plaît, en ce qui concerne les aéroports et les petites pistes d'atterrissage, il y en a plus de 500. Mais 101 sont pour le public. Mais parmi les 101, 4 sont internationaux. Je crois que les autres se sont ajoutés dernièrement, puisque Colombie est devenu aussi l'aéroport international. Elle est refait totalement. Le président va inaugurer Colombie. Kisangani a été renforcé parce que complètement refait. Bukavu, c'est-à-dire Kavumu, à l'est, est entré déjà à 50% totalement refait. Nous avons Bunia qui est complètement refait. Et donc, et ce n'est pas suffisant. Alors, je vous montre la carte des routes du Congo et des rivières et des rails. C'est superposé. Tout ce qui est en jaune, c'est tout ce que nous voulons ajouter pour rendre l'intégration économique d'abord nationale faisable et aussi l'intégration économique régionale. Parce que nous voulons partir de l'océan Atlantique pour aller à l'océan Indien, soit au Kenya, soit en Tanzanie. Et pour cela, il y a des chemins de fer qui sont prévus, il y a des routes, et c'est dans ces tableaux-là, et ce sont des marchés qui restent encore ouverts. Mais je voudrais, par la suite, oui, Henri, vous montrer ce que le gouvernement a décidé de faire et qui est en train de se faire avec ses propres moyens. Nous avons la route de Bukavu-Kavumo-Innova. On a déjà terminé une partie, mais ça doit continuer. Mitiogo, Bukavu-Nyangezi, Kamanyola, Uvira Baraka, Baraka Fizi, Bakale. Ça, c'est uniquement dans la partie est de la République démocratique du Congo. Et il y a des routes aussi du côté qui partent des Zongo et qui viennent rejoindre encore la nationale et le fleuve. Il y a beaucoup de routes. Bref, je peux vous parler aussi des routes de l'Ituri, je peux vous parler des routes du Kasaï, mais je n'ai pas voulu vous déranger avec tous ces chiffres. J'ai préféré prendre les chiffres du ministère du Plan. Ici, nous avons des efforts du président de la République. Ce que vous voyez là sous forme de montagnes, ce sont des rejets, des scories, quand on a exploité les cuivres, ça a formé une montagne. Donc au départ, on croyait que c'est des choses à jeter. Mais aujourd'hui, le président de la République, la GECAMINE, qui est l'entreprise de l'État, a créé une nouvelle entreprise, Estelle, qui produit aujourd'hui du germanium. Et l'offre sur le marché international, nous représentons 30%. Et il a fallu 75 millions de dollars investis pour avoir cette entreprise. Donc, nous avons du germanium. Et c'est ce que le président a toujours voulu, la transformation de nos minéraux sur place pour une valeur ajoutée. Là, bon, là où vous me voyez, là, avec le président et la première dame, le président était parti inaugurer le centre de négoce à Kolwezi pour, permettre au gouvernement de suivre réellement les exportations en matière de cuivre, cobalt et tous les minéraux, puisque Kolwezi, là-bas, c'est vraiment la capitale des minéraux, mais pour la traçabilité et la transparence, et pour que ceci puisse booster l'économie nationale et l'économie locale. Je crois que quelques amis dans la salle ici, comme moi, tout, étaient là. Nous avons participé et c'est de là que je suis parti en laissant le président continuer à aller inaugurer l'usine, disons, le barrage hydroélectrique de Boussanga. Comme aujourd'hui, j'ai vu qu'on a inauguré le barrage de la Romaine ici, je crois, j'ai vu au niveau du Québec. C'est là. Donc, le président est allé inaugurer ces barrages. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il avait exigé que ces barrages soient à 50% congolais et 50% étrangers. Et ce sont les efforts de l'inspection générale des finances ici. En matière de route, j'ai oublié de dire que les négociations que l'inspecteur général des finances avec les membres de la présidence et du gouvernement ont mené font que 6 communes, qui est une société chinoise, a finalement cédé parce que avant nous n'avions que 30% dans cette société. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes à 50% et ils se sont engagés à construire des routes telles qu'elles avaient stipulé les contrats que nous avions ensemble. Vous pouvez revenir, si ça oui. Là, vous voyez, c'est le président zambien et le président de la République démocratique du Congo, Tshisekedi. Ils sont à Kasomeno en train de poser la première pierre pour construire un pont de 300 mètres qui va relier la Zambie à la République démocratique du Congo. Et là, nous allons économiser 300 km pour joindre le port de Dar es Salaam en partant de Kolwezi. Et Kasumbalé, ça va rester pour d'autres évacuations. Et ça, c'est du concret. Et en même temps, le président a inauguré toujours là-bas à Kasenga, non là c'est plutôt à Sakanya, une grande import sec incroyable sur 140 hectares qui offre toutes les facilités modernes et c'est cela que nous sommes en train de faire derrière le président de la République. On peut, voilà. Autre domaine attractif à la République démocratique du Congo qui semble être négligé, pour lequel le Canada a les secrets, c'est l'agriculture. L'agriculture, c'est quand ça se développe, on rentre dans le développement durable. Et donc, avec les 80 millions d'hectares de terres arables, 40 millions de terres irrigables. Et je vous informe que 10% seulement de ces terres sont exploitées à ce jour. Donc, le marché est ouvert et nous voulons donc la diversification de l'agriculture. Et ceci, nous avons choisi la stratégie de travailler avec le privé à travers le ministère de l'Agriculture, l'Institut de recherche ITA, qui avait fait ses preuves au Nigeria. Et je pense que dans le cadre de l'agenda de transformation agricole, le président de la République s'est fixé beaucoup d'ambition. Ici, nous avons un champ expérimental à Mongata, au plateau de Bateke, dans la ville de Kinshasa. Puisque la ville de Kinshasa, en fait, de chez moi jusqu'à cette ferme-là, jusqu'à Mongata, nous sommes à 180 km dans la ville de Kinshasa. Et le long de la route, il n'y a aucun champ. Donc, même dans Kinshasa, vous pouvez investir. Nous avons ici vraiment voulu montrer qu'on peut produire et transformer en République démocratique du Congo. Donc, vous avez encore des opportunités à saisir dans le domaine agricole. Ici, nous avons édicté un certain nombre de mesures pour permettre aux gens d'importer le matériel agricole, les intrants agricoles, gratuitement pour permettre l'augmentation de la production locale, des maïs, des haricots, des riz, toutes sortes de cultures, de façon à recouvrer effectivement notre souveraineté en matière alimentaire. Et ça a donné des fruits. Aujourd'hui, le maïs, le sac de maïs de 25 kilos, coûte moins cher aujourd'hui à Lubumbashi, à Lusaka, et les deux pays sont en train de parler pour avoir une même vision dans les cas des avantages comparatifs, puisque la Zambie nous a beaucoup aidé. Et c'est le moment de comprendre que nous pouvons avoir un marché globalisé et travailler ensemble. Vous pouvez y aller, ok? Tout ce qui est en vert là, et je vous ai énuméré puisque vous aurez tous ces documents, c'est les différentes contrées de la République démocratique du Congo où vous n'avez qu'à aller et nous vous donnons, c'est des anciennes plantations abandonnées qui ont fait leur preuve, que ce soit les cafés, que ce soit les thés, que ce soit les veillas, que ce soit les cacao. Aujourd'hui, dans les Nord Kivu, dans l'Ituri, le cacao qui est produit aujourd'hui, si on ferme la voie de la clandestinité, la République démocratique du Congo dépasse la Côte d'Ivoire de loin. Donc, c'est un pays à bâtir et à rebâtir. Et le président Félix Tshisekedi vous invite à venir. Vous aurez alors des conditions favorables pour faire des affaires. Nous avons ici un autre challenge, c'est la transformation. Mais ici, il faut ouvrir les routes de dessert agricole pour que tout ceci devienne réalité. Ça, c'est un champ qui se trouve au Katanga. Mais dans le même esprit, je tiens à vous informer que la société Forest a fait l'année passée un champ expérimental de 2500 hectares pour produire le blé. Et le blé avec une semence produite au Congo par les chercheurs congolais. La récolte a été non seulement abondante en termes de rentabilité, mais le produit était de très bonne qualité pour du pain. Et ceci peut nous préserver des effets néfastes du blocus dû à la guerre russo-ukrainienne. Puisque cette année, au moment où nous parlons, le groupe Forest a cultivé 10 000 hectares. La Midema, qui est l'entreprise qui est basée à Kinshasa, au Congo central, à Lubero, dans le nord Kivu, à l'est de Kivu, vous avez déjà commencé une expérience avec des milliers d'hectares au produit de blé. L'expérience était fructueuse, mais malheureusement, la guerre est venue arrêter cette ambition. Donc, ce n'est que partie remise. Donc, le Congo peut produire du blé et le fournir à d'autres pays africains. C'est de cette façon-là que l'Afrique va réellement recouvrer ses lettres de noblesse. Les grands Inga, il est là. C'est 44 000 mégawatts, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure. Inga, lui, c'est représente 50% de tout le potentiel hydroélectrique africain. Et ceci est ouvert non seulement aux ONG, non seulement aux opérateurs économiques canadiens, mais au gouvernement canadien. Il faut aussi avoir une coopération structurelle entre États. Et donc, c'est une invitation qu'on vient de vous lancer et les choses sont claires. Ici, nous sommes en train de montrer les différents comment Inga peut desservir l'Afrique, c'est une carte, et comment connecter à l'Égypte par jusqu'à l'Asie et aller jusqu'à l'Europe de Midi, donc le sud de l'Europe. C'est des cartes que vous aurez à consulter. J'estime qu'il y aura des questions, il y aura des réponses pour tout ce que nous voulons dire. Nous sommes là devant plusieurs projets. Tout ce que vous voyez là, ce sont des sources d'énergie en République démocratique du Congo. Associé à Inga, c'est ce qui amène les 100 000 mégawatts. Et tout ceci, vous pouvez venir, vous avez la technologie, l'expertise, les moyens, et dans les cas de partenariat public-privé, dans les cas de joint venture avec les Congolais, vous pouvez construire des barrages, des micro-barrages et vendre de l'électricité. C'est une opportunité à saisir. Ici, nous montrons des autres cours d'eau. C'est incroyable. Donc, si je vous cite le nombre de rivières que vous avez au Congo, au potentiel qui suffisent pour 76 000 villages de la République démocratique du Congo, c'est tout simplement étonnant. Quand on regarde ça, on se dit est-ce que le Congo n'est pas immergé comme le Canada dans l'eau? Nous sommes dans l'eau partout là-bas. Mais la différence chez nous, c'est que ce sont des rivières qui coulent et c'est des potentiels hydroélectriques. J'ai suivi pour le Québec que la Romaine constitue le dernier grand investissement. On est à la recherche d'autres solutions. Mais chez nous, nous sommes encore à l'exploitation des Inga, si je calcule aujourd'hui, nous sommes à presque 1,5% d'exploitation du potentiel Inga. Quel gâchis, alors que cette électricité peut servir non seulement les Congo et l'ensemble de l'Afrique. Alors ici, c'est la diversification, comme nous l'avons dit, dans l'énergie propre que nous produisons. Et ici, il s'agit des hydrocarbures. On a tout le bloc pétrolier et c'est bien indiqué quand on regarde par pays. Le Congo est là, mais nous avons 27 blocs avec 22 milliards de barils potentiels. Nous avons des gaz avec 66 milliards de mètres cubes et des gaz, le gaz se trouve au Kivu et dans les confins de Mwanda au niveau de l'embouchure de l'océan Atlantique. La République démocratique du Congo, comme vous l'aurez remarqué, est effectivement un pays qui doit attirer des investisseurs. Nous vous invitons, vous, investisseurs canadiens, le gouvernement canadien et les investisseurs du monde
d'Afrique et d'autres pays de venir au Congo et vous sentir chez vous, tout en respectant les lois de la République démocratique du Congo dans un esprit de partenariat gagnant-gagnant. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Honorable Vital Kamere. Thank you for the overview of the presentation of the DRC. Now, to be gender inclusive, we will call on Bernadette Kundu to give us an overview of women in mining in the DRC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah. I'm going to do my presentation in French because I'm a good French speaker. Yes, and French is my official language. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame Atto. Non, Monsieur Manzi. Oui, voilà, ça c'est Monsieur Aligeti. C'est Monsieur l'inspecteur. Oui, moi j'ai vraiment juste 5 minutes, je vais parler rapidement. Où est le Monsieur Bon, ma présentation va être mise sur Internet, dans le site, parce qu'on a un problème de temps, on doit aller rapidement. Voilà, donc.
So we're going to share the presentation with all of you. So for 5 minutes, I will not be able to provide all the information and present at the same time.
Voilà, donc je vais rapidement parler des états des lieux du secteur minier en République démocratique du Congo et quelle est la place de la femme dans une économie circulaire.
I will be talking about the role of women in a circular economy approach.
Voilà, donc nous allons introduire juste cette notion économique rapidement parce que nous n'allons pas entrer vraiment en détail. C'est juste une petite fissure que nous avons mis pour permettre à la femme de pouvoir être partie prenante dans le secteur minier.
We will only provide an overview of women's role in mining in a circular economy.
Le Canada est un pays où le droit de la femme a beaucoup d'importance. Donc, c'était très, très important pour nous de pouvoir introduire l'aspect de la participation de la femme dans le secteur minier.
As Canada is a good partner and foster with women in every sector, in every industry, for us it was very important to introduce the subject with respect to women in the mining sector.
Voilà, en continuité à l'exposé de son Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-Premier ministre, nous allons juste montrer comment investir dans le secteur minier, parce que la Chambre des mines est vraiment la porte d'entrée pour l'investissement minier.
To emphasize on the presentation of the Deputy Prime Minister, we would like to emphasize on that the Chamber of Mine is the door to entry for investing in mining sector.
La République démocratique du Congo a 70 mandataires en mines et carrières. Les mandataires en mines et carrières sont des juristes qui sont spécialistes dans la législation minière. Et ils sont organisés en un corps qui travaille en partenariat avec la Chambre des mines. Donc, si vous voulez investir dans le secteur minier au Congo, vous avez le devoir de vous référer à l'un des mandataires en ligne que la République démocratique du Congo met à disposition de tous les investisseurs de ce secteur-là. Il y en a en tout que 70, dont je fais partie.
We have as a total of 70 the people who are mandated to do in the mining queries, to provide services in the mining queries, as a total of 70 of us, and I am one of them.
Combien y a-t-il d'exploitants de droits miniers, c'est-à-dire combien de titulaires de droits miniers d'exploitation avons-nous au Congo?
How many people have exploitation rights in the DRC? This is the bigger question.
Ben, il y a 3031 droits miniers délivrés à des titulaires.
We have 3,031 exploitation permits so far.
Voilà, et l'ITA, dans son rapport de 2022, parle excusez-moi, je suis un peu, oui, voilà, parle de 450 permis d'exploitation.
EITI reported in 2022 450 permits so far.
Contre 443 en 2021, 443 permis de recherche en 2021.
Against 443 in 2021.
Non, excusez-moi. Donc, il y a 1137 permis de recherche validés en 2020 et en 2021 et aussi en 2022. Donc, ce sont les mêmes permis qui sont en continuité.
1137 in 2020, 1110 in 2021, and 945 in 2022.
Voilà, donc il y a un petit classement en ce qui concerne l'octroi des droits actifs d'exploitation minière. Donc il y a dans le Lualaba, il y en a plus, dans le Haut-Katanga, il y en a un peu moins, et dans le Tanganyika et dans les autres, il y en a vraiment très très peu.
There is a ranking. In the Lualaba, we have more, then following by the Katanga, and then comes the Tanganyika, and so on.
Pour encourager l'investissement minier, on parle souvent de l'expérience de Kamoa, mais je ne peux vraiment pas du tout faire outrage au président de la Chambre des mines qui est ici, qui parle tellement bien de cet investissement, et je pense qu'il vous en avait parlé le premier jour, hier, je crois. Il vous en a parlé en long et en large.
Talking about the mining business, we very often talk about the Kamoa mining, which I will not give credit. I will not give a good credit unless Mr. Louis Watum, who gave a very good presentation in this regard.
Alors voilà, donc en gros, nous pouvons dire qu'au total, Kamoa a fait 101 562 tonnes de cuivre et ça a été vendu au cours du deuxième trimestre de l'année 2023.
Kamoa had a total of 11.
Oui, 101 562 tonnes.
100
Oui, tu as les papiers. Il faut juste le faire passer. Voilà, mais de toute façon, bon, ils vont avoir ça dans les documents.
You will receive the presentation with the documents with you. I have so many people.
Ouais, et oui, nous sommes toujours dans Kamoa, vraiment pour faire très très vite, c'est 2,2 millions de tonnes de minerais à une teneur moyenne en cuivre de 5,2% ont été broyés par les concentrateurs de phase 1 et phase 2.
The number that she has provided, so you will get it in the presentation that was provided in the last year.
Et l'expansion de la phase 3 de la mine et du concentrateur de Kamoa avance comme prévu et devrait être achevée en fin 2024. J'ai quand même parlé de ça pour dire que quand on veut, on peut en République démocratique du Congo dans le secteur minier.
I just gave you that breakdown to make to let you know that whatever you need to be done in the DRC can be done. I just provided you the numbers to show the possibilities that can be done in the DRC.
Et toujours dans le cadre de l'investissement, il y a l'artisanat minier, mais je passe parce que je sais que le président Ouattara m'en avait parlé.
There is also another aspect is artisanal mining, and I will not go into it because I know President Watum tackled it on Monday, on Tuesday.
Et la femme dans l'économie circulaire.
And women in a circular economy.
On ne peut pas parler de l'économie circulaire sans parler du développement durable.
We cannot talk about circular economy without talking about sustainable economy.
On ne peut pas parler de l'économie durable sans parler de la femme.
We cannot talk about sustainable economy without talking about women.
Donc je veux juste dire que les femmes doivent avoir une chance égale à pouvoir jouir des possibilités qu'offrent les terres congolaises, le sous-sol congolais.
I just want to emphasize that women have to have a share with whatever the DRC mineral mining sector provides.
Bon, après avoir dit tout ce que vous avez entendu dans le secteur minier, vous allez comprendre qu'il y a un sérieux problème parce que dans tout ce que nous avons pu dire, vous allez retenir qu'il n'y a que 10% des femmes dans le secteur minier.
With everything that was said, you will find out that it's a serious problem as we only have 10% of women in the mining sector.
Pourtant, il y a une tirade de possibilités qui s'offre maintenant, actuellement, aux femmes dans l'approche de l'économie circulaire, comme je viens de le dire, et qui fait l'unanimité ainsi que la force d'appréciation de tous.
Although there is a favorable place that has been given to women, there is a small number of women involved in this mining sector.
La femme peut jouer un rôle très efficace dans la réutilisation ou le réemploi des déchets miniers non toxiques.
Women can play a vital role in the reusing of minerals to avoid toxic environments.
Elle est aussi au top 1 dans l'activité d'exploitation artisanale.
She is also at the top on artisanal mining.
Nous avons déjà commencé, donc j'avais déjà dit qu'il n'y a que 10% dans la... Non, je reprends. Nous avons à peu près 30 compagnies majeures d'investisseurs en ligne qui ont investi dans le secteur minier. Les plus grands, on en compte à peu près 30.
We have about 30 larger companies, investment companies that have invested in the DRC so far.
Il y a moins de 10% qui occupent des postes de commandement.
Less than 10% of women are in leadership roles.
Dans tout secteur confondu, que ce soit dans tout domaine, que ce soit dans l'État, que ce soit dans le privé, on n'en trouve pas grand monde.
In every area, whether in the government or in the private sector, only 10% of women.
Et on trouve 40% quand même dans le secteur artisanal.
And we found 40% in the artisanal sector.
Voilà. Donc, pour donner un exemple, nous avons heureusement une ministre des Mines, femme, Madame Samba, Antoinette Samba, à qui je rends hommage.
And to give you an example, we have a woman minister of mine right now, Minister Antoinette Samba, to whom I greet right now.
Et nous avons quand même Madame Marie-Chantal Kaninda, qui est la présidente de Glencore RDC. C'est la deuxième grand groupe d'investissement minier.
And we have Madame Marie-Chantal Kaninda, who is the president of Glencore, which is the second largest mining company in the DRC.
Nous avons Madame Marna Claude, qui est elle présidente du Vanoé, le plus grand investisseur européen.
And we have Marna Claude, who is the president of Ivanhoe, who is one of the largest mining company in the DRC, Cameroon.
Et quand on entre dans l'administration, nous avons Madame Soubou, qui est dans la Chambre des mines, qui est actrice dans le secteur minier depuis des années.
And when we go to administration, we have Nanu Suku, who is the administration officer of the Chamber of Mines.
À Kibali, nous avons Madame Bibiche Efomi.
In Kibali, we have Madame Bibiche Efomi.
Et tant d'autres. Et j'ai juste donné ces exemples pour vous dire qu'elles sont à compter du bout des doigts. Dans le secteur de l'exploitation, dans la sous-traitance, nous en avons très très peu aussi. Et un exemple, c'est Madame Sabine qui est juste en face de moi, qui est une grande opératrice économique dans le secteur des mines. Elle fait dans la sous-traitance et elle est parmi les millionnaires du Congo.
And to name just a few, we have in the subcontracting also we have a few women, and I introduced to you Sabine Kamupitu, who is one of the subcontractors, one of the few women in the subcontracting of mining.
Voilà, comme dans le secteur minier comme dans d'autres secteurs, les femmes sont stéréotypées, les femmes sont mises à côté, il y a des discriminations culturelles, etc. Ça fait qu'on ne les retrouve pas vraiment dans ce secteur-là.
In every sector, as we are seeing, there is such a discrimination against women because women are not represented are not equally represented in every sector, and that goes for any sector in the country.
Je vais vous passer de tous les détails parce qu'on n'a plus beaucoup de temps. Je vais juste dire ici que la Chambre des mines a pris comme initiative, après avoir fait ce constat, la Chambre des mines a pris comme initiative de pouvoir organiser chaque année une journée dédiée à la femme que nous appelons la Women's Day.
I will spare you of all the details, but we have now in the Chamber of Mine a conference that we put together every year naming women in the mining sector.
Oui, parce que dans ce que je vous ai dit auparavant, il n'y a aucune femme qui est propriétaire d'un titre minier, c'est déplorable. Donc, nous avons initié cette journée chaque année pour pouvoir donner de l'information aux femmes concernant le secteur minier, parce que pour la plupart, elles ne sont pas là parce qu'elles pensent que le secteur minier est un secteur masculin.
It's a shame because with all the riches we have in the mining area, there is no women, no leadership in women. No woman owns a mining company. And in all the riches that we have in the DRC, women are not as represented in the leadership in the mining.
Oui, donc pour clôturer, je voudrais juste attirer l'attention ici à la Chambre de commerce qui nous a reçus, de pouvoir relayer le message de la Chambre des mines du Congo, de la FEC du Congo, pour que nous puissions non seulement recevoir des femmes canadiennes qui viennent investir au Congo, mais aussi nous sollicitons un partenariat avec la Chambre de commerce pour que la journée que nous organisons chaque année, parce que nous avons déjà fait 2 éditions, la 3e édition c'est pour avril de l'année prochaine, nous sollicitons un partenariat pour que ces journées ne soient pas seulement confinées à Kinshasa, que nous puissions étendre cette activité au niveau de toute la République pour atteindre le plus de femmes possible, parce que nous disons toujours en Afrique, quand vous avez donné une richesse à une femme, vous avez donné cette richesse à sa famille et à la nation tout entière.
This is my heart cry to the chamber, to the Canada Africa Chamber of Business, that to come along and help us in this adventure, in the conference, in the Women in Mining conference that we organize every year, and come along with us, bringing women in mining to speak along with us, to emphasize on the importance of having women in the mining sector.
Voilà, pour finir, je remercie de tout cœur le président de la Chambre des mines ici présent qui nous donne l'opportunité de pouvoir nous exprimer et de pouvoir nous battre pour que la femme congolaise puisse avoir ce qui lui est de droit, c'est-à-dire la richesse du ventre de la terre congolaise.
In conclusion, I would like to thank President Louis Ouattara, who has given us a platform as women to express ourselves, to express our concerns regarding equality for women in the mining sector.
Et il est important que nous puissions souligner que dans la Chambre des mines, toute l'administration est tenue par les femmes.
And we have to underline that in the Chamber of Mines, the administration sector is held by women.
Et les hommes sont en compter de tous les jours.
And men are not are just a few.
Voilà, je vous remercie.
Merci, Mathilde. M'excuse sincèrement, nous sommes très en retard.
I thought you were speaking French.
I was a little, and that's about all I can do. Nous sommes très en retard, mes apologies. Nous besoin de arrêt. We have to stop at 3:45. Okay, we have to turn the room over for the cocktail reception that starts at 5 o'clock. They need an hour and 15 minutes to do. I apologize profusely. We do have a boardroom down at the end that can accommodate 20 people for VIP conversations. So you can carry it on there. You can also carry on in your private room over here with the DRC, whoever wants to do some continued discussion. We can take another brief discussion. All the tables have to go out. The catering has, and I apologize.
Okay. Juste pour dire que nous avons toutes les salles qui sont là pour les B2B ou pour les conversations. Et nous allons appeler Monsieur Jules Alinetti pour sa présentation.
Yes. Comment les... Ouais.
Vous allez avec la version anglaise ou française?
Non. Oh là là, vous avez mis la version en anglais ici.
Non, on peut.
C'est où ça?
La version française. La version française. Oui, vous allez utiliser ça.
Donnez-moi les lunettes, commandant les lunettes. Oui, je vais aller. Demandez à Willy de me donner des lunettes. On ne sait pas. Ça va. Je peux avoir des lunettes. C'est combien? J'ai fait 1.5. Oui. Ok. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, bonsoir. Il est toujours très difficile de parler Après des brillants exposés qui sont faits, je voulais ici saluer la présentation aussi exhaustive, globale et éloquente de notre vice-premier ministre en charge de l'économie, des finances, de l'investissement et de la planification. Nous n'allons pas abuser de votre temps. Nous serons obligés d'aller vite et nous allons demander aux organisateurs de vous donner l'ensemble des documents que nous avions préparés pour que vous puissiez les lire après cette conférence. Donc, nous serons obligés de bypasser un certain nombre de points que nous avions préparés pour la présentation. Vous avez suivi une présentation éloquente de la République démocratique du Congo en termes de potentialités, en termes d'opportunités d'affaires, et vous aviez vu aussi quelques résultats auxquels le pays est arrivé depuis 3 ans. Ce qui peut vous étonner aussi, c'est que comment un pays avec de telles potentialités, de telles opportunités d'investissement n'a pas pu pendant longtemps attirer les investisseurs et booster son développement. C'est là que nous voulons insister en vous disant que la République démocratique du Congo, avant 2019, présentait un tableau très sombre, très sombre en matière de la bonne gouvernance et en matière de la lutte contre la corruption. Et comme nous l'avions dit,
we wanted to resume a little
alors, comme nous avions dit, la mauvaise gouvernance ainsi que la corruption ont été des éléments essentiels qui ont fait obstacle à un climat propice des affaires dans le pays. Voilà pourquoi le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, tout en traçant un plan de développement, un plan qui devait amener le pays à aller de l'avant, avait souhaité que ce plan puisse être accompagné d'un autre travail à côté de l'implémentation de la bonne gouvernance, de la lutte contre les antivaleurs dans la gestion publique et de l'éradication des phénomènes de la corruption dans le pays. Nous avons un plan à 5 points, l'identification des obstacles pour l'identification des obstacles à la bonne gouvernance dans les pays, les préalables à l'instauration de la bonne gouvernance comme deuxième point, une brève présentation de l'inspection générale des finances comme service appelé à accompagner le gouvernement dans la lutte contre la corruption, les stratégies mises en place par notre service et les actions menées depuis 2020 à ce jour et les résultats auxquels nous sommes arrivés. Nous allons parler des obstacles, nous allons parler des préalables, nous allons bypasser la présentation de l'inspection générale des finances, nous allons parler des stratégies, c'est important, les actions, nous n'allons pas en parler, nous allons vous laisser lire ces actions et nous allons brièvement donner des résultats. En ce qui concerne l'identification des obstacles, je veux que vous puissiez comprendre que tout part de 2019. C'est un tableau, c'est un travail qui a été fait en 2019 par le président de la République lorsqu'il arrive au pouvoir pour identifier quels étaient les obstacles dans le pays pour la bonne gouvernance, les obstacles dans les pays pour le progrès économique. Et c'est ce tableau d'identification des antivaleurs que je vous donne et qui justifie les stratégies mises en place, et je vais vous donner rapidement les résultats et je vous épargnerai des actions menées comme je vous ai dit. Alors, premier élément en ce qui concerne les obstacles à la bonne gouvernance qui a été identifié en 2019 dans notre pays, c'est premièrement l'incivisme fiscal généralisé. Tout le monde au Congo avaient tendance à se soustraire des paiements des impôts et des droits de l'État. Et ça, c'est un comportement qui était généralisé. La fraude était également généralisée sur le plan fiscal, sur le plan douanier et sur le plan minier. Et on a constaté également un recours abusif aux exonérations ou aux allègements fiscaux. Même les opérateurs économiques qui n'en avaient pas droit passaient par ces voies-là et avec comme conséquence la diminution des moyens à la disposition de l'État. Et à cela s'ajoutaient des tracasseries administratives énormes, tracasseries occasionnées par les fonctionnaires de l'État, de manière à ce que les personnes qui devaient avoir un certain nombre d'autorisations étatiques dans le cadre de l'exercice des affaires étaient soumises à de longues procédures et à de longues durées, et ces longues procédures et longues durées, amenaient les gens à tenter de corrompre les fonctionnaires pour obtenir facilement des autorisations pour évoluer. À cela, on ajoute d'autres fléaux comme la corruption dans les marchés publics. La plupart des marchés publics qui étaient dans notre pays étaient émaillés de faits de corruption. Pour obtenir un marché, il fallait passer par beaucoup de gymnastique et de faits de corruption. Donc, il y a eu des complaisances dans la mise en concurrence, il y a eu l'exécution partielle de la plupart des marchés pour le bénéficiaire, l'inefficacité de contrôle de ces marchés après exécution. Et il y a un élément important que nous voulons également évoquer ici, le tout dernier, la faible traçabilité de la dépense publique. La faible traçabilité de la dépense publique constatée en République démocratique du Congo en 2019, c'est au fait économiquement, lorsque l'État congolais sortait $100 pour un usage public, la possibilité de retracer les $100 sur terrain était faible. Et à cette époque-là, la traçabilité de la dépense publique était à 20%. C'est-à-dire, lorsqu'on sort $10 millions pour une route ou pour un service, la possibilité qu'on retrace réellement l'utilisation de $5 millions était au maximum à $200 000. Donc, les fuites étaient énormes. Et vous imaginez un pays qui avait un budget de 4 milliards en 2019, dont presque la moitié était affectée à la rémunération et 1 milliard au fonctionnement des institutions. L'investissement public n'avait qu'1 milliard. Et si dans les 1 milliard d'investissement public, vous mettez la faible traçabilité de la dépense publique qui était à 20%, ça signifie que les 1 milliard que l'État congolais dépensait ne pouvait avoir un effet réel sur le terrain que de 200 millions. Et en prenant l'ensemble du territoire national, les 26 provinces, ça vous donne en moyenne $10 millions par an d'investissement public par province, ce qui est insuffisant pour impulser un véritable développement dans le pays. Il faut également ajouter à ce tableau sombre rapidement la signature des contrats léonins au profit des réseaux mafieux. Donc, le gouvernement de notre pays a hérité de plusieurs contrats léonins qui ont été signés il y a 10 ans, il y a 15 ans, il y a 5 ans, des contrats qui lient les pays et les contrats qui bradent suffisamment les intérêts de la République. Il y avait également une lenteur dans l'obtention des autorisations pour l'exercice des affaires. Donc, pour exercer les affaires en République démocratique du Congo, vous pouvez faire 6 mois, une année en train de courir derrière les administrations pour obtenir des autorisations à gauche, à droite. Alors, tous ces phénomènes que je viens de décrire rapidement ici, avaient comme conséquence la constitution de véritables réseaux mafieux dominant dans la gestion publique et dans le monde des affaires. Un groupe de gens qui ont pris les affaires en République démocratique du Congo en otage et par conséquent l'existence d'un climat non propice à l'exercice des affaires. Voilà les tableaux sombres de la République démocratique du Congo constatés en 2019 qui a milité à ce qu'il y ait un traitement de choc pour donner la place aux investissements, la place au développement. Alors, face à ces tableaux sombres, pour travailler dans le terrain de l'instauration de la bonne gouvernance, nous avions pensé qu'il y a 3 éléments essentiels qui devaient être mis en place. La première, ou le premier élément important, c'est la manifestation d'une volonté politique ferme de combattre ces antivaleurs. Et dans notre pays, plusieurs fois, on a parlé de combattre la corruption, on a parlé de la mise en place de la bonne gouvernance. Cela n'était que des promesses. Il n'y avait rien de réalité. Mais nous pouvons vous rassurer que pour la première fois, en 2019, cette volonté politique s'est manifestée et pour l'inspection générale des finances, c'était vraiment une opportunité de donner également les meilleurs d'elle-même pour accompagner le gouvernement dans la lutte contre la corruption. Donc, le premier élément essentiel, c'est la volonté politique. Et cette volonté politique s'est manifestée. Elle continue à se manifester jusqu'aujourd'hui. Deuxième élément important, c'est l'implication des structures appelées à lutter contre la corruption, leur implication dans l'accompagnement de la volonté politique. La volonté politique est là, certes, mais il fallait également que les administrations qui sont appelées à accompagner le gouvernement à mettre de l'ordre dans la gestion publique puissent être à la hauteur. C'est le travail qui a été fait au niveau de l'inspection générale des finances pour rechercher l'intégrité, l'expertise et l'engagement de l'ensemble des personnels appelés à accompagner le gouvernement dans ce travail. Il y a un troisième élément qui n'a pas été mis ici, mais que j'estime important, c'est au fait l'efficacité de la justice. Nous avons la volonté politique, nous avons l'implication des structures de contrôle à accompagner le gouvernement, nous avons également l'efficacité de la justice à accompagner le travail de la lutte contre la corruption. Alors, je ne voudrais pas parler de l'inspection générale des finances. Vous allez lire, en ce qui concerne l'inspection générale des finances, je préfère passer tous ces problèmes et pour venir directement vous parler des stratégies mises en place par l'inspection générale des finances pour accompagner le gouvernement dans la lutte contre la corruption. Au vu des tableaux sombres, l'inspection générale des finances, de concert avec l'autorité de qui elle dépend, a mis en place des stratégies efficaces pour mener la lutte contre la corruption. Parmi ces stratégies, il y a tout d'abord l'amélioration des conditions de travail des inspecteurs des finances. Nous avions trouvé que c'était un élément important lorsqu'on veut mobiliser les troupes pour aller dans un combat aussi sérieux. Il fallait améliorer leurs conditions de travail. Et nous avions agi sur ces leviers-là. Deuxième élément, c'était la digitalisation des méthodes ou la digitalisation du travail de l'inspection générale des finances. Je peux vous dire aujourd'hui que tout ce que nous sommes en train de faire est digitalisé. Nous avons à ce jour 507 points de contrôle de surveillance au niveau de l'inspection générale des finances et cette surveillance est digitalisée à tel point que chaque jour, nous sommes capables de savoir dans les 507 points de contrôle qu'est-ce qui est fait, qu'est-ce qui a été constaté, quelles sont les orientations ou les directives prises. Et nous sommes capables au niveau de la direction de corriger lorsqu'il y a des petits soucis. Troisième élément, c'est le rajeunissement des effectifs de l'inspection générale des finances. En 2019, quand nous arrivons, nous trouvons 80 inspecteurs de finances dont les moins âgés avaient 55 ans. Les moins âgés, c'était moi-même. 55 ans. Alors, il fallait donc travailler pour rajeunir le corps des inspecteurs de finances. Par conséquent, le chef de l'État a autorisé le recrutement de 170 nouveaux inspecteurs de finances. Aujourd'hui, la moyenne d'âge à l'inspection générale des finances est de 40 ans. On a recruté des jeunes de 25 à 45 ans pour accompagner les 80 inspecteurs qui avaient déjà fait plus de 30 ans dans les métiers, de manière à ce que dans cette symbiose, qu'on puisse avoir les résultats. L'élément suivant, c'est la diversification du profil des inspecteurs. Avant 2019, les inspecteurs des finances étaient des économistes ou des juristes. mais à partir de 2020, on a intégré dans les corps des inspecteurs les ingénieurs en construction, les ingénieurs de route, les ingénieurs en informatique. Parce que le travail de contrôle aujourd'hui des marchés publics demande à ce qu'il y ait des inspecteurs qui soient capables d'évaluer les routes, d'évaluer les travaux des bâtiments et des inspecteurs qui soient capables d'entrer dans des serveurs, des services contrôlés pour extirper les données de manière à bien les exploiter. Nous avons également travaillé pour restructurer sur le plan administratif les services. Il y a eu renforcement des moyens juridiques à l'inspection générale des finances. Je voudrais rapidement évoquer un autre élément important comme stratégie, c'est la préférence de contrôle en amont par rapport au contrôle en aval. Et pourquoi cette préférence de contrôle en amont? Le contrôle en amont en finances publiques, c'est en fait un contrôle qui est fait avant que l'acte de gestion soit posé. On a identifié les points importants de l'utilisation des fonds publics et nous avions mis ces points-là sous surveillance. Et nous avons des inspecteurs à tous ces points-là qui donnent leurs avis avant que la dépense publique soit exécutée. Cette méthode permet, avant l'exécution de la dépense, d'extirper les irrégularités ou d'empêcher la commission des actes d'irrégularité. Et nous l'avions mis en reconnaissant aujourd'hui la faiblesse un peu que nous avions eu de notre système judiciaire, de manière à ce que parfois, lorsque les irrégularités sont déjà commises, il était très difficile d'obtenir réparation. Donc aujourd'hui, le travail qui est fait dans le cadre de la lutte contre la corruption, c'est un travail en amont. C'est en fait un contrôle avant l'exécution de la dépense. Parmi les stratégies également, l'inspection générale des finances a opté pour la publication des résultats des grandes enquêtes en rapport avec la lutte contre la corruption. Ce qui fait que chaque mois, lorsqu'il y a des enquêtes et qu'il y a des résultats importants, l'inspection générale des finances les publie dans le cadre de dissuader les autres d'être sur le même chemin de la corruption ou de la mauvaise gouvernance. L'inspection générale des finances a également commencé à partir de 2020 à mettre en accusation les auteurs d'actes de corruption identifiés dans les différentes missions. Enfin, l'inspection générale des finances a entrepris de mener une grande campagne de lutte contre la corruption dans les universités avec la société civile au niveau des couches sociales de la population pour sensibiliser en fait notre population sur les méfaits de la corruption et des détournements des deniers publics. Parce qu'il faut les reconnaître à un moment donné, la population congolaise avait presque abdiqué. La population congolaise ne croyait plus que l'État était capable de mener une véritable lutte contre la corruption et la population était en train d'accompagner les auteurs de corruption, même de les applaudir. Donc, il fallait faire un travail de fond pour sensibiliser la population à comprendre qu'il y a une volonté politique ferme de lutter contre la corruption et la population ne devrait plus accompagner les actes de corruption. Enfin, je voudrais citer au niveau des résultats pour rester dans les temps. Le reste, vous allez les lire. En termes de résultats, je crois que notre vice-premier ministre a donné quelques résultats globalement réalisés par le pays depuis 3 ans par le gouvernement avec la planification du gouvernement ainsi que le travail de la lutte contre la corruption. Alors, je voulais dire rapidement qu'en 3 ans, la République démocratique du Congo a connu une amélioration sensible de la mobilisation des ressources publiques. De 2021 à 2023, le budget de la République démocratique du Congo ne fait que doubler. Donc, en 2021, on était presque à 7 milliards de budget. En 2022, nous sommes passés à 12 milliards de budget. Et en 2023, ici, nous sommes en passe d'aller au-delà des 12 milliards réalisés en 2022. Et le gouvernement a projeté pour l'exercice 2024 presque le double du budget 2023. Tout cela prouve qu'un travail de fond est en train d'être fait et qui donne les résultats de chaque année des moyens de l'État qui augmentent. Deuxième élément, c'est l'amélioration significative de la qualité de la dépense. Aujourd'hui, en tant que service de contrôle, nous pouvons vous rassurer que lorsque l'État congolais dépense 10 millions, nous avons la possibilité de retracer au moins au stade actuel 60% de cet argent sur le terrain. On était à 20%, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 60%. Et c'est ce qui donne progressivement une visibilité des fonds publics sur le terrain. Et le gouvernement a lancé beaucoup de travaux. Aujourd'hui, on parle des travaux, des programmes de 145 territoires, qui est un programme ambitieux du gouvernement qui consiste à construire les écoles, les centres de santé, les bâtiments administratifs, pratiquement dans tous les territoires de la République démocratique du Congo. Et c'est un programme qui continue. Ces programmes-là nécessitent qu'il y ait des moyens. Et ces moyens-là sont mobilisés à cause de tout ce qui est en train d'être fait dans notre pays. Il y a l'accroissement du budget, j'en ai déjà parlé. Nous pouvons aussi vous confirmer qu'il y a une restauration progressive de la bonne gouvernance publique. Dès lors qu'on ne peut pas dépenser comme par le passé, la dépense publique est soumise avant son exécution à plusieurs verrous de contrôle et cela améliore la gouvernance publique dans le pays. Je voudrais également faire remarquer l'amélioration de la trésorerie de la majorité des entreprises de l'État. Et si on a l'occasion de partager cela en aparté, beaucoup d'entreprises d'État étaient en difficulté, n'arrivaient même pas à payer les salaires, il y avait des arriérés fiscaux. Aujourd'hui, ce problème est résolu. Il y a des entreprises qui ont des cash flows ou qui ont des trésoreries importantes. L'État congolais aujourd'hui a des moyens, ces moyens se sont améliorés. Pour votre information, l'État congolais finance les élections avec ses propres moyens. L'État congolais finance la guerre qui a été imposée à notre pays avec les moyens internes. L'État congolais finance la gratuité de l'enseignement dans notre pays avec des moyens internes. L'État congolais finance aujourd'hui les projets avec la santé, la couverture santé universelle, où aujourd'hui, les femmes peuvent accoucher gratuitement et l'État congolais prend en charge ces opérations. Et tout ça, c'est avec des moyens propres. Et l'État congolais est en train de payer sans problème tous les fonctionnaires de l'État et faire face à des défis énormes. Je voudrais également, pour terminer, dire qu'avec ce travail de la lutte contre la corruption, on a instauré la paire des gendarmes en République démocratique du Congo. L'État a lancé des grands travaux. Il y a la croissance économique chaque année. Aujourd'hui, la RDC, on l'a dit, est parmi les pays qui réalisent une croissance économique extraordinaire en Afrique. Et petit à petit, notre pays retrouve sa crédibilité sur le plan international. Voilà brièvement ce que je peux vous dire pour ne pas abuser de votre temps, en vous rassurant que le climat des affaires en République démocratique du Congo s'améliore. Le gouvernement a mis en place des stratégies et des actions concrètes et qui donnent des résultats concrets. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, M. Alibeti, pour cette présentation. We thank Mr. Jules Alibeti for the overview of the business climate in the DRC. So I will call on Garrett. We have a special announcement. We will ask Gabrielle to come forward, please. And Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, pouvons-nous vous demander de nous joindre sur le podium? Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, the key, and I know 2,000 people plus have been with us online, Inspector General, Deputy Prime Minister. The major announcement that we have to conclude the summit is that this is just the beginning. Thank you to Elephant Trade, represented here by Gabrielle Chitende, a wonderful sponsor. I'm pleased to announce that we have an official visit to the DRC taking place following the mining endowment. Each one of you are welcomed. And I want to congratulate Elephant Trade and Gabrielle for your leadership. not only that, but this company, Elephant Trade, is also the 30th anniversary sponsor of this chamber. It is the DRC's private sector that is leading the call with us at
Nous voulons
Advancing.
annoncer que nous venons en RDC au mois de février. Elephant Trade nous invite en RDC. La chambre sera là après, juste après là-bas. Nous, au lieu de retourner au Canada, nous venons directement en RDC.
We look forward to seeing you in the DRC. The pleasure has been ours.
Nous allons vous revoir en RDC. Le plaisir est pour nous.
We want to thank the Chamber of Trade in Canada for this invitation. And the result is very, very nice for us. You are welcome in Congo. And, I take this opportunity to congratulate my young brother, very clever, a big gendarme for our country, for his presentation, not only presentation and the work on the lands. I want to thank also the chief of mine.
Chamber of Mine.
Chamber of Mine. Thanks a lot for my colleague Mary, Minister of Transport, Investment, I think,
Economy,
Trade,
international trade,
and economic development. We are in Canada, like in Kinshasa, we are very, very, very happy. Thank you very much. Donc, je voulais dire que nous remercions nos amis de la Chambre du commerce Canada Kinshasa pour l'accueil et le climat qui a régné dans cette salle. Ça sera ça le climat des affaires au Congo quand ils vont venir à Kinshasa. Et comme l'annonce des résultats, ils disent qu'au mois de février, après là-bas, ils viennent à Kinshasa, nous prenons d'ores et déjà des dispositions pour les accueillir. Et nous voulons qu'à l'occasion des signatures des MOI, que vous puissiez travailler avec vos collègues de la Chambre de mines à Kinshasa et d'autres secteurs de la vie nationale. Nous sommes très contents puisque nous savons que le Canada, c'est un pays rigoureux. Le Canada aujourd'hui accepte la République démocratique du Congo. C'est beaucoup pour nous. Ça recouvre un peu la crédibilité de notre pays grâce au travail d'un homme, chef d'équipe aujourd'hui, qui gagne, c'est Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Je vous demande d'applaudir. Non respectueuse salutation du ministre du Canada et au peuple, frères et amis du Canada. Merci beaucoup.